in 6 hours time I'm meant to be setting off for Manchester Airport. We're on our way to the Iberian Masters in Spain, but as you can see the forecast storm has already hit us. I've got to go over the Pennines over to Manchester from Sheffield. Certainly 2 routes are going to be blocked now. See if it eases up, maybe try and get a bit of grit down and just see if we can go, or I'm just going to have a look at the main road now and we're going to have to make a decision whether we're going to set off now. But to be honest, it's bad already. It's very touch and go at the moment. The edge of the main road, as you can see, it's not brilliant. It's only just started. I was going to put some grit down. This is the nearest grit bin to us, but as you can see there's not a lot in there unless you want an empty can of Foster's. I think it's decision time. I'm going to have a quick look at the forecast, see if it's going to continue coming. If it is, I think we're going to have to set off 6 hours early just to make sure we can get over to the airport. Not the very best of starts. As you can see, it's still coming down. It's just coming up to 9 o'clock at night. We're meant to be leaving at 3 AM. I can't just sit in the house and hope it's going to get better, so I'm going to whack some grit down. I've done this for years, ever since I was a kid, because it's always been bad here where I live, but I've got the shovel, going to get some grit down. That's all I can do. Can't do any harm, but I've certainly got to do my best. Doesn't come again, that should give us a fighting chance. Well, we've crept down the hill, took a chance, and we've got down onto the main road now, and as you can see it's pretty much clear. We've only travelled a mile, so hopefully that's going to be the worst part of the journey, but we're going north now and that's where the worst snow's been, so we've got plenty of time. Time's on our hands, fingers crossed we're going to get there. Well, we've done it. It's a little bit chaotic, but we're here. That's the main thing. We're 4.5 hours early. We're just going to get the van checked in, hopefully get ourselves to the airport. It's just coming up to midnight, but we've got a long wait, but the main thing is we've got here. Well, we've just heard that there's loads of flights cancelled just due to the weather. There's a backlog of vehicles here now, so we can't get to the airport yet, but at least we've got this far, so time for a coffee, a bit of a chill out. So just having a coffee and just check the status. EasyJet says the flight's on time. They're going to get us there to the airport early. Fantastic service.
Do you have to Terminal 1, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. For a trolley, I've never had this before. Insert coins here, insert money, turn and face trolley bank, wait for green light. Okay then. Green light. Pull handle down. Look at that. The system works. It's a long time since I've been in an airport as quiet as this. Deserted. We can't check in for another 3 hours, but it's nice and warm. There's a coffee machine and we're here. That's the main thing. Well, I've been awake 24 hours now, so just in a bid to keep myself awake, I've got about another hour or so before we can actually board our flight. I'm still at Manchester Airport. The schedule for the next few days is basically we're going to land just after lunchtime at Alicante. Got to go and pick up the hire car. We've then got a drive up towards the venue, going up towards Valencia. That's where we're going to check into the hotel. First thing I'm going to do once I've done that is check my kit, just to make sure that the 3 bags that have been in the hold on the plane have not got damaged in any way, because if there are any damages to my kit or anything, it just gives me a few hours just to kind of repair it or try and find replacements for it. Thursday is then the official training day, so I'll get down on the bank, have a full session, just kind of get a feel for the venue. Phil Ringer, Rob Wotton, I think Tom Pickering's already out here, so I'm going to be feeding off them, just kind of get a bit of information about how the venue's fishing and what kind of fish they've been catching. So I'll train on Thursday, and then the competition days are Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a points competition, but I think there is an additional prize for the biggest fish, which I think Will Freeman may have won last year, and that's an additional €250, which would be nice. But that's it. Like I say, the flight's on time, so hopefully we're not going to get any more delays. Just glad we got out of Sheffield. You know, it was a bit of a testing start to the trip, and let's just hope that was the toughest part of the trip. So I'm going to go and grab another coffee, try and stay awake. I just can't wait to get to Spain now.
On behalf of the captain and the crew, it has been our pleasure looking after you today.
Well, we thought the snow was going to be the worst part of the trip. We've just got to Alicante. The carousel has finished. All 3 of my kit bags are still in Manchester. Not impressed. Well, they've confirmed all 3 bags are still in Manchester. That's all my kit, pretty much. I've only got my clothes in this carry-on bag. So they said that, well, it should be on the flight this time tomorrow morning. So they've taken all my details, hotel, mobile number. They're going to give me a call as soon as it comes in tomorrow. Hopefully it's going to be on that flight. So that means tomorrow's training day's out the window. So it'll just be a day of kind of skulking around the venue, waiting for a phone call. Hopefully I'm going to get it tomorrow, so it's going to be in time for the competition. So just going to go and get the hire car, and hopefully there's not going to be any problems at that hurdle. The car hire seems to have gone alright. They've actually upgraded to a better vehicle, which is nice. It's just a shame there's no fishing tackle to go in it. I've just had a text message while I've been there that they've actually located the luggage. I'm just going to double check with EasyJet that it's not been located here. If it is, then obviously I can take it with us. If not, it's still in Manchester. I'm going to have to wait for it for tomorrow. No, well, sadly that was just confirmation that it has been located, but it's actually in Manchester. So I'm just going to go and get the hire car, get ourselves over to Valencia, get settled in, checked into the hotel, and just wait for a phone call. Hopefully I'm going to get it back tomorrow so I can at least compete Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Base 648 we're after. 648. There's the baby. This is Thursday. This is the official training day, and as you can see, I'm still in the hotel. It's 10:15 in the morning. My kit still hasn't turned up. I've been promised by EasyJet that my tattle is going to be on the same flight that we got in here yesterday, which means it should be landing in about 15 minutes. I've been hounding the airline with emails, with text messages, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it until about 11:15. If I haven't heard anything, I'm going to start ringing them, just to find out if my kit is on that flight. Just behind me are the mountains. They've only just gone out of sight. This low level cloud's just moved in, and as you can see, it's really an overcast day. Whether that's going to affect the fishing or not, I don't know, but like I say, this is training day. I should be on the bank and I'm not. I've got to say the lads have been brilliant, especially Lee Kerry, but Phil Ringer, Rob Warren, Jeremy, fellow Matrix angler from France, and Jose from Portugal. They've all offered to lend me kit for this competition if my kit doesn't turn up, so that's fantastic to hear that, you know, but obviously that's not the ideal scenario. I'm incredibly grateful to them offering for me to borrow some of their kit, but I need to get that tattle back. That flight's going to land in about 10 minutes time, so as soon as that happens I'm going to start hounding the airline and just keep calling them just to find out if my kit's on that flight. If it is on that flight, then obviously I'll take that to the next step. If it's not, I've then got to look at the other alternatives. Well, even though I haven't been on the bank fishing, obviously I've been in touch with how the venue's fishing, you know, just trying to pull as much information as I can. It's fishing hard in areas. There was some fish caught yesterday. All the lads that I spoke to across all the European lads, including the English lads obviously, the average number of fish was about 4 or 5. That's all it was, not a great deal of fish. I've heard that, you know, a lot of the fish have been caught short, some have been caught in the middle, and some have been caught across, and there are better sectors than others. I'm only really going to find this out once I get down on the venue, but the actual approach and the methods and the bait seems to be the same all the way through the match length. But if not, if I get my kit late, all I'm really going to do is I'm going to go down to the venue, have a quick look without my tackle, and then come back nice and early, start assembling all my seat box and all that sort of stuff. I'll show you the kit that I brought along with me, and just kind of make sure that's 100% ready for tomorrow, and then just kind of read my, you know, my peg and my section once I draw it and get to it. It's all carp fishing. There's been a lot of lost fish in snags, so they are going to be incredibly important over the next 3 days, I'm sure. Lost fish are going to be costing people lots of points and money, obviously. So that's it. I've just kind of got to be in touch with what's happening on the venue, but obviously I'm still waiting for a phone call from the airline. So I'm going to have a look down at the venue. I've heard it's not far from here. Rob Walton's kindly pinpointed it on the map for me, so I'm going to take Dad and have a drive down there, just get a feel for the venue. Obviously all the lads will be down there practicing today, so I'm going to get a good feel for how it's fishing. I'll get to see everyone set up and how they're feeding and all that sort of stuff. So whilst I'm not actually fishing, I'm still going to be able to get some kind of an impression of how the venue's fishing. So, tactics. Obviously, I haven't fished the venue, but I've been pulling information over the last few weeks, and obviously I've learned a lot while I've been here because I've been speaking to all the international lads. I've just kind of got an idea about how it's fishing, and more importantly, where and what fish have been caught. It became quite apparent last night that a lot of the fish have been caught short. When I say short, probably about 15 metres. There are a lot of rocks close in, hence the reason why I brought only 13-foot or 4-metre rods. That inside line could be very, very important. The key on that line, by the sounds of it, is the fish that are getting hooked there, a lot of them are getting lost. By their very nature, they are there because of the snags, and that's obviously an issue. The kit I've packed, of course I've brought along because I haven't got it yet, it's quite heavy, it's very strong for that reason. The fish that have been caught down the middle sound as though they've been smaller, the odd carasio and smaller carp, and the fish that have been caught across, I've heard that not many fish have been lost that have been hooked across. And when I say across, I've been told to look for the bottom of the slope and up the slope if you've got some sort of a feature. Some of the pegs have got trees and features there. So that's very important, I think, because the fish, you know, that have been caught over there haven't been, you know, a lot of people haven't lost those fish, it's been those inside fish. So that inside line is going to be very, very important by the sounds of it. Now, I don't know if that's the same all the way through all the sectors. I don't know because I haven't been on the venue. Something to think about. I don't think scaling down is going to make a difference. I think lost fish are going to be very, very important. You know, if you're hooking fish, you've got to get them out. Every single fish counts. So when I finally get on the bank, that is going to be something that I need to work on. If I do get an opportunity to fish today, I don't think I'm going to spend much time in the middle and across. I think it's going to be that short line that I need to focus on. I.e., I don't know what I'm going to feed there. I've been told hemp and corn is good on that line, but obviously sticky mags will be very, very important. And one thing I learnt last night while we were having something to eat and speaking to the European lads is that some of the lads who caught well, and when I say well I mean 7, 8 fish, caught with groundbait and corn, not sticky mag. That could be key. I've come here to fish both. I'm prepared to fish sticky mag, but I've also got groundbait with me and to fish a groundbait and corn approach. So that sounds like that was very important yesterday as well. So that is the key detail that I need to work on, and I think that inside line is something that I need to focus on if I can get on the bank. Well, that scheduled flight from Manchester should have landed an hour and 20 minutes ago. I know they've had loads more snow back in England, so I'm hoping that's not delayed the flight. I've had 2 emails telling me that they will contact me as soon as that flight lands. Either way, whether my kit's on it or not, I haven't heard a thing. Like I say, it should have landed an hour and 20 minutes ago. So all I'm doing now is just constantly ringing them now, just trying to get through to find out, you know, either way, whether the kit's on that flight or not. And I bet it's one of those phone lines that they never ever pick up. There's a surprise, no answer. It's all been very official, all the claims and references and all that sort of business. It's not too good if you can't actually get through to speak to anybody, is it? And somebody picked up and just put the phone down then. 5th time lucky. Hola? Hola. Hello? Hung up. 3 times hung up on me. Doesn't look good. Another barrage of emails, I think. I've just got a message after 11 emails from the airline. They haven't said that the luggage is there, but they've actually said that somebody's going to deliver it to our hotel. They said 4 o'clock. Now, whether that means that's 4 o'clock it's going to be delivered, or 4 o'clock when it actually sets off from the airport, I don't know. So there's not a lot we can do at the minute. I'm just bombarding them with emails and messages, and we've just jumped in the car, me and my dad. We're just going to have a run down, try and find the venue, and just see if the lads are catching before they pack up for the session. I'm pretty sure that route that the sat-nav gave us is not the best way to get here, but it's brought us out at the venue. It says it's 7 miles from the hotel. There's our first look at it. Yes, it's blowing, so you're going to hear it on this speaker, but it's absolutely fantastic. Through everything that we've been through so far, it's just brilliant to see the venue. I'm not sure what sector the lads are in today, because I haven't seen them this morning, just obviously because I've been sorting other things out. It's just great to finally see the venue. Well, we just had a drive down through D sector. Jose is fishing there, he's had 3 carp, but that's about it. How about that for a backdrop? And the fish has just rose here. This is the end of D sector. And there's the weir. About as rural as you can possibly get. Still waiting on the kit, not had any more messages. It's 3 o'clock now, 3 p.m. They've quoted 4 o'clock on the email, the last email, so I'm hoping that might be the time it gets delivered to a hotel. If not, even if that means that they're setting off from the hotel, from the airport at 4 o'clock, I should get my kit by, tea time. I don't really care what time it comes today, as long as I can get it. I'm gonna have a drive back up the match length now and just kind of get back to the hotel and just see if we've got any more messages. And I haven't even paid my money on yet to enter the competition. I'll be totally honest with you, I don't really fancy fishing unless I've got my own kit. It's really kind of the lads to loan me some gear and stuff, but to compete in something like this, you really want your own kit, and I really need everything. I haven't got anything. I haven't even got hooks. Everything is in those 3 bags, so I'm gonna head back anyway, and hopefully the fortunes are gonna change. Not many fish being caught. Just coming to the end of the training session now. I'm just walking up to see Lee, Kerry and Tom. One of the lads has got one on here. This is up in the top end of B section, I think it is. Wild fish, a 2 kilo fish or more. 2 kilo fish are the most powerful ones we've heard. Lots of fish being lost on these rocks. There are a lot of rocks close in. This is on a big bend, as you can see. Wild angry carp. Fantastic. It's exciting fishing, These are wild fish. They're using strong kit, big hooks. But a lot of guys are waiting a long time for bites, long time. When you hook them, you've got to make sure you get them out, that's the key. And a time check with you, it's 4 p.m. and I still haven't heard anything about my tackle. It is 9:15, the night before the competition. I've just been sat having a meal with Tom Pickering, Lee Kerry, Will Freeman. Tommy gets a phone call, tell Jamie his tattle's just turned up at reception. Game on. The kit's just arrived. I know a lot of you want to see the kit that I brought over for this. I'm going to do it now. It's 10 o'clock at night, just gone. I've got a good hour's worth of prep now just to make sure it's not damaged, try and get it set up for tomorrow. It could be a late night, but who cares, my kit's here. Keys would be good. This is the bulk of my kit in this bag. 1.3 metres long. Let's hope it's all in one piece. Okay, Matrix t-shirts. Ground bait ball, collapsible bowls. Might be fishing sticky mag. Drop bucket. A lot of the pegs are high off the water, that will allow me to get the water. 2, 3 bait balls, hook lengths. I haven't lost any in training because I haven't been training, so I shouldn't need to stock them up tonight. Atomizer, sticky mag. Couple of bags of ground bait. Should be enough bait tubs. Riddle for the sticky mag. Tips. 25mm inserts. I've got the F25 box. All my attachments at home are on a 36 box, so I need the inserts. Screws for the box. Keep net attachments. 1 box. 6 reels, all 5,000s. Tie wraps. They're for the casting mat to tie to the mesh behind my peg. A rather large selection of feeders, mainly horizons for the far line. Always need bags for bait. Feeding feeders, casting mat, more attachments, legs for the box, some more bait bags, waterproof bottoms. Can't fish without them. Bait brolly, new feeder arm, obviously with the 25mm insert. Another spare hoodie. Great thing about clothing is it can be used as padding to protect some of your kit. And wrapped in bubble wrap. And I'd like to just rip off, but I can't because I've got to think about getting it home. The F25 deal. And the foot plate. That is everything in the main bag. Net bag. This is the 3 net version, so it obviously carries plenty of other stuff. Only going to be using 1 keep net. I have brought the 4m river keep net because it is a river and you're going to be high off the water, so you need that 4 meters to make sure there's going to be some of it in the water if you're actually high up off the surface. Bit of padding. 1 bait tray, doesn't need any legs, that should be big enough for everything that I need. Box legs, always carry that just in case luggage gets damaged, anything, you've got some tape, you never know when you might need that on these trips. Feeder rest, large carp landing net, 4m net, and this baby, believe it or not, a lot of people thought it couldn't be packed away into here. This, believe it or not, is our new 4 rod ready rod bag, 1.95 meters. Amazing how it packs away. Boom. The only thing to unpack is the bazooka, which has got 4 4m horizons, the new XDs, a couple of landing net handles. I've obviously got a spare and some other bits and bobs and some sticky mag. I won't unpack that in front of you purely because I've got to start prepping now, and prep comes first. If I don't speak to you later, I'll see you 6:30 for breakfast in the morning. My kit finally turned up last night. I don't know what the sound's like in here, it's echoing a little bit. It had gone midnight by the time I kind of got all the kit out and just made sure it was all okay and got it packed into its right luggage. It's 5:30 in the morning. I'm just going down to the underground car park now to load the car up with the kit before breakfast. It's just great to have it all here. This kit is what you've seen, what came in the luggage last night. You don't need much for a match like this, as long as I've made the right selections as regards feeders. The first thing you've got to do when you're hiring cars like this is get some sort of a cover down. My casting mat is perfect for that, face down. That keeps the upholstery nice and clean. Last thing you want to do is return your car after the event and end up getting stung with a €50 fine for valeting. I've got the feeder box, the bait brolly, the ready rod bag, that's got 4 rods in there. I've got 3 4m rods set up in there and a feeding rod as well. I've got my 3 net stink bag there that That's got everything in there. It's got some nets and some feeders, all that sort of stuff. That's really been used as a carry-over. It's got my nets in there as well. And then a ground bait bowl. That's the zip-up one with the cover on it. It's got 3 ground bait bowls in there, a little bit of ground bait and a spare reel. The lights have gone off. I'm going up for breakfast. I'm absolutely starving. I've only had about 3 hours sleep. But who cares? Finally getting to fish it. We've just done the draw. I didn't film that, but I mean I will film tomorrow and the day after possibly, but just to give you a feel for it. I've drawn, I'm up in B8 section. Everyone's got a lanyard. They've even done one for Dad that says father on it and companion, which is brilliant. So I'm going to head up there now. I know the light's rubbish, but we've got 10 to 10 pre-baiting, then we're going to fish 10 till 3. That's it, simple as that. Most of my kit's set up already. I've got some bait. I'll show you that down at the bank. So I'm just going to work his way up along the river, up to the peg. First look at the peg. There we go, B8. There's the peg number. First impressions, no rocks or anything, no snags down here, by the looks of it, but we'll find out, won't we? But yeah, I've got quite a bit of time set up, but I just want to get down there, get nice and comfy. Let's get some kit out. 2 litres of white maggots, I think that might be the main thing, to be fair. They've also been catching with corn. I might struggle because I've only got 1 tin. That should last me. Easy setup, obviously. What more can you do with a set, you know, with this sort of approach? Probably going to fish 2 lines, I think. Probably going to fish a pole line. It's about 14-15 metres. I'm not going to come closer than that, just based on what I saw yesterday, which wasn't much. And then I'm going to go across. Probably not too tight, but I'm going to cast across with a bomb, just kind of see what it's like over there. I don't know how wide it is, probably 40 metres max. I'm going to have to stand up, get off my box, stand right underneath the wall to cast. But we're not going to be, it's like, you know, it's not like we're going to be casting every minute or 2, so it's not really an issue. So I'm going to mix some bait up, get the rods out, and I'll talk you through the approach as soon as I'm set up. Well, it's about 20 minutes before the off. I think I'm set up. I've got to keep it simple. As you know, I've not spent any time on the venue other than just yesterday walking about, and just got to make decisions based on the kit that I brought, what I saw yesterday and what I heard from last year. So super simple setup. I'm going to fish 2 lines. I'm going to fish 13 metres and I'm going to fish 39 metres. This place, it's probably about 42 to 43 metres wide. I've not gone right up to that other bank purely because it's so rocky. I've just come away from it a little bit at 39 metres. Obviously I've still got the option to go past that if I need to go into those rocks to chase fish later on. If I'm struggling or whatever, then obviously that's an option, but I'm going to start away just on the edge of them rocks where it is quite clean actually. It's a little bit deeper than I thought, but you know, that's where I'm going to start. I've got a line at 13 metres purely because I didn't see many fish caught shorter than that yesterday. I think one lad had 1 good fish, but that was literally, I think that was after match hours anyway, so I don't want to feed too short. But 13 metres is obviously a long pole range, so I'm just covering my options there. I'm not going to go down the middle purely because that 30 metre line is just kind of, obviously it's not far from the middle anyway, and I don't want to overcomplicate it with 3 lines. I've got 2 4 metre XD set up. I've got the 100 gram version for a cross because I know it's clear out there, so that's the 4, and I've also got a 4 metre, but the 130 gram version, that's for my 13 metre line. That is because I've heard there's a lot of fish has just topped. Not a big fish, I don't know if they're little carasio, but I've heard there's a lot of bleak in the river as well this year. I've got the 130 gram version purely because I've heard there are rocks close in here and it's a 4 metre rod, so if I do hook any fish on that short line, I'll be able to stand up and just get that line as high up away from any rocks. I can't see any rocks, but I don't want to take any chances. And that's it really. The other rod is a feeding rod. That's just the Fox Warrior that I usually use, and that is just for boshing that 30 metre line if I want to. I'm not going to bosh it at the start, but it's going to be an option for later on in the session if I need to go down that avenue. I am going to feed that 30 metre line, but not with a massive amount of bait. I've got some white maggots, got some live ones in here as you can see. I've got some ground bait mixed up, which is just Pro Natural Bream. It's a nice sweet brasmy mix. I just thought that might be right. It's obviously a cereal mix. I haven't heard anything about the types of mixers that they use over here when they do catch on ground bait, so I've had to make a decision. And as you know, I couldn't bring a lot of it with me anyway, just purely because of the restrictions with the flight luggage. And corn, obviously. I've only got one tin, but it's nearly as big as the car. And some sticky mag, and that's, you know, probably the main option. I'm going to be using that in a horizon feeder. I might need a 40 gram, but a 30 gram version would probably be best. And obviously I can use the same feeder if I want to start capping corn and maggot with ground bait as well. So that's it. We'll start across. We get a 10-minute pre-baiting. We'll be fishing 10 till 3. Pre-baiting is 10 to 3. There'll be a signal for that, and then the next signal will be start of the match, and then 5 minutes from the end there'll be another signal which tells you that obviously that there's 5 minutes left. Fish have got to be out of the water by the end of the match, so even if they're in the landing net, you've still got the net's got to be out of the water, clear of the water for it to count. Bang on the whistle. It's not like rules back home where you get 15 minutes to play any fish. That's it. I'm start quite heavy, probably 0.17, 0.19 hook length I think. I'm just about to take a look at them now. May start on a 12, nice positive hook, load it up with maggots and just see what's out there. If I scale down to a 14, I can try that obviously. I don't even know if that's an option. I don't know if it makes any difference. Sticks, I know you're probably going to be interested. I've had to make up a shorter one purely because it's not very wide here, and I'm using my hold all as a buffer. There's the new casting mat. Not really that necessary on this peg because my rod's going to be going up and over onto the road that you can see there. So the hook length shouldn't get damaged there, but that's just really to protect my rod. If I go back a little bit too far, it's not going to be hitting these rocks. So that means my sticks, I've just made a 2 metre piece of rope up because obviously I've only got 2 metres to play with here because the bank's narrow. Simples. Exactly sunny Spain, but 5 minutes before pre-baiting we just walked down with a packed lunch. Every competitor gets a packed lunch, got a sandwich in there, a donut. Fantastic. They've even sorted Dad out with a pass and everything, so obviously he's staying in the same hotel and everything. Yeah, they really looked after him. He's actually got, I'll show you in a bit, his lanyard's got a little father companion, head coach. We'll start across, and I think it's going to be very important today. I'm in a very good position where I can see what's happening left and right. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 anglers to my right, and then a massive great big gap where there are 2 bridges. So we probably expect that end peg to fish well, but I can see all those anglers, and I can see about 8 anglers up to my left before it goes round a bend. So yeah, be able to see what's happening around me and just make decisions from there. And the other bit of kit that I should mention, because I know a lot of you are interested, especially the lads in the UK, I know that you're interested about what kind of kit we use when you go abroad. Obviously we fish a lot of commercials in England, 2 and 3 metre landing net handles. This is when our 5.5 metre landing net handle comes in handy. You can see how far away from the water I am. You're not allowed to get in the water, that's part of the rules. And obviously where I am here, I can cast with this wall because my rod's going behind it, so that 5.5 metre landing net is spot on for venues like this. It was only about 1.5 kilo maybe. I don't think it was 2 kilo. We're 49 minutes in and I've just had one. It's only about 1.5 kilo, not a big fish, but I've got heavy gear and I could have given it more stick, but I just wanted to make sure I got it in the net. There's only one fish caught to my right, I think, about 3 pegs down. The lad on my left has got one, about the same size as mine, and then 3 pegs past him, he's got 2. So it's alright, still in it, still in the first hour. Good confidence boost because I've caught on this line without having to go right into the rocks. I'm getting tiny indications now. I've been told there are a lot of bleak in the river this year. I haven't caught any bleak, and the bait isn't really getting smashed either, so whether they are bleak or whether they're just fish, you know, around the feeder and the little liners, I don't know, but the fish that I got, there was no mistake in the bite. It was just on. Just gonna stick at what I'm doing. Just keep my eye on what's happening. We're 1 hour 40 minutes in, just had a second fish, long time without an indication. I had a quick look on my 30 metre line, had 4 casts on there, just had a few little rattles, I think they may have been bleak. So I've topped it up again and just left it, gone back out long. I thought the rest might have worked, and it hasn't. I went back on it, it was probably 4 casts before I had the fish, and it nearly pulled the rod in. No messing at all, best bite today, it was on. But I had to sit and wait for it. I was hoping I was going to be able to try and just trigger bites, just try and find a way of making bites happen, but I've not done that yet. I'm getting the odd indication from a bleak. I've just caught a bleak on 6 white maggots. I'm getting the odd flicker now. A lot of the lads have come short now. The lads around me, everybody else I've seen here have fished, they've fed a line at 3/4 and in the middle, or as well as the middle. I'm the only one who hasn't fed that area. All them around me now have dropped shorter now onto that line, but I've not seen anyone catch on it yet. We're 2.5 hours in and it's just completely dead. Nobody's catching, not getting any signs, nothing. Not had anything, not a sign since that second fish. I've been on both lines, there's just nothing. I haven't seen a fish caught to my left for an hour and a half maybe. And down to my right, no one's caught one down there until you get to the end peg, which is 4 or 5 pegs down. I've heard he's catching 1 or 2 fish, but you know, we hear that the end pegs do dominate on here anyway. I don't feel like I've triggered a bite or anything, just created anything. I think it's just pick a line, sit on it and have some confidence that it's going to go round, and I don't like that. But we're 2.5 hours in, I'm going to stay on that long line because it's the only line where I've caught, and just keep trying that 13 metre line in spells. Just kind of top it up, rest it and then go on it and just see if I can nick a fish that way. Ghosty. Hey? I know. Wild, aren't they? Yeah. No, not quite that. Good fish though. Just to get a number 3. Well, I can't lie, I'm incredibly disappointed. I think he's had 16 kilo on the end peg, which is what they expected, you know. And then I think second in the section might be Jeremy from France, the other matrix angler. He's further up there, but he's had one really big fish. They've got him down a second, but I think there's a bit of a dispute regarding the fish. I think somebody says it may have strayed out of his peg. So whether that result will stand or not, I don't know. And however they're going to investigate it, I don't know. So I think my 5 kilo 800 and something might be fourth if I'm lucky. If not, it might be fifth. It's probably put me out of it, I think. I don't know. That last fish, I've lost a fish with 3 minutes to go. So frustrating, I can't believe it on my short line. It's just virtually pulled the rod in. I've fished for a big fish on that line, or expecting a big fish. And I've hooked it with 6 minutes to go. Played it for a minute. I've got it, you know, 8 meters out, something like that. The hooter's gone for the 5 minute signal. I've set my stopwatch so I know exactly I've got 5 minutes to land the fish, and about a minute and a half into that, the fish is bouncing all over like they do on here, and the hook's just pulled out. So frustrating, so disappointing. But that's it. Lots of people have lost fish the last few days. Hopefully that's going to be the last one I'll lose. I just don't like, and I don't usually lose fish. I don't. Took my time with it. But anyway, that's it. So 5 kilos 800. I'm hoping, I think it's going to be fourth at best. Hopefully that's not going to put me out of it, but we'll find out. So I'm going to get packed up. As you can see, it's raining now. I'm just packing my kit away so I don't have to touch it again when I get back. I've got some uplands to do in the hotel tonight. I've lost a few today on a couple of snags and stuff, so that's it. I'm going to get packed away, go and get some food. I'm starving, and find out how the rest of the lads have got on. Well, it's the morning of day 2. Feeling very tired. Probably the first night's proper sleep that I had last night. So it's 6:45. We've just had some breakfast. The draw is 7:30 again, so just going to get my last bits and bobs. The results are up from yesterday. I ended up fourth in the section, which, to be honest, coming away from the bank, I was kind of pleased with, because I thought it was going to be worse than that. I've lost a fish with 3 minutes to go, which has probably cost me a point. I don't think it would have got me second in the zone, so that's cost me a point. Really annoyed about that, because I just don't lose fish like that. But the hook's pulled out. But having spoke to other anglers, everybody all the way through the zone has lost fish on snags and all that sort of stuff. So just got to shake it off and just roll with it. So that's put me in 15th place overall out of 50 anglers. On the same points as Lee Kerry, but Lee's got an advantage over me with weight. I think he weighed 8 kilo to my 5,800, wherever it was. So hopefully I like to think we're still kind of in contention. So only 2 more good results, section wins, seconds, wherever I can get. It's incredibly windy out there. I can't really show you out there because it's still dark, but it's really windy. The trees are blowing, so that's going to affect things, especially fishing that far bank line. That's it. I'm going to go and draw. It's a random draw. The one rule as regards the drawing is people who draw end pegs, like for example the lads that were on end pegs yesterday, cannot draw another end peg today. Other than that, it's a complete random draw, so I could draw the same peg that I was on yesterday, and so could anyone else really, so it's just a complete random draw. So I'm going to get my last bits of kit together. I had to tie some more uplands last night. I'm going to grab them, shoot off down to the car, get up to the draw. But this is the draw here, right in front of where the draw is the river. Get that. This is a stretch where the whole, what they call the match fishing stretch, basically float fishing. A lot of pole fishing on here, some bollow fishing as well. Some good weights on here yesterday. It's a little bit narrower, as you can see, and because of that, well, part of the reason because of that, it flows a little bit more than it is up where we are, where it's wider. So yeah, that's the float fishing side of this competition. In the car, I've I've only ordered another litre for today because I've got quite a bit left over from yesterday. They've got the flags flying, and I'm deliberately doing this so you can probably hear the wind on the speaker. It's going to have an impact on that long line today. It'll certainly be testing the accuracy of some anglers. Just need a good peg now, that's all. Well, so there's nothing to shout about. I'm on at peg C6. That is where Lee Kerry, I think Lee Kerry was on C5 yesterday. He had 4 points like me yesterday with 8 kilo. And then 2 pegs to his left was Will Freeman, who won the sector with 15 kilo. So that's 3 pegs to my left. There's a bit of a parking thing down there. I think I've got to let the other anglers go down there first and I'm the last car in. But yeah, interestingly, Will caught 4 of his fish down the middle, which I never put that line in yesterday, so I think I'm going to be doing that today. Can't avoid it, so. And then it could just be tricky getting across with the trees and stuff, but I've got to go across regardless, even if it means I'm going to lose some kit. So I'm going to get down to the peg and have a look what's waiting for me. Compared to some of the other pegs, it's quite high up here. Finally got my station in place. It's a bit windier up here. I've had to put the sticks up here purely because there's no room down here. It's a little bit tight. I've got some nice little steps to go down. It's a step peg. If this was Southfield, this would be a flyer. See how high up I am off the water. Back to doctor the feeder rest a little bit unorthodox, but it'll do the job. That's purely because I haven't been able to bring all my kit with me. Usually I'd have the longer feeder arm, but obviously I couldn't bring it. The 5.5 metre landing net handle is going to come in handy again. Hopefully I'm going to be needing it, but obviously with it being longer it helps with it being so high off the water. 4 metre river net as well. I'll straighten that out a little bit further just so there's more water in the bottom of it. Yeah, it's going to be simpler. Yeah, it's going to be a simple approach, I think. I've got some sticky mag here. Got some normal maggots for the hook. I've got some corn, obviously. I've got a bit of pro-natural dart mixed up as well. That just wants wetting down again. Dried out a little bit. Yeah, same approach as yesterday. I think, other than I'm definitely going to feed down the middle today. Will Freeman was 1, 2, 3 pegs or 4 pegs to my left, going down towards the bridge. He won this sector, but like I say, he caught, I think it was 4 fish down the middle. So I've got to put that line in. I don't know whether to put that 13 metre line in again or not. I don't know. I want to make that decision in the next half hour or so when I'm going to start clipping up and stuff. It looks a little bit messy across there. Looks about the same sort of range, 40 metres. The lad next to me has just been casting out. He's been bringing all sorts back. As you can see, there's all sorts overhanging. There is a gap here just in front of me where it looks, obviously it's a cleaner wall, but obviously we don't know what it's like underneath the water. There are a few sticks and stuff going into the water there. He's just dragged some branches out from over there, so I think it's going to be messy, but I've got a feeling I'm going to have to go into it just to get bites. But that's what it is. I've got plenty of spare hook lengths. I did a load last night. I've got plenty of spare feeders. That's what this venue is. You've got to be prepared to go into those areas just to get fish, and you've got to just, it's a collateral damage thing. You've got to expect to lose a bit of kit, you know, which I don't mind doing if I'm coming back with fish. Yesterday there was some lads in B sector, which was the other side of the bridge where I was yesterday. There were lads going across into those areas and losing kit, but they weren't coming back with fish. They weren't even getting bites, so that's obviously not the ideal scenario. But yeah, got a bit of sunshine on us now. I'm down out of the wind. Dad's in the car. It's like an oven. It's like an oven in there. He's got some Coca-Cola, water, he's got chocolate chip cookies, he's got the sun on him. I think it's the first time he's been really warm since he got here, so hopefully he's going to be seeing plenty of action. 40 minutes in, I haven't had a sign. This wind's just changed direction slightly. It was coming over my back. It's now coming left to right now. It's really making casting a bit difficult, but I've only seen one fish caught and another one has just been hooked. I've heard Lee Kerry, who's 2 from the end in the other section, the other side of the bridge where I was yesterday, has got 2 fish apparently. Pegged one in this zone, next to the bridge, white t-shirt, he's got 1. I've seen him catch 1 lump. As you can see, that wind's coming more across now. But the guy 1, 2, 3 down is just playing 1 now. Not sure who that is. I'm not sure what line he's got it on either. But I'll obviously watch when he casts back in. So I'm still fishing long, I'm fishing across. I've only got that other line in down the middle at 25 metres. Put quite a bit of cord in on that line. I said I'd give this long line an hour and just see what happens. Then I might have a chuck down the middle. And it's a turtle. At least he's had a bite. Shame he can't weigh it in. Still no more fish to report other than peg 1. Peg 1, we are an hour and 10 minutes in. Peg 1, I've seen catch another fish, so he's definitely got 2, he might have more. That's the guy next to the bridge. That's it, I haven't seen any more fish caught, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pegs here where nobody's had a fish yet, and I don't think anyone's had a bite. I've just had 2 casts down the middle, still sat down the middle now, just been patient on that line, and I've not had a sign on it yet. Probably just have 1 more cast on it and then I'm going to go long again. So all I can do, rotate lines, just try and find a fish. Well, you know you can rely on my videos for plenty of action, can't you? It's coming up to 2 hours in. I've not had a bite. I've not had a sign, I've not had a liner, I've had no rattles from bleak or anything like I did yesterday. Yesterday I was only about 20 pegs that way. Can't believe it. Quick rundown for you. Peg 1, the wind's going to blow on here, but it keeps coming and going, the wind. Peg 1, kid in the white t-shirt's got 2 fish. And then from pegs 2, right the way through to 7, which is this guy on my right, no one's had a bite. No one's had a sign or anything. Peg 8's just landed a fish. Peg 9's got 1. Peg 10's got 1. The next angler's got 1, and then the lad right on the end peg, he's got 1. So admittedly, I'm way down the section, but only by a fish or 2. Anyway, it looks like there's only 2 fish winning the section at the moment, 2 hours in. The only thing I can tell you is I've had probably 20 minutes fishing down the middle, not had a sign. And the only other thing I've spotted is that every single fish that has been caught in this section, because I'm in the middle of this bend here, right in the middle of the section again, I can see every angler. The one thing I do know is that every fish that's been caught has been caught right across under that other bank. As you can see, the wind keeps dropping and getting up again, making it difficult. It's not too bad at the moment. A lot of lads are having a lot of downtime. They're getting their crack-offs and they're getting snagged up over there as well because of the wind. It's throwing them off and they're going into the bushes and the overhangs as well. So there's a lot of time being spent just setting up. But if that's where the fish are, the lads have got to go across there. So I haven't had any problems, touch wood, yet, because there's nothing out there. It's just a wall. I keep getting picked up on rocks or whatever they are as I've come to bring the feeder out, but I've not lost any kit. So all I can do is just stay on that long line for a bit longer. Just like I say, the only fish that have been caught have been on that line, so I've got to give it more time. It's looking a bit grim and a bit desperate at the moment. Well, we're bang on 2.5 hours in and I still haven't had a sign, I haven't had a bite. But as I'm talking to you, peg 4 and peg 3 have both just hooked a fish right out of the blue. I know peg 4 has hooked his down the middle because I've been watching him. Not sure about peg 3. And they're both carp as well. How about that? Out of the blue, both of them into fish. Let's hope someone's going to switch on. It's been a very, very rubbish 2.5 hours. Yeah. There's 45 minutes to go and I've just had the first fish, first bite. Gone further across, gone right literally into the rocks. Been in about 5 minutes, but I finally just picked one up. It's about, might be 2 kilo. That'll keep me up with most of the people that have got one, obviously, but another fish now would really make a massive difference now. I've avoided the blank, that's the main thing. I've gone right into the rocks. There's 45 minutes left. I need one more. I think he's come through there. He's come through.
Lovely.
Well done, Jamie.
Well done, mate. Oh, that's a nice fish as well. You know, tomorrow.
25 minutes to go, I've just had a second fish, next cast. It's been in about 5 minutes again. Same line, right up against the rocks. Really confident bite, it snagged me up. I had to drag it out of weed or whatever it is that's out there. Thankfully it came through, tried to do me on the rocks close in. It's another good fish. 2 kilo maybe, might even be a little bit more, I'm not sure. 30 minutes left. Hopefully there'll be some more on the way. Well, with 30 minutes to go, I honestly thought another one of these was on its way. This was the second one, of the biggest. They both weighed 5 kilo 100. This is one I had to drag out of that snag on the other bank. Beautiful fish. You can tell how wild they are. Over the moon to get them, to be honest. 46 minutes of the match remaining. I would have taken a bleak. Well, that third fish didn't come. I really thought it was going to, but it's cost me a lot of points as well. But with 46 minutes to go, I would have taken anything. On 45 minutes I've had 2 fish and 2 chucks. Whether they've just passed through the peg or not, I don't know. So I've ended up 6th out of the 13 in this zone. But just 200 grams would have got me 4th, which shows how tight it's been, you know. And when you get beat like that for 2 points with 200 grams and you've gone 4 hours and 15 minutes without a bite, it's really annoying. There's been a 14 kilo second from end peg down to my right. The end pegs beat me as well, which is what they predicted. That end pegs beat me as well, and I think peg 3 as well has had an 8 kilo. That's it. That third fish would have made a massive difference, but I think I really need to just kind of just look at why I've gone 4 hours and 15 minutes without a bite. I think, I mean, I've gone tighter across later on into an area where you expect to lose your kit on every cast, maybe I should have done that for the full match. I have gone really tight across, but that last hour and a quarter, I've literally almost been hitting the rocks with the feeder. And the lad's to my right, he's had one fish on my right, next one down's had one fish. The lad on my left has blanked, so has it been a really rubbish area? I don't know. And these lads have been casting tight there all day. You know, they've lost loads of kit trying to get tight in there right from the off. I bet they've spent a third of the match, well, him on my left has, just setting kit up and wrestling with a tree on the bank. But that's it, not had a bite down the middle. So that's one more day to go, but that's me. I'm out of contention now. That puts me on 10 points. There's no way I can win it now, but you never know. I might draw an MPEG tomorrow, which is the final day, and have a really good weight and win some money back that way, and just have a bit of a good finish to the contest. But I'm going to get packed up now and get back to the hotel and find out how the other lads have gone on. From what we hear, it's fished hard everywhere. Whether that's ended up like that at the end, I don't know, but I'm going to get packed up and get back to the hotel. Very disappointed. Good morning. I'm losing my voice. The air conditioning's got me again. It's the final morning, the final day. It's 6:30. We're just about to have breakfast upstairs. The results are up going into this final day. Amazingly, yesterday, because there were so many high scoring weights, to be honest, there were some anglers that were leading the competition, really had bad days yesterday. I think that's a strong reflection on how it's actually fishing. I actually went up 2 places, believe it or not. I was 15th, just on the same number of points as Lee Kerry yesterday, but Lee was obviously, he'd got more weight than me. He was on 8 kilo. Lee had a fantastic day yesterday. The results are here. These have been going up every single night, so if you ever fish this competition, it's brilliant to see that these results, I think they've been up by about before 8 o'clock every single night, so you can actually go through everything, scrutinise everything if you want to do that. The leader going into today, Antonio Barbaran, I think he won the competition last year. He's on 2 section wins. He obviously knows something. He's obviously got the venue sorted, but he's on, he's first with 2 points, and then going down the top 10. You probably won't be able to read it on here properly. I'll try and put it on as a PDF for you, so that you can look at it properly, because I know some of you will scrutinise it. Our English interest, we've got good old Will Freeman. He's on 3 points. He had a fantastic day yesterday. Again, always does well in this competition. 5th place is now Lee Kerry. He's on 6 points. Mr. Pickering himself on 7 points. And then we've got Joe Wilden, who's come over with his dad Steve. It's been great to see Joe over. He's actually drawn D section, which has been a deep, a hard area. He's drawn that both days, and he actually practiced there on the Thursday as well. So he's obviously been off to 2 familiar sectors, but he's done the business there both times. He's actually on 9 points, and then there's myself in 13th, just at the bottom of the first page, on 10 points. It's a 50 angler competition. The 50th angler is on 24 points. I'll not go through them all for you, but so I'm in 13th place. I'm actually paying out the top 15 in this competition, which I think is really, really good. And 15th place is 11 points. Well, just to put it in perspective, like I say, 5th place, top 5, if you're interested in that. Top 5 is Lee Kerry on 6 points, and then 15th is 11 points. So there's not a massive margin there. So I'm going to go upstairs, have a couple of coffees, wake up a little bit, and just kind of hope for a good day. I don't think it's as windy as what it was yesterday, but yeah, it's obviously I want a peg. I'd love to win the section. I don't know if you can do that from every peg. I get the impression that it is quite possible, to be honest. There are a lot of pegs. It's not only being dominated by end pegs, so even when I draw, I don't really know what to expect, which is great. So I'm gonna get some breakfast and I'll see you down on the bank. Well, it's 7:30, just arriving at the draw. As you can see, flat calm today, no wind at all. This is the match fishing length that I've shown you before. No idea what to expect from the draw. From what we've seen the last 2 days, obviously MPEGs you'd fancy, but to be fair, after a section win, and some of the sections have been won from virtually any peg, so that's exactly what we want. So whatever I draw, I'm just going to be going confident, and hopefully there's going to be a few fish there to give me a chance of winning that section. Well, the sun's out, so I thought I'd better film this now just to show you that it does actually shine in Spain. I've drawn D2. I haven't fished D section yet. I think the leader of the competition's on D3. I'm not 100% sure, so that'll be interesting. D2, my peg, what I'm on now, actually blanked yesterday, but I don't think that means anything. I'm just not even going to think about it. It's the second peg in, I'm assuming from a split. So it's second to end peg on paper. Hopefully that's what it is. I don't care about yesterday's result. I'm just going to get my head down. I just just attack it, just do what I did yesterday, and try and get that section win. Well, I've lost 2 complete setups just casting the bomb across under out of the bank. It's it's horrible. There's dead trees in there. I can't really show you on this GoPro camera. I wish I'd got a proper camera so I could zoom in on it for you. There's like an old dead tree in there which looks very messy. That's virtually in front of me, slightly to my left. So the only hole I can probably fish is, see the edge of the big rocks on the right hand side. It seems to be the clearest point. I've gone over to that side of the tree that's in the water. I just can't find a very clear spot, so I've just had to pick, you know, the best one available. There's some line as well coming back off that tree. Twice I've been reeling in and I've felt this line, and it's locked me up about halfway across the river. So obviously people have been getting caught over there over the last few days, and it obviously leaves line and stuff. So I think I've just got to expect I'm going to lose some kit today. I just hope it's going to give me a chance of catching some fish. I've got all spare feeders with me by the side of me, all my links, spare swivels and everything on my tray ready to go, and obviously plenty of hook lengths. 2-line approach. I'm going to go right across. I'm not going to go as tight as possible to start with, but I've got a feeling it's going to be messy wherever I go across there on the other bank, and I'm ignoring the middle today. I've put a line in at 13 metres, which is what I caught on day 1, and I lost a big fish on there as well. So I haven't seen anyone else catch on that, but I'm going to do it just purely because my confidence in that middle line is just kind of gone. I've not seen fish caught on it. And that's it, usual setup, obviously, same kit. Got the casting mat up today, just got that tie wrapped. That'll obviously stop my hook length and stuff getting caught in the grass and stuff. 50cm hook length, and obviously to get out there you've got to drop your rod quite a bit. You've got to adapt your cast slightly. It's more of you're kind of casting from here rather than here, so obviously that's why the casting mat helps. But that's it, same bait, maggot corn. I've got a bit of ground bait mixed up just to, might trigger a bite, who knows. That's it, ready to go, pre-baiting, 10 minutes. Well yeah, as suspected, the lad on the next peg on D3, which is that way, is the lad who's on 2 points. He's had 2 section wins, and he actually won the competition last year as well, so I don't need to point out he obviously knows what he's doing. Apparently he knows every peg on here. He knows where all the where the snags are and all that sort of stuff, where the clear patches are, which obviously helps. But he's from Valencia, so he obviously knows the venue, so it's going to be interesting. I mean, I've got a feeling he's going to fish it slightly different from me, so it'd be interesting to see how our approaches kind of compare. I'm obviously going to get a chance to see how he fishes it, so that'll stand me in good stead. And you know, I'm going to try and do my thing the best I possibly can. I know snags are going to be a problem. I've got to expect to lose some kit, and if I do hook anything, I've just got to make sure I've got the right gear on, like yesterday. So if I do get anything snagged, or I've got to put some pressure on the fish to stop it or try and steer it away from anything, then I've got the kit on to do it. I've got nothing to lose. I'm in 13th place, 10 points, paying out the top 15, so yeah, I want to win my section. I'm just going to go for it. That's it, 5 minutes to pre-baiting. We're 15 minutes in. We're 15 minutes in and I haven't had an indication yet, lad, at next peg. He actually pulled out of one first cast. He just gone in again, he had a quick cast. I don't know if he had a bite on that one, and then he's obviously hooked this one now on his third cast. Not massive fish, but them smaller carp, you know, the 1.5 kilo size fish, they're really fine. Brilliant start for him. He's caught that right across. Well, we're an hour and 40 minutes in. I haven't had a sign, I haven't had a bite. Lad on my left on the end peg. I think this is his fourth that he's playing now, but he's lost either 4 or 5. I think he's lost more than he's actually landed. He's the only one catching anything. I haven't had a sign. I've noticed he's caught 1 or 2 of them a little bit short from that other bank, so I've obviously had a couple of drops there, but not had anything. Gone back across now, right tight across. Lad on my right, he's not caught yet. He's obviously winning the competition. He's the lad that won it last year, and as you can imagine, it's the final day of the competition. He's attracting quite a bit of attention, and he's put short line in like me at 13 metres, and I'm sure all that skyline is not going to help him. He's had loads of people stood behind him already. I'm sure that's not going to help, but he's been in the tree a couple of times, but it's difficult with these overhangs. So yeah, I mean, this lad on peg 1 is he's fishing his own match basically. He's on his own. I haven't had a sign yet, like I said, so I'm just going to carry on across and hope 1 or 2 of these fish are just going to move down. This is not funny anymore. There's an hour and 50 minutes left. I haven't had a sign. I haven't had a line and nothing. Lad on my right, he's managed to get one. It's not a big fish, but he's got one. Obviously he's over the moon with that. To go with his 2 points. That should get him good points in this hard section if it stays like this. Lad on my left, he's got about 6 or 7. He's not caught one for ages, but he's lost about 5 or 6. I just haven't had a sign. We're incredibly fortunate at this stage to get one at all. I think I need at least 2 for decent points. It feels like a complete lottery at the minute. I don't feel like I've got any control over it. I've just got to stick to what I'm doing and hopefully I'll get one. With 40 minutes left, I've just had one out of the blue. didn't really put rod in or anything, but it was just obvious the fish was on just out of the blue. In the same place I've cast to 15 other times. 40 minutes left, just got that one. It caused me quite a bit of problems trying to get it in the net, all this weed in front of me. Managed to pull it through one patch of weed. Thankfully that longer landing net handle let me scoop it. Bit nerve-wracking, gotta admit, needed that fish. Not quite sure if it's going to make any difference in the overall standings, but obviously you want to avoid a blank. 35 minutes left now. I'll stick on that same hole where I've just caught that and try and snare another one. Done. Well, I was relieved to catch at the finish, I've got to be totally honest, but he's weighed 12 kilos on the end. I don't know how many fish he's had, 7 I think, or 8 fish, but he's lost more than that. Lad, I'm alright. He's had 1 fish, that's the guy that's winning the competition. Going into today, he's beat me by 300 grams with his 1 fish. And the next guy along's had 1 fish and he's beat me by 16 grams. It looks like it's it's not my year. Daniel, come and say hello, come on. He's been a top man. This is Daniel, one of our subscribers, obviously. Come on, what has it been today? It's been difficult everywhere. You've been walking the bank, haven't you?
Really difficult in every sector, in every zone. You have to fight hard to catch only a single fish. So
yeah, it's been difficult all the way through, hasn't it?
Through.
All the way. And there's been
three carps, 2 carps.
There's been lots of lost fish as well, hasn't there?
A lot of fish is lost in the snacks.
That's the difficult thing. You've got to make your mind up where you're going to fish. You've got to fish where you think the fish are, and you are literally fishing for 1 or 2 bites. But obviously it's alright getting a bite. You've then got to hook it, but then you've also got to land it as well. That's why we're fishing with thicker and stronger gear, and sometimes that might go against you actually getting a bite, you know. So anyway, I'm going to pack all my tattle away now.
The worst part of fishing.
I know. Oh well, it's going to be a whole year before we can come back and do it again.
Okay.
Let's get packed up and get back to the hotel. I've just been asked 3 times if I'd fish this again next year. I thought I'd just tell you now how I feel about it. Yeah, fantastic competition, absolutely brilliant, so well organised. I can't believe how friendly everyone is. The organisation's fantastic. They're ready to weigh in virtually straight away, straight after the match, and the results have been up on the board by 7:30 every night in the hotel. Most of the people that fish the competition stay in the same hotel as well, so yeah, I'd love to fish it. The only downside has just really been the way that it's fished, but that's fishing, you know. The weather can be different next year, it could fish completely different, so if the calendar allows, yes, I'll definitely be back next year. Well, that's all the kit packed away. It's taken me about an hour just to get it back into its flight luggage. Get out all that kit you've seen me on the bank with. 3 bags, 2 bags and a bazooka. That's it, done with for this year. I'm going to head upstairs now, have a shower, and just get ready for a presentation. Looks like Lee Kerry and Will Freeman have done really well. Could be 2nd and 3rd overall, let's hope so. That's it, shower time. And a couple of beers I think, and then just sort out plans for getting back to the airport first thing in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun's just coming up. We've had a bit of rain through the night, so the roads are wet, but that's it, back to England now. We're flying on the 11 o'clock in the morning flight, so we're leaving nice and early because it's Monday morning, so we don't obviously want to get stuck in traffic. The great thing about this venue is, whilst it's 95 miles from Alicante Airport, which is the one we chose to fly from, 75 miles of that is just one road. It's one of the toll roads, which are fantastic. You know, it only cost us, we came in on that same road as well, and I think it was only about 12 or 14 euros for that whole journey, where you just put it into 5th or 6th gear, as this car's concerned, and you know, you're there in no time. So that's it. Like I said, still plenty of clouds around. We've missed the rain. Back to England, we've heard there's plenty of snow and bad weather back there, but hopefully our flight's going to be on time, and hopefully EasyJet are going to keep us attached to our luggage this time. So yeah, it's been a fantastic trip. Strongly recommend it for anyone who's interested, and if not, just comment below, and if I can help out in any way with any information about this sort of event, please comment below and I'll do my best to help you out. So definitely, certainly would love to be back here again next year. Well, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, we're at Manchester Airport. We're on our way to Alicante in Spain, where we're going to go and compete in the 14th edition of the Iberian Masters.
Gentlemen, welcome to Alicante, with the local time is 10:05. We're pleased to inform you we have arrived 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
A bumpy landing, but we landed 20 minutes early, so that's good. We're here, just waiting in the carousel now. So those that watched this event last year will probably know that I was stood here last year and my kit never arrived. It was on another plane, so fingers crossed that I'm not going to that lost property office again. So we're down on carousel 13, so hopefully all kit bags are going to be there waiting for us. Well, that's great, all the kit's here now, so I'm just going to go down Europe car and go and get the car. I think it's downstairs, and hopefully as soon as that's done we can get on our way. It's about 90 kilometres I think it is to Fortaleny, so it'll be nice to just get on our way. Well, they didn't have the car that we wanted, but we've had an upgrade, so it's a better vehicle. So I'm just going to get in that. It's got built-in sat-nav and all them nice little extras, so hopefully we'll be on the road pretty sharpish. Well, there we go, we found it. Lovely motor. As you can imagine, it's what we need for the kit that we've got. That should do us nicely. And just from experience, we can use the casting mat, the reverse side, just to keep the car clean. for those that watched the video last year, it's exactly the same room, except the difference is all my kit is here. It's 2:15, so what we're going to do is, I'm not going to unpack all this just now. What we're going to do is, we're going to go and grab something to eat, have a quick run down to the venue, quickly show you the venue. The tattle shop opens at 5 o'clock, it's closed 2 until 5. So by the time we've had a look at the venue and something to eat, the tattle shop will be open. We're going to have a drive down there, and I can get some bait for tomorrow, and any last bits and bobs that I feel I need. And then we'll head back here. I'll get all the kit out, set on the box up and all the rods and that sort of thing ready, and then I think we're eating at about 8 o'clock tonight, when hopefully that's when the rest of the English lads and all the lads from the other countries will be here, because they all stay in this same hotel. We've just stopped off, we couldn't resist, we've got to go past the supermarket on the way to the venue. Parked in the shade, it's lovely, it's red hot, get that, beautiful quiche, lovely. Just got some supplies. Just a quick word about this competition. It is a 3-day competition. We're just going to go to the venue now. I think we're going to go where the two bridges are, which is about section, I think it's between sections B and C. So I'll just quickly show you the venue. I can go that way to the tattle shop. The plan is going to be practice Wednesday, practice Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday and Sunday are the competition days. So when I get back tonight, I can get my kit ready, and then hopefully I'm going to have 2 days on the venue, just to try a few things out, which obviously I wasn't able to have that luxury last year. I was just straight into the competition. So we're just going to eat this, and then it's I'm not quite sure how far it is. It'll be about another 10 or 15 minute drive from here, and then I'll go and show you the venue. Beautiful. Just while we're passing, this is the town of Calera, which is where we're staying, where the hotel is, and the hotel where we're staying is the hotel where all the competitors stay. That's where the river is, going through the town. We cross this every morning to and from the venue. It's beautiful in the sunshine. The other lads are still on the way here. They're flying from Gatwick Airport, Stansted, I believe, somewhere from one of the southern airports. So hopefully by the time we get back this evening, some of them will be at the hotel, and then we'll all be able to eat together tonight. Dad's enjoying his. The verdict on the quiche is very flaky pastry, but it's got cheese on it as well, and it's a little bit like almost like a goat's cheese. Very different taste, but very nice. Finishing off with a donut. Show you this is the match fishing stretch, which basically means float fishing. There are two sides to this competition. One is feeder fishing and one is match fishing. The feeder one is obviously feeder, the float one is, it can be waggler as well, but it's mainly pole as well. This is the stretch for the match fishing event. A lot more features down the other bank on this stretch. That wind's coming across into our face on this bank, but these are the pegs that are going to be in the match. Beautiful looking river. Bit of debris on the top as well, I don't know if that's going to affect us. But there is a weir between here and the stretch that we're fishing, so in its own kind of way, each stretch could be classed as a pound. You know, it's almost separate from each other. But I'll run up there and show you the venue now. Driving upstream now to the feeder stretch. That is the weir that I was talking to you about. Pretty wild. Never hear anybody about fishing this bit here, so no idea what it's like, but it certainly looks a bit untamed. We're actually going upstream now. We're going to go above the weir, and that is where the feeder fishing stretch is. I think the first zone that we come to will be D zone, and then we'll go up the length C, B, and go that way. This is just really on our way to the tattle shop. I can show you the venue on the way up.
I'm so lost.
just going up through D section now. I think this lad's got one. This is the section I drew on the last day last year. I was the second to end peg up at that end and it fished really hard. But that looked like a little Carasio. As you can see, the water, it looks clear when that sun's on it, but you can see these boulders in the edge. They're the ones I was talking about when I said I was going to be fishing a thicker line short. They're the ones you've got to be careful of if you're going to fish a short line. Nice green colour to the water as well. And that is where all the oranges are. All the way up here, oranges. Well, this was the two bridges that I was telling you about. This is what I drew on day 2. The end peg dominated. But there were some fish caught. There we go. That wind's in a slightly different direction. Not as many anglers fishing as what I thought, but there are a few fishing, but we've only seen one fish caught so far. Some of these pegs are quite high up off the water as well. That's why I brought the longer feeder on this year. The zones aren't marked out yet, but I'm sure when we get down here, I don't know about tomorrow, but Thursday, Friday, the zones will all be taped off and marked out. But we do know what the permanent pegs are, so we know where we can practice, because obviously we don't want to practice off the match length. But yeah, just to give you an idea of scale, I know you can't always tell on this camera, that width is about 40 metres. It might be a little bit less, just to give you an idea of how wide it is. Lots of snags over there, as you can see. Lots of overhanging reeds, bushes, there's all sorts there. And obviously underneath the water are loads and loads of rocks as well. Because we're high up on this wall now, the water is pretty clear. You can see what I mean about these boulders down the inside. I mean, you'd fancy fish obviously just being off that front edge of that, because obviously it's deep and they are features. But you can imagine, you know, you've got quite a bit of depth there as well. If you were playing fish there over them rocks, and that's why we need to fish with thicker main lines. And a lot of the boulders like that you can't see, you don't really know they're down there, so that's definitely going to be something to think about when you're trying to, you know, select your lines on match day. Well, it's second and final day of training. We've not really had a chance to do much filming and stuff, because obviously we've been trying to get our kit ready, and obviously trying to sort out some tactics as well. We're up in, well, it's the edge of B section now. As you can see, the sun's out. It's just turned 10 o'clock in the morning. This is the last and official training day. Yesterday we were down in D section, sat with Phil, next to Phil Ringer, Steve Wielden and the lads down there. I think they were Mark Eves. There was about 5 of us in a row, or 6 of us in a row I think. Today we're up here with Will Freeman, Rob Wotton, and the other lads that you'll get to see. And yeah, like I say, it's last final training day, so we're just going to try and fine tune 1 or 2 things, and then the next 3 days are going to be official days of competition. Good morning, it is morning of day 1. We've just had a lovely breakfast. It's about 10 miles to the venue from here at the hotel. It's a lovely sunny day. We've got about an hour before the draw, so we're going to get up there early, just sort some bait out, and hopefully get off to a great start.
I once felt I'm done with the defense.
There are two sides to this competition. There's a match fishing side, which is float fishing. That takes place on this stretch. Beautiful looking stretch. No wind on it as yet. So that's the float only side of the competition. They are drawing now. So they've been drawing since 8 o'clock. We're due to draw at 9 o'clock. We're allowed to be on as peg for 10 o'clock. And then we're actually going to fish 12 till 5 after the 10 minutes pre-baiting. So I'm just going to head up there now, just pick my bait up. I'll show you that down on the bank. And just go and get in the draw queue and hopefully get off to a good start.
Nothing could stop us. Sunsets, remember the colors. They were wrong, it was way more than a dream.
La de mayor participación.
E7. Well done. It's not a long drive. Well, that's at E7, which is the section that is closest to the draw. Going back up the river, E is the first one that we come to, and you know, A is obviously the furthest away, so we've got the shortest drive, but I'm going to head up there now and try and get parked up. Right, first look at the peg. Thankfully this spot here, there's plenty of room to pull over here, so Dad can go in the car if he needs to. But there we go, this is E section. Just goes around a bend there, that goes back up to, you probably just see the bridge in the distance going up to B section C section around the bridge. But this is E, the last section in the match. E7, there we go. This looks like the widest point of this section, because it just comes, well, as you can see, right in a bend here, so don't know if that'll make any difference, but I don't know what that range is, 40 metres maybe, but we'll soon find out. Got some steps at the next peg, so that's good, I can get down. Not allowed on the bank until 10 o'clock, so I'm just going to get my kit out, get sorted, and sort some bait out. Well, some of the other anglers have turned up now. We're just getting an idea of who we'd draw next to and who's in whose section. Down there, second from the end, is Will Freeman, who's a fantastic angler on here. Brilliant. He was second last year, Will, so he'll be very hard to beat, especially second off the end. Coming back, Graham is two to my right as well, who's travelled over with us. I'm obviously on E7. Next peg there, that Virtle, the angler's not there because he's gone for a walk down there, is Tom Pickering. And the next angler to him is Marcus Billen. So some great anglers in this zone, but as you can probably tell, it looks like this is the widest point of this zone. And the Hungarian guy on my right has just shown me some fish that he caught on this peg yesterday. So there were some carp here yesterday, some nice sized fish as well. But yeah, I'll talk you through the approach and stuff after 10 o'clock when I get down to the peg. Half an hour to the off. Tommy's set up, he's just gone for a walk down there just to see Will Freeman. We don't think he's on the end peg, we think he might be second from end peg, we're not sure, but Tommy's just gone for a walk down. Like I said, there's another half hour yet before the start. He's set up. I'm just going to sort some feeders out. My bait is just about sorted. It's really going to be sticky mag, mainly across. I've got a couple of lines clipped up over there, it's wider here. I've come away from that far bank and I've still got 46 metres clipped up, so it's probably 50 metres wide here, which is quite a lot wider than where we have been practicing. But rods are just the usual setup, the XD 4 metres. I'll quickly show you them. I'll not show you these every day because they're obviously the only rods I brought with me on the plane, so I'm going to be using these rods all the time. 4 metre 100 gram XD class. I've got 3 of those set up. I've got one to fish short at about 10 to 12 metres. I haven't clipped that one up yet. I've got another one just past halfway, and then I've got the other one which is about 4 or 5 metres off that other bank. That obviously gives me the option to go past that if I want to go further across, but there are rocks, you can't see them obviously because they're all under the water, they're all submerged, but they are, you know, there are some there. I was picking some up as I was casting across with a bomb, but there are some overhangs, but there is a nice gap there that I can aim for, so that's where I'm going to start, across there. And I've, like I said, I've got a line just past halfway as well. I can see almost everybody in the section here, so if anyone is catching on that line, I'll obviously be able to see that. Usual setup, it's day one, so I'll show you the setup, but it's going to be the same setup every day, so I won't go through this for the following 2 days. Obviously I've got the sticks in, 3 metre sticks, which come with that case, as you all know. I've got 3 rods set up. I've got 2, I think. I've got 2 with the new Horizon reels on that I know a lot of you have seen. These are loaded with 8-pound Carp Master. I've got a feeding rod set up. I'm going to feed a short line. I'm not sure whether to feed it at the start, I will be honest with you. I've got to make my mind up whether I'm going to feed that from the start or whether I'm going to feed it from about halfway through the match. At the moment, I'm probably going to feed it halfway through the match, but it'll be interesting to see what the other lads do around me. Marcus Billen knows the venue well. Tommy's been here a number of years now and always does well, so it'll be interesting to see if they feed at the start. So if that is the case and I suddenly want to change my mind, my rod is here ready to go and I can fill that line in because I'm going to feed it heavy. I can do that at any stage, I'm ready to go. So that's it. That rod, I know you'll ask about it, is the 10-foot Fox Warrior feeding rod. As you can see, it's just a feeding rod, simple as that. Loads of people ask me about these feeding rods. They don't have to be expensive. That one, brand new, was about £55–60 to buy. That's a 10-foot version, and I can feed with that, or I have fed with that, with a big cage feeder up to 40 metres. If you want to go past that, you might need the 11-foot, but loads of people ask me about feeding rods. I've seen lads, even at the highest level, have rods that are 15 quid, just cheap rods. As long as it's got a decent pound test curve on it to cast the big feeders, it doesn't have to be an expensive issue. But I haven't made my mind up when I'm going to feed that line yet. That is going to be short, slightly to the right. And that's it. There's no wind on it today at the moment, bit of a slight breeze, but the sun's out as always. Bait brolly, obviously conditions like this you've got to keep everything in the shade. I've got some sticky mag there, some dead maggot as well, I've got some corn, and I've got some hemp, and I've got a little bit of ground bait just for capping the feeder off when I bosh that short line. Plus I can try ground bait further across if I'm struggling or if I see anyone else doing the same. 4 metre river net. You can see why it's got to be a 4 metre net on a venue like this. He's so high up off the water, and to go with it, the Horizon X class. That's the 5.5 metre landing net handle. I haven't actually got it set up at 5.5 metres. You know, it does come with 2 threads on there. So there is another section that goes on the end of that if I want to extend it to 5.5 metres, and that section's got another thread on it. If you're catching skimmers, bream, fish that are smaller, but you know they are carp on here, so I'll put the thicker one on just because obviously if I do catch any big carp, it's going to allow me to haul them, and it's going to be strong enough to haul them up that steep bank. Casting mats in place on this section. You can probably tell a 4 metre rod's going to get you up and over that wall, which is great. You know, some sections you're not, your rod's about here, which causes problems, but it's going to allow me to get up and over. So I've got the casting mat there. You might see Dad park there as well, but there's a casting mat, and that means when my rig goes onto the dirt there and onto the road, it's obviously not going to get caught up on anything, it doesn't damage the rig, and I can just launch it out onto that 45 metre line. That is it. I've done enough talking for you. Don't know how much action there's going to be for you to watch, but I will be filming at some stage, and they're my starting points. I'll just take it from there and hopefully get off to a good start. The other added nice touch about this competition is that the organisers, as part of the competition, they bring you a packed lunch down before the start of each match, so you don't have to worry about that. There's all sorts in there: donuts, bananas, sandwiches. Really look after you. And you've even got the choice of a Coke, or you can have some water, or even a beer.
I'm done with the defense. Drove back and climbed over your fence. Had to show you that I was a mess. So you were shrugging your shoulders. I'm closed off, that's what I told ya. Soon enough, everything started to change. 'Cause there's no going back, no going back. There's no going back to your old life. Not living in the past, we're over that. I'm feeling it tonight, riding on the dizzying heights. Riding on the dizzying heights.
Well, we're just coming up to the end of the first hour. Marcus Billing, who's on the left of Tommy, that's two to my left. He was the first to catch. He's had a carp, and then Tommy went and got one, and then I went and got one. I've just got one. It's probably 2 kilo, might be a little bit less, to be honest. It's not a really big fish, but very, very welcome. Only took 6 minutes for that fish to come as well on that cast. But as I'm talking to you, Tommy has just hooked another one. That is a very big fish. We're just coming up to the second hour now, the end of the second hour. I've hooked a fish and lost it. Only got 2 turns on it and pulled out, which I'm a bit gutted about. Tommy's not lost any fish though, and he's just about to net his 5th. Another good fish. Marcus on the other side of him's just had one as well, so I think he's got 3. Both casting on the same line. Looks like sticky mag. I'm just about to feed my short line now. I decided I'm going to feed it after 2 hours, so then it's got 3 hours obviously of the match remaining. I obviously won't go on it straight away, but I just don't really know why I'm not getting any bites on that long line. I've scaled down now. I've got 14 on, but I've scaled down to a thinner line as well, just to see if that, a lighter hook, just to see if that's what's making a difference. But I haven't had a bite on it or anything, so I can't say it has made a difference. So I think I'm going to switch back to what I was on, because anything I hook I need to land, so I'm going to make sure I've got a decent hook and decent line on. So I'm just going to feed that short line and then just stick across there on that same line. It'd be daft for me to try anywhere else because Tommy's caught over there and he's only 2 pegs away, so I'm going to get that short line fed.
On the dizzying heights. I'm standing on the dizzying heights.
There's 2 hours to go. Tommy slowed down a little bit, but having said that, he's still obviously got 6 fish anyway. Marcus on his left has just had 2 in 2 casts, so you might have caught him up now, actually on fish numbers. I don't know about weight, because a lot of them, they're all different sizes. I've just had 2 in 2 chucks. I know that sounds quick, but both bites were on 14 minutes. But obviously very, very welcome. So I've got 3 in the net now. One of them's about 3.5 kilo or 8 poundish, I think it is. So I've got 3 fish. I've lost those 2, and that's why I wanted to make sure I landed the big one, just to kind of get some confidence back and just make sure I've got something in the net. So I've got 3 fish, 2 hours to go. I'm still on that long line, 45 metres, not far off that far bank. I've not been on that short line. Like I said, I topped it up after 2 hours, sorry, filled it in after 2 hours, and I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to top it up or anything until I actually drop on it to try it. And with 2 hours to go, I might be on that. I might try it in about 30 minutes. I'll see how this cast goes and the next cast, and that'll take me obviously 30 minutes because I'm on 50-minute casts, and then I'll make a decision then. If I haven't caught in the next 2 casts on this, I might have a look on it, but obviously if Tommy or anyone else continues to catch on that long line, then I might stop out there and drop on that short line with 1 hour to go. So next 30 minutes, 2 casts on this, and then I'll make a decision. You got 6? Well, there's about 6 minutes to go. I haven't had any other bites. Still only got 4 fish. And Tommy's just had one. He hasn't had a fish for ages. I mean, like about an hour. He's not had a fish. And all of a sudden his tip's gone round and he's got one. He's just landed it. He's just cast back out. And he couldn't even put his rod on rest. He didn't even get a chance to put his rod on his rest, and the tip's gone straight round and another one's took it. So he's just playing that one fish. So he's easily beat all this part of the sector. Like I say, I mean, this whole area, I haven't even seen what's happened up to my right. I've seen the odd fish caught down to the left. But my guesses are Tommy with his net of fish is going to be incredibly hard to beat, even if the end pegs have fished pretty well. Tommy has got a cracking weight. As I'm talking to you, another net's going out, about 5 pegs down. I've got a feeling they will have caught a few fish down there. Well done, Tom. I've no idea what's been caught anywhere else in the section, but Tommy's weight is going to be incredibly hard to beat, so I'm hoping and praying for one last fish on this last chuck. Well, one of the buttons didn't work when I pressed it going into the last few minutes of that. I'm a bit gutted you didn't get it on film to see it, but I've just netted a fish probably between 8 and 10 pound with 3 seconds over the actual time. Absolutely gutted. I hooked it with 2 minutes to go from that far bank, and I've just had to crank it best I could. Tommy at the next peg was counting down for me, just saying whine, 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 but the fish was that big, there was only so much winding I could do. Took a chance on it, really bullied it, and I've scooped it, got it in the net just as the final hoot has gone. But under these rules and international rules is the net that the fish is in has got to be clear of the water. But because the fish was so big, my net was fully extended, and you can't lift a fish like that out with 4.5 metres of landing net pole out. So I've had to put the fish back. Still in a bit of shock, to be fair, but I think that's really going to cost me some points, some mega points, because it was a big fish. I think Tommy's ended up with 8. We've just heard Will Freeman on the end's got 5 and 2 Carasio. So I've ended up with 4. One of them is a good fish, but obviously I've lost 2 and just had to put a near double back. A bit gutted, to be honest. Well, as it turned out, that fish has not actually cost me any points. The one right at the end, or the fish that I've lost. Tommy's gone on to win the section. He's done fantastic. He's had 17 kilos, but thankfully I've weighed 9 kilos 800, and that's got me second in the section. Absolutely over the moon with that. The top 3 is always brilliant in this company, so I definitely would have taken that at the start. The lost fish wouldn't have overtaken Tommy. He wouldn't have been big enough to get me another point. Will Freeman on the end, he's had 2 more fish than me, but they weren't quite as big, or one of them wasn't quite as big anyway. So he's ended up 4th, and I think Marcus Billings ended up 3rd. So 2 points. I'm actually over the moon with it, especially from the middle part of the section as well, because hopefully I like to think that there are going to be there's going to be a visit to an end peg or a better peg than what I've been on today, which will give me a good chance of scoring low points as well. I'm just back at the room now. I've got about 25 minutes until we go down for something to eat. Just putting a fresh line on one of the reels, just ready for tomorrow, and that's it really. So we're just gonna have a quick shower. Well, I'm gonna put this on, have a nice quick shower, then we're gonna go downstairs and have something to eat. And there's a payout tonight as well, so we have a payout for, I don't know if it's first and second in section or just first, I'm not sure, but either way it's the 2 points that matter. So we're going to go downstairs, have a couple of hours just relaxing, have something to eat with all the lads, find out how all the other lads have gone on, find out how the other sections have fished in case I'm going to any of them tomorrow, so I can get an idea about how they're fishing, and get to bed early and have a good night's sleep. Going to be up again at 6 o'clock in the morning, breakfast is at 7, and the draw time is 9 o'clock again, so looking forward to some food and some sleep. So I'll see you all in the morning for day 2. Well, this is the morning of day 2. Like I've mentioned before, all the competitors stay here in this lovely hotel, Hotel Calera. All the competitors are staying here, so that's great. You get to see them every evening, and that's great obviously because you can find out how other sectors have fished, and all that kind of thing. And obviously it's nice to see a lot of faces from all over the world really. The also great thing about staying here is, on the boards behind me, these results were actually up last night by about 8 o'clock. So by the time we'd got back here, we got showered and changed to go down for food. We could obviously come and have a look here and find out you know, the results for the day. So these are up from yesterday, obviously day 1, and there is a list of individuals all in order, and on each sheet it gives you obviously the day, the weight, the peg, and then that's the same for day 2, same for day 3, and the total points and total weight. So these are the leaders. 26 kilo was the winning weight on day 1, obviously on 1 point because he won the section, and they're all the leaders from day 1. Yours truly, I'm in 10th, 2 points. It's just was the lowest weight of all the other people on 2 points on 9 kilo 800. That carp that I had to put back with a few seconds to go cost me a few positions, but you know, it was the 2 points that was most important. And then you've got individual sector descriptions and details there as well, if you want to check out, you know, what pegs produced in each sector as well. And that's up on here every single night. There's also details there of all the payouts and everything as well. So that's another major advantage of stopping here, because every evening by about 8 o'clock you've got the full results to have a look at. So that's it, it's day 2. We're going to go jump in the car now. We're drawing in about an hour's time, so we're going to have a nice steady drive up there, sort some bait out, and I'll see you at the draw. Well, yesterday's draw, they actually called you out in the order that you booked onto the competition, so you know there's quite kind of a rotation of drawing. I'm not quite sure how they're going to do it today, but one of the key details for today is what they will do is the original, the main draw bag won't have any end peg numbers in it to start with. then what they will do, they will call out the names of the anglers that were on end pegs yesterday to go and draw first. That basically means that the guys that were on end pegs yesterday cannot be on another end peg again today. So what will happen is all those anglers will draw from the bag, draw their peg numbers. Once they've all drawn, the remaining end peg numbers will go into the bag for everyone else to draw from. It's just their way of keeping it nice and fair, so you can't keep drawing end pegs. The draw every morning is where you can collect your fresh bait. We order the bait in advance, could be several days or the night before, which is what I did. And then these guys are here every morning to serve us with fresh bait. Absolute fantastic service. Good morning, good morning. The quality of bait has been sound, to be honest. I mean, some of the maggots aren't really as big as what we get back in England. I know a lot of people will want to know. They're all in steel bags. So today I've got sold in litres. So that's 1 litre of obviously white maggots. There's plenty of stuff in there as well, stop them sweating up. They've got tiny perforations in the bag, I don't know if you can see. Now I've been carrying extra with me every day just in case I needed them, so I've had one to roll over to the next day. So I've got one there, and I've managed, which aren't very easy to get hold of, some reds today as well, which I think is nice on the hook as well. So what I've done is I've just got a little bit extra with me in case I draw on a pile of fish and I need extra bait. If not, because it's fresh, I keep it cool overnight so that I can carry that over to tomorrow. Just means you're not wasting bait, but it also means that you've got plenty with you if you do need more on the day, and there aren't any strict bait limits like there are in lots of competitions. So fantastic that. And you can, I mean, I ordered that bait at it was about 10 o'clock last night from the organisers who stay in the same hotel. So they're really flexible with things like that, and obviously they're here fresh for me this morning at the draw. The unwritten rule is if you blank or don't weigh in, you get to wear the white electrician's tape. Unfortunately, Steve copped for that yesterday in his new headband, his new look. Well, it's just about 10 minutes before the start. There were quite a few, well, not a few blanks, there was about 4 or 5 blanks yesterday, but there were some areas that were really, really tough. We're here now with Mark and Graham. Graham was in my section, he was just down to my right, you probably saw him. I didn't know if he'd caught. You ended up with one, didn't you?
Well, I had one out within about half an hour. Then I ended up hitting 3 fish on the 3/4 line, and I got them right inside, into near the rocks on the inside. Just pulled out. You couldn't. Don't know why the reason why they pulled out, but there seems to be a lot of people losing fish.
But the key detail is that he won't say, I know he won't, is that he had blanks either side of him. 2 dry nets either side of him. So, Mark, rough day.
I drew D2. I was quite hopeful because it was 3 pegs away from where I practiced on Wednesday and caught some fish. But I had 3 pulls all day. Lost one after 3 minutes, which really sort of blew my mind, especially when the bloke on D1 had 2 fish by then. But I did manage 2 more pulls and weighed 2 fish in for 5 kilos, which wasn't quite a disaster, but at least the weather's nice. Yeah,
that's it. They predicted the weather's going to be the same as yesterday today, but tomorrow we've been told we're going to get wet, aren't we?
Yeah.
Several predictions for how it will fish tomorrow, but we've got to get through today first.
Very few of us have brought a brolly. No.
Yeah, it's not the kind of venue where that's the first thing you pipe, but hopefully we're going to get some flyers drawn now. Well, I've drawn the same sector as yesterday, E4, so I'm 3 pegs to the left of where I was yesterday. To be fair, that is going to be the next peg from where Marcus was, who was 3rd in the section. So I've got to feel as though, there are some fish just there. I don't know if I'm just off him or whether they moved, I don't know, but I'm confident of 1 or 2 pulls anyway. The biggest cheer was Will Freeman. He was on the end peg yesterday, so obviously he couldn't draw another end peg today. He's got him drawn A2, so it's the next peg in from the end in A section, and it's also the peg that won the match yesterday with 26 kilos. So Will hopefully catch a few fish today. Will's on 4 points. I'm going to get up there now, get parked up, get the van behind the pegs, hopefully where Dad can see the pegs, and just have a nice steady setup. First look at the peg. Plenty of oranges. These are So many fresh oranges up here. Not meant to eat them, but I have seen one or two lads having them. E4, here we go. Same section as yesterday, bit of a breeze coming left to right. There we go. No big boulders down this inside, first viewing. There's one or two there, but don't know what else is down there, but hopefully nothing too scary. And no overhang or anything. It's not clear bank either, it's just kind of bushes. Either one come out. To the left and right they come out a little bit from the bank, but in the middle it does go in as well, so there's a bit of a recess which looks quite inviting, to be honest. So that will allow me to go right in if I need to be. Looks a tiny little bit narrower than yesterday. Yesterday I was just there right in that bend. It was a 45 metre chuck to that far bank line that I was happy with. It might be about the same today, if not a metre or two shorter. But I say I've got loads of time, it's 9:15. We don't kick off till 12, so that's loads of time. So I'm going to take my time, get ready, make sure my sticky mag and all that sort of stuff sorted. I've got a rod to set up because I've changed the reel from yesterday, the fresh line that I put on last night. But yeah, it's nice to have loads of time to set up, and obviously I've got the car parked nice and safe as well, and Dad can see me from where he's sat, so I'm going to get my kit down the bank. Well, we've only just started. I've just pre-fed that short line. Today's superstar, obviously yesterday was Tom Pickering. Today's superstar at the next peg, if you forgive the few drops of rain on the camera, that's probably showing you what the weather's like, is none other than Phil Ringer and his hook to fish first cast. He's on the peg that Marcus was on yesterday, and interestingly Marcus has drawn to the right of where he was yesterday. So I think Marcus is on the peg that Tommy was on yesterday. But like I said, Phil's starting on a different line from me, and he's into a fish first cast. Well done, mate. Great start. Well, I've just had my first fish, us four here now, from Phil, me and the two lads to my left have both got one fish apiece. But Phil has just had a small Carasio as well, and I think he's just missed a bite. So it's a steady start, but it's nice to get a fish in the net nice and early. I noticed the other three lads had caught before me were further away from that far bank. I started off, clipped off at 45 metres, and that's probably only about 1.5 metres, 2 metres off that other bank, and I was the only one who hadn't caught. So I've just taken 5 wraps off my reel, come 5 wraps closer, so I'm further down that slope, and I've just had my first fish, so maybe that's the depth they want to be in at the moment. So I'll just stick at that depth and see if I can, get any more bites. Well, we're only about 30 minutes in and Phil's running away with it just here in this section. Everyone down, well, these next two anglers to my left, they've both got one apiece. I've got one. Phil has just netted his 4th fish. His first one was a carp. That one is a good carp. and his second and third were smaller fish. They were Carasio. That's 4 bites he's had in, 5 or 6 chucks, so he's by far doing the best here. Marcus on his right has also got 1 fish as well, but at the moment it's all about Phil. I've come 5 wraps closer from my original line. I've not had another bite on that line, and Phil is further away from that other bank than me, so I think I'm going to have to take 5 more wraps off again and just come a little bit further away again, just to see if it's going to nick a fish on more on that line that Phil's on. I've got a feeling I might be on the wrong line at the moment. It. Start to expect it. We're bang halfway now. 2.5 hours gone. Dad's just been kidnapped by the organisers to go and have some paella and a beer, just like they've done every day, which is nice. I've just had my 4th fish, so obviously I've got 4 carp now, but one of them is a good, a good stamp carp. It could be, I don't know if it's 3 kilo, but it's a good fish. Lad on my left has got 1. Next one down, I think he's got 3. He's just had his 3rd. And then the lad on the end peg, who you probably can't just make out, he's been catching quite a few. I don't know how many he's got. He might have 6, might have more, I don't know, but it is the end peg, and he's casting right across, and he's casting really tidy as well, right under the other bank. Phil on my right has just had way more bites than anybody else. He's probably got about 8 fish now, I think. Marcus on the right of him is, I don't know how many Marcus has got, possibly 2, maybe 3, and that's it. Phil's just had way more bites than anybody else, but it has slowed down for him now, but he still keeps getting the odd fish, which is keeping him in front. I've just stuck on that same line. I'm still right across. I've not tried my short line yet. I'm just sitting and waiting across there. 15-minute bites. When you get a bite, they're just on. The tip just bends round, the fish are on. And like I say, I've been on 15-minute casts. My last fish came on 11 minutes. So I can't see, there's definitely more fish being caught in this section so far from yesterday. Sounds like the other sections are fishing hard. Jose on the end of this section, right up to the right where Will Freeman was yesterday, we've seen him net a couple of fish, but we don't know how many he's got. We've not heard any news coming down the bank, so I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Like I say, Phil's caught more than anyone else round here, so, and I'm on the same line as him, and if I could just keep nicking the odd fish, then hopefully it'll just keep ticking over. Well, that was a nice little gamble. I just had one 10-minute cast with 2 hours to go on that short line. Just as it came up to 10 minutes, I hooked one. So I've just had my 5th carp. It was a good stamp fish as well, which can be the case here when you catch them close in. Sometimes the fish that you catch close in are your biggest fish. So I'm on 5 now. To be fair, I haven't got a clue where I am in section now. I've just completely lost track. I've not been watching people, so him on the end peg seems to have slowed down to my left. He's not catching as many. Phil's still about at least 3 fish in front of me, might be 4 fish, but 1 or 2 of his are smaller. Carasio. Other than that, there's just odd fish caught here, there, and everywhere. But you know, we're not really watching them now. So what I've done is I've just took and caught that fish on that short line. I didn't have another cast on it. I put that rod down because it caused that much disturbance. It went all over through the peg and everywhere, and I think if there were any other fish there, I'm sure it would have spooked them. So all I've done is I've put that rod straight down. I've picked the long rod up for the far line, and I'm just going to have one 15-minute cast on that long line, just to give this inside line 15 more minutes, just to kind of settle down a little bit. There's loads of hemp and corn gone in on that line, so I don't feel as though I need to top it up or anything. So hopefully I'll either catch one on this long line, which will be a great bonus, or I'll give it to 15 minutes. If I don't catch on this, I'll just reel in and have another drop on that short line, and hopefully there'll be 1 or 2 more on that line for me to catch in these later stages. There's about an hour and a half to go. Well, there's 30 minutes to go, and that last hour has just been completely just dead. Not had a bite in over an hour now. It's slowed down for everyone down here except the guy on the end peg. He's carried on catching a few fish. Phil on my right has just had his first fish for over an hour, so he's going to get great points today. We've heard the struggling at the far end of that section, right the way up to my right. There's 1 or 2 people blanking as well. Francis McGoldrick's up there. He's got a couple of fish, but there are some blanks we've heard. And then the only thing we've heard is that he says someone on the end peg up there, and we think that's Jose, is catching fish. An hour and 3/4 ago I thought I needed 2 more fish to get good points, but there's less than half an hour to go now, and I'll be looking to get 1 more, but obviously that would be very welcome. I've just dropped short now. I've had 3 casts long across that other bank and not had a single indication, so I've just gone short now. After this cast I'll have time for 1 more cast, and I'm not sure where I'm going to spend it, whether I'm going to spend it on this line or the long line, but I'll fish this out for another 3 or 4 minutes and then make my decision if I get any indications on this, or whether I'm going to spend the last cast short or long. $15,200. Can't believe it, the guy on the end's only had 12 kilo. Phil reckons it's going to be close between me and him, but let's have a look.
Yeah, I think that was 15.
Whoa.
No.
13,798.
Well, mate. Wow, didn't expect that at all. Well, good morning. It's the morning of day 3. It's still dark out there. The clocks have gone forward overnight, so we've all had an hour's less sleep. I can't believe my weight yesterday beat Phil at the next peg. I was pretty sure that he beat me. He'd certainly got more fish than me. I don't know how many more fish, probably 2 or 3 fish more than I have. But he's had, I think 3 of them were Carasio. I had those 2 good sized fish on that short line, which, you know, that short line, it's one of those lines where if you do get one on it, it can quite easily be the biggest fish of your day, and that's really what happened yesterday. Ironically, I fished that line, so did Tom Pickering and Marcus Billen, all in a row the previous day, only just to my right, 3 pegs to my right, and I think all 3 of us never even had an indication. I've obviously had 2 fish on it on day 2, and you know, I had a little sun perch as well. But anyway, amazingly, the end peg, the peg 1 right down to my left, I saw that angler catch what I thought was loads of fish. As it turned out, it weighed 12 kilos. What I didn't know is that I was obviously seeing him pick up and play fish. What I didn't know, because I wasn't sat watching him, was that I think he lost about 6 of those fish. So he ended up on 12 kilo. So what's happened is I've been the top weight right up to the top end, the high numbers, but then the last 2 pegs have beat me. I think there's been a 16 kilo and a 17 kilo. I think they were the weights. But anyway, I came away with 3 points. I always said I wanted a top 5 just to kind of stay in the race. So 3 is great. I just can't believe my fish have beat Phil's really, but that obviously shows that, you know, that inside line is worth putting in wherever you draw. I think that's obviously what I need to bear in mind for today. So the weather forecast today is horrendous, and it looks like it's the forecast has come to fruition. It's very windy. I think they've said, I keep looking that way because the window's there. It's the forecast 30-mile-an-hour winds and rain all day. It's currently raining now, and I honestly think it's going to put 1 or 2 anglers down a little bit. Certainly fishing that far bank, it could be very difficult today. And I'm also expecting 1 or 2 anglers not turning up. You know, the anglers that aren't in the race, if the weather's going to be rubbish on the last day, I think there might be 1 or 2 that don't even bother going to the peg. Maybe not even turn up for the draw. I don't know. So there could be some gaps today. We've just had breakfast. I'm just going to head down now. I'm now in 6th position. It's very, very tight. I'm just 2 points off the lead. So I'm just going to get the rest of my bait together. The hook lens that I tied up last night, head down to the car and get to the draw nice and early so we can get parked up. And if the weather's bad, I might have all my waterproofs on as well. So I'll see you down at the draw queue.
Here tonight, riding on the dizzying heights.
Well, there's one thing in Spain, they're very, very good at getting the weather forecast right. Just coming up to the draw now, as you can see, the predicted weather is here. This is the match fishing length. There were 14 blanks on here yesterday. There were 6 in our feeder competition. Well, 5 or 6, sorry, I'm not sure which one it was, but there were definitely 14 blanks down here. As you can imagine, this weather's obviously dampened a few of the anglers' enthusiasm and stuff. So just need a peg now that's going to give me a chance of catching a few fish. I haven't been anywhere near an end yet, so an end peg or a second to end peg would probably be an advantage, but that's out of my hands, so hopefully we're going to get a good one.
José Evangelista de 9.
Well, that's the draw done. It could have gone better, but it could be a hell of a lot worse. I'm back in E section again, so this is the 3rd day I've been in E section, but I'm on E2, so I'm 2nd off the end. Definitely chance of a few fish, but obviously I'm seeking, well, a section win. To be fair, a top 3 would be nice for me to get in the frame, but I don't want a frame, I want to win. So I'm on E2. 9 kilo came off it yesterday. He only lost 1 fish, and I think he caught all his fish right across. The peg on his left had 12 kilo, which is the end peg. So a couple of things I'm hoping for. The main one is I'm hoping whoever is on E1 is not going to fish similar to me and cut my fish off, certainly from that far line. But other than that, I'm just going to have to get comfy, make sure I've got my bait under cover, because as you can see, it's looks like it's setting for the day. So just got to make sure I can keep my bait dry and everything, and yeah, I'll see you down on the bank. Right, bit of a rush job. Well, not rushed, but I'm not hung about today. Pretty sure I know what I'm going to do. Obviously I've been in this section for 3 days now, and the other reason why I didn't want to hang about is because of the rain. I don't want to get absolutely wet through. It was over 2 hours. It was over 2 hours when I got to my peg before the match started, so it's plenty of time. So I didn't want to spend 2 hours in the rain, so I'm wet through for the match. So I'm just about set up now. My bait's sorted out, and then obviously I can have half an hour in the car with Dad, who's in there sheltering. I can have something to eat and a drink, just chill out really, and stay nice and dry before the start of the match. I'll talk you through the kit now, because obviously when the match gets going out, you know, my mind will be focused on that. I've obviously just got the casting mat in place. A lot of people don't know what they are. I mean, we don't use them much in England anyway, but this is it's a casting mat, so when I bring the rod back, because of the nature of how high the wall is, and because you're trying to get across there, you've got to lower the rod behind you. It just stops your rig and your hook and stuff getting caught in all this here and damaging your rig. You can use them back home, like on the Trent when the grass is long behind you and things like that, so they are useful back home as well. But that's what that is. A lot of people have asked me about them, but that is the Feeder Freak Catch Fishing Channel casting mat. They are available, £15 now I think they are. Directly underneath this video is a link to the store, to the catch fishing store, so if anybody wants one of those, there are a few left. It is a limited edition, so I want to change the design, but yeah, the link is below the video. Down the steps, the wind is coming bang into our face, so that's going to affect things. You can probably hear the wind on the speaker. Forgive me for wiping the rain off, I don't want it to be too blurred for you, but yeah, the wind is coming right in his face here. This is me, E2. Like I say, I've done myself a bit of a favour drawing here today. Obviously E1 would have been better. The Italian Stallions on E1, who, you know, you'd expect to catch some fish as well. 12 kilo off that peg yesterday, a high 9 kilo I think it was off this one. He only lost one fish, so you can say it's a 10 kilo peg, but obviously I want more than that. I want to win the section. Then I was about 3 pegs along yesterday. I was third in the section, but first and second were right at the far end, the end 2 pegs, which are the end pegs in the whole match. They didn't produce on day 1, but they produced yesterday, and who knows what's going to happen today, so hopefully they're not going to produce. I'll quickly talk you through the setup, because, you know, skip past this if anybody's not interested, but I know a lot of people are interested, so I'll do it now because I haven't really done it for this trip. I've obviously got the hold all, the carry all with the measuring sticks, 3 metres, simple as that. That all packs down into my luggage, so that's great. Bait brolly, very important. It's been important because of the sun anyway, but obviously it's important today because of the rain. Bait weighter I've used on this trip because it's lighter and I can pack it easy, and it goes under the bait tray alright. 4 metre river net. I've got the long feeder rest. That's because we're so high off the water, you need one that's obviously going to allow you to get the rod down, because I like my rod down. Some of the European lads like the rod up in the air, but you know, us here in the UK prefer it down most of the time, and I do, so that's why I've brought that. I've used the Horizon XD rods, 4 metres, 13 foot on every line, even the short line. That's mainly because it helps you get up and over this wall. If I only had an 11 foot rod, I'm obviously not a tall lad anyway, but your rig would be hitting here somewhere, whereas obviously a 13 foot rod allows you to get up and over that wall on most of the sections, certainly on this section anyway. The F25 seat box, obviously, I mean, I love that. I will use that a little bit more at home as well. It is a lovely compact box, but obviously because I've flown over here, I can break that down and it compacts away into my kit bag, so I can bring it away with me on these trips. Atomizer, that's because we're using sticky mag. If anybody wants more information about sticky mag, then just comment below and I can do a quick video about fishing with sticky mag. It's not something I do very often, and I've only probably done it about 5 or 6 times in my whole life, but it's been working here, so I'll be using it again today. These are the rods for the inside. Well, that one is the one that I'm fishing with. I've got one of the original Aquas reels on that one. Fantastic reel. I'm not sure if they're still in production at the moment. Now we're on to the Horizons, which are those ones, which are slightly larger in physical size. And then that's a feeding rod. It's the 10 foot Fox Warrior that I'm using just for feeding that short line. But it's a 3 pound test curve. It's a little bit heavy for casting one of the large feeding feeders, but because it has got a little bit of extra oomph in it, it can do several jobs. You can cast further out with it as well, with bigger feeders, so it just does a multiple of jobs. And for about 60 quid, if you can get a rod like that you can feed anywhere from up to 40 meters, then it's just more economical to get a rod that can do lots of different jobs, isn't it? I mean, let's face it. 4 meter landing net I've got set up. I haven't got it set up at 5.5, just 4 meters with the extra section left off, because we're fishing for carp. So there's by leaving the extra section off, there is a thread on the second section, which is obviously a lot thicker, more durable when we're fishing for carp, and that's the, I'm not sure what size it is, probably 45 centimeters by 55, which is a carp landing net handle, landing net, which obviously we need for these fish here. What else we got? Stink bag. That's obviously what I've used to transport my tattle, my nets and things over here on the plane. It's coming in very handy as a little storage unit, as you can see, keeping everything dry in there, like the sticky mag, and there's all sorts of bits and bobs in there keeping dry, so that's really handy like that. I've got the bait here. In there I've got some ground bait for boshing that short line in. There's my sticky mag, obviously kept really nice and dry, and that is my mix for putting in on the short line. That's what I'm going to put in on that 10 meter line today. Differences in approach from previous 2 days. I'll be nice and brief for you. I'm not going to go quite as far across. I'm going to turn the camera around now so it will get rain on the lens, but I'm not going to go quite as far across today. I started further across than Phil yesterday, and the lad to my left, but Phil caught far quicker than I did, so I'm going to come off that edge a little bit, because I think he seemed to get, well, he did get a much quicker response whilst I still caught. He had 3-4 fish in front of me before I'd even caught, and he was about 3 or 4 meters off that other bank. So that's where I'm going to go today. For your interest, it's 44 meters, that line. So that's the line I'm going to start on. And the other change I've made is the boshing line with that feeder. The boshing line is again going to be at 10 meters, but because I'm near the end, I'm going to bosh it to the left, not to the right. Yesterday I was further down in the middle of the section, and to the right felt right. There was a couple of big boulders in front of me, and I just felt they might have provided a bit of cover. Today, because I'm second from end peg, I'm going to the left, because I honestly feel that obviously any fish might be more confident out there beyond the match length. If fish are going to come in that way from the area that's not pegged, then I feel a lot more confident that they're going to come in and arrive on that bait first, rather than waiting for them to find it over this side. It's a confidence thing. It's a nice clear bottom anyway. It might not make the slightest bit of difference, I don't know, but it's purely confidence. So I just feel more confident. I'm going to put it there in line with that tower that you can see there. So it's 10 meters there, and I'm going to feed that at the start, just like I did yesterday. And I'm not going to go on it for, I'm hoping, 3 hours. I'd like to leave it 3 hours without topping it up, because the fish are quite cagey, and if I can leave them for 3 hours over loads of particle feed like you've seen there, then hopefully there might be 1 or 2 settle on it. So when I do go on it, I can nick 1 or 2 fish in the later stages. But that's it. I'm going to start across. I'm not going to feed it at the start. Yeah, I've got a very clear plan today, but as always, with him being on the end peg, could very well be fishing his own match, but obviously if he is catching, I will be noting where he's catching them and how, and then obviously I can see down the rest of the length here. We can see down the rest of the length here, so if lads are catching on whatever lines, then obviously I should be able to see what's happening, and if I've got to make any changes, I will. So that's it. I'm going to go and have something to eat in the car with Dad, take my jacket off. I'm going to put a couple of tie wraps in the front of that, because the wind is blowing into here. These have got ringlets in them, or eyelets if you want to call them that, so that you can tie wrap them down or stake them. If it's on grass, you can stake them as well, just to stop the wind getting under it. So I'm just going to put 2 tie wraps on that and go and have something to eat in the car with Dad.
Going back to your own life, not living in the past. We're over that. I'm feeling it tonight, riding on the dizzying highs.
Well, we're 20 minutes in, and out of these 4 pegs here, I'm the only one that hasn't caught. The Italian on my left got one first cast, right across, and then the guy on my right, on peg 3, he got one, not a big fish, and then on peg 4, he got one as well. I haven't had a sign yet. We're all casting across. That wind's making it a little bit tricky. It's kind of gusting, into his face, but it keeps switching left, right as well, so confident I'm on the right line. Just got to wait my turn, I think. Well, I'm really annoyed about that. But I played it. I didn't want to rush it, didn't want to bully it, because I want every fish to count. And at the end of the day, I've just pulled out of it, not far out, about 4 or 5 metres out. When I looked and inspected the hook, the maggot had actually gone over the point of the hook and been double hooked, so it wasn't hooked properly. And that's one of the risks that you get fishing with maggot. Yeah, really annoyed, but at least I've had a sign on that long line, and just got to kind of just stay a bit cool about it and just be patient, not chase it. I haven't seen any other fish caught. On my left's got one, on my right's got one, next to him's got one. So the good thing at this stage is that peg one's not running away with anything. You know, he's not catching it yet. But everyone's lost fish this week. I just hate losing them like that. How many times does that happen? Again, I've just pulled out, only under the rod end. Maggot was double hooked again, gone over the point of the hook. I haven't had that happen to me for about 3 years, and now it's just happened twice in 2 chucks. I'm absolutely gutted. Can't afford to be losing any fish, never mind 2. I think the lad next to me has just had one more. Well, I'm not sure if he landed it or not, I'm not sure. He's definitely hooked another one. Can't believe it. Well, I finally landed one, not very big, it's a Carasio, but very, very welcome. Lad on my left only got one, lad on my right, he's definitely got one, he might have 2, I don't know if he landed the second one. And 2 along from me, he's got 2 fish. Just got to stick at what I'm doing, just try and stay cool, and I'm having 15-minute casts across there. It's been working in this section, but I'm not going to touch that short line until 3 hours in, and just try and salvage what I can now. Obviously really gutted to have lost those 2 fish, but it's behind me now. I've got to catch 2 more. Well, there's 1 hour left, and it's just horrendous. It's absolutely, can't quite comprehend how bad it is. Lad on my left, he had 1 carp earlier, then he had another. He's just, in fact, I'm not sure if he's got 3 or 4 now, but he's cast in and tip's gone straight round. Didn't even have a chance to put rod on the rest, it's gone round. So I think he's got 4 now. He's had 2 in 2 chucks. Just out of the blue, he's had nothing for over an hour. Lad on my right, he's going for a walk again by the looks of it. I think he's got 3 now. He keeps going and standing behind his box and messing on the wall and stuff and just leaving it in, and he's picked up twice and there's been one on, so he's got 3. Next lad along's doing well. He's got 4 or 5 now, I think, and I just cannot get a bite. I just, since that last carp, I've not had any indication whatsoever. I'm back out there, back across. I've had a look on the 10 metre line, no signs on that. So there's an hour to go, and I'm not really sure what to do now. If it stays like this, I've completely crashed out. I don't know whether to stay long, where I might pick up a couple of fish where I have seen fish caught, and I'm not sure whether to go onto that short line and spend it on there and risk the chance that if I can get one on it, it might be a big fish. I'm not quite sure what to do. I mean, I've just gone tighter. I've taken 5 wraps off the reel, off the clip, and just gone closer still to that other bank, because that line I've been on, like I say, I've just not had a sign now for 2 hours. Nothing at all. So I've just gone a little bit closer to that other bank, and I haven't had an indication yet. But I'm in desperate need of 2 or 3 fish. Well, there's 50 minutes left. I've just decided I'm going to have a look on this short line. The lad on my right, whilst he was stood behind his box again, re-clipping another rod up. His other rod's gone, so he's just had his, I don't know if it's his 4th fish now. And another one he's just cracked off. Then he settled up again, went back in, and it's gone straight round. He's got another one. It's not feeling very good at the moment, so I think if I stop on that longer line, there's a chance of a fish, but I'll come shorter onto my 10 metre line now, because I think if I get one on that, it's going to be a good stamp fish, you know. I've heard they're catching 1 or 2 bigger fish around the corner, short. Obviously that's a different section, but I've fed this line, so I've just got to hope if I get one on here, it's going to be a good fish, and if I can get more than one, obviously that's great. So 50 minutes to go, and I'm just on that 10 metre line, in line with that tower there. Fingers crossed. This now, not quite sure what happened there. I just don't know what's gone wrong there. I've had 4 bites all day. As you know, I lost the first 2 fish through the maggot, just been double hooked. I'm just a bit speechless, to be fair. I've just 4 bites all day. The exact same happened to me last year. I was in 10th place last year, going into the final day, and this happened. Today I was 6th, just 2 points behind, and it's happened again. I've done everything. I think today I fished the best match I've fished all week. My casting's been bang on, I've made sure of that. My bait's been bang on, and I think my decisions have been right, but I just haven't had bites. Very disappointed. I'm not loving fishing right now. I'm quite lucky in the sense they've weighed a little bit more than what I thought, but 4 kilo just over. I might not even make the frame, the top 25 payout with that, to be fair. I don't know. I need to get my kit packed away. Well, it was painfully clear how disappointed I was on that final day. Unfortunately, when you're in contention to win such a big event like that, and you fall at the last hurdle in that manner, it's as you can imagine, it's incredibly disappointing. The presentation evening was very special, as you can imagine. They actually ended up paying out the overall top 25 anglers from the competition, which was brilliant to see. And it was also great to see quite a number of the English contingent getting paid out in that top 25 as well. It's obviously a big trip. For some lads it's a bigger trip than others, but I think even before we left the hotel on that evening, they all admitted that they certainly would be doing their utmost to be back again competing next year in this event. I've got to say a huge thank you once again to the organisers, who always put up a world-class event, and it was absolutely impeccable again. The hospitality was fantastic, and it was just great to see so many friendly faces from all over Europe. Safe to say this is an event that I'll definitely be back here competing again next year. It's certainly unfinished business, especially having come so close to winning it. The Iberian Masters is a Spanish festival that takes place every year. I was fortunate enough to head over there again this year to compete in this event for the third consecutive year. Some good friends of ours, Steve Wheeldon and Mark Morris, drove our tattle over there for us so we could fly out there to Alicante Airport, where we drove up the coast up to the venue. This is my video diary of this year's event.
Welcome on board your EasyJet flight.
The river is calling. I said I love you forever. We can make it together. What goes up must come down. There's lots of friendly faces all around, and nothing's ever lifting me higher than a touch of your sweet desire. We're all built in right. We just have to hold on through the night. As long as we are watching the fire, we'll be safe from the devil's choir. I stand by you when you're falling, when the river is calling. I said I love you forever. Make it together.
Well, the connections, the flight, the car hire, everything was absolutely bang on again for us this year. We drove up the coast direct to the venue. Before we even went to the hotel, we went to go and have a look at the venue, hoping there was going to be some lads fishing there, and straight away we bumped into a couple of familiar Irish faces. Mr. McGoldrick on the end peg. Start as you mean to go on. It's a bit breezy. First look at the venue, bit of colour in the water. Not sure if it's flowing yet, I haven't spoken to the lads, but we've just got here. Can't wait to get the gear out and have a day on the bank tomorrow.
I said I love you forever. We can make it together.
Well, before we headed off to the hotel, we wanted to go and get some bait for the following day, which was going to be the first unofficial practice day. So we drove the 9 kilometres just back up the motorway up to Solana, where we went and got some bait for the following day, and I couldn't help but take you on a little tour of the tattle shop. I'm on the handheld cam for this. We have just arrived. The sun is out, beautiful blue, clear skies. We've just been to the hotel, we've just checked in, everything went without an hitch. All the connections, the flights, car hire, everything has been absolutely bang on. Always makes the journey a lot more pleasurable. One thing that a lot of people won't know who haven't fished places like this is that there is often a time of day during the middle of the day when the shops and things are closed. That also applies to the tattle shop. It's 5 o'clock, it's just reopened, it's incredibly windy, so I hope you can hear me. But this is Quinta Pesca, the shop where the organisers are based. This is where we get all the bait and that sort of thing. Could just get out of the shade for you. This is where we get all the bait, this is where the event is organised. You can come here any day and get your bait, or you can actually order your bait here, pay for it here, and you can even have it delivered to your peg and delivered to you on the bank, which is what we're doing tomorrow for our first practice day. I can't come here without showing you the shop, so let me just give you a quick tour around this shop. There we go, it's a real Aladdin's cave. As you'd expect with places like this, there's a mixture of angling. It's not like where I live in Sheffield, where it's mainly just kind of coarse fishing. There is obviously some specimen fishing and a bit of fly fishing, but there's a lot of sea fishing and that sort of thing as well. So this tattle shop is very, very mixed. It's a fantastic thing to have right here. Just, you know, it's literally about 9 kilometres from the venue, or from the main section of the venue, which is around C section, B, C section. They've got a selection of ground weights here. There's all sorts in here. Lots of kit that we don't usually see. There's Dad. He's here. But as you can see, it's a real Aladdin's cave. I think it's open every day. It's just that middle period when it's not open. How about that for a selection of lines? Loads of rods here. We've even got a selection of ground baits, as you can imagine over here. They're slightly different. If you are watching from the UK, then obviously a lot of the baits and things they use over here are slightly different from what we're used to. But obviously they are catching up, and the bait selections are a lot more like what we're used to. So we have actually got selections of boilies here. We've got carpy type cereal mixers there. I think you've all recognised that one, I'm sure. Ringers, European feeder again, pellets. You know, lots of coarser mixers. I mean, you know, just the baits, a lot of the European baits are a lot coarser than what we're used to in the UK, but it's just great to have a selection of kit like this right on the doorstep, because obviously when you're coming out here you don't always know what you're going to need. If there are any last minute things that you need, or something that happens during the competition where you want extra bits and bobs, and it's nice to know you've got this. But it's a massive advantage having this here, and like I said, the organisers are based here, so you can order your bait at any stage. Last year I was even ordering my bait the night before, something like 9 o'clock on the evening. I could order my bait ready for the next day, so it's just really, really flexible, and it's just another example of how well organised this event is. I've just got the last bits and bobs that I need here. It's just gone 5 o'clock. So I'm going to head back to the hotel, get a few supplies for the car, some drinks and things for the bank, because we're out on the bank tomorrow and we're looking forward to a good meal. And I think we'll be in bed early. It's been a long day, but we're here and I just can't wait to get on the bank now. So once we did that, it was just a case of heading to the hotel, where we were just going to go and check into the hotel. It's the Hotel Calera, and this hotel is actually where all the competitors stay, and even the organisers stay there as well. And that's a massive, it's a hub to the competition, because as you can imagine, every morning you're having breakfast with all the other competitors, every evening you're having meals together, and obviously everyone's staying in the same hotel. And if you want to have a beer after the meal, then obviously you can have a couple of beers with, you know, lots of friends that we don't really see throughout the rest of the year. So we headed back to the hotel, and you know, it's a fantastic setup, and it really is a lovely place to stay. Well, it was a little bit of a long day, but we'd done everything that we needed to do. I got all the kit, I got my bait, we'd been down to the venue, we'd had a little bit of a recce on how the venue was fishing, what we might be expecting. So we had a really nice meal that night. It was a buffet style. It's a buffet style evening meal there, so you can just go up and get as much food as you want, as many times as you want. So we had a really nice meal, a couple of glasses of wine, had a good chat with some of the friends that we hadn't seen since last year's event, and we were all ready for the following day, which was going to be the first unofficial practice day. Good evening, everyone. I don't know what the weather's like back home, but I'm sure it can't be quite as good as it is here. I'm down on the bank side. I thought I'd give you tonight's update from the bank. Over my shoulder there, you probably see Captain Wake Up just loading his car up. Me and Adam have kind of practiced together today, just because the other stretch was full. But you can see the venue there. There we go, that's the stretch we've fished today. But you can see the section over my shoulder if I do that for you. Lovely blue skies. I think Adam's got nice red knees now, red thighs. It's been alright, we caught some fish. The peg that Adam's fished, which you can see where he's just packing up now, he's been the next peg next to the bridge, which, you know, quite honestly is an out and out flyer. It usually wins this whole section. But we came to practice, we came to just kind of catch some fish, and unless you're on where there are actually fish feeding, how can you tell if you're doing it right or how you're approaching, how your tackle's working if you're not getting any bites? I've fished the next peg in, peg 2. There we go. It's approximately, let me just think, 44 metres wide, I'd say, just to give you an idea of what that width is like. I've caught about six carp, I think. Lost one at the net, just bullying it, and then I've caught about 7 carasio and 2 eels. Bit of a mixed bag. The carp have come together. I've caught carp only once when Waco did. He's kind of caught carp when I haven't, and when he hasn't, I have. So maybe we've been sharing fish, I don't know. But the bait tray, if I show it that way for you, really nice and simple. Obviously corn, got some white maggots, some red maggots, but these have been, I've mixed some. These are a lot smaller than what we get back home. I don't know if you can tell, but they're nowhere near as big as the maggots we're used to. I've had some ground bait and some hemp, which I fed on the short line. Plenty of drinks of water. You've obviously got to stay hydrated when it's like this, but it's been all right. I've fished 2 different lines from Waco, and yeah, I've caught on every line. I fished a short line as well, but I fished it really, really short. It's really deep just there. I've literally fished about 6 metres, which is about there. Waco's fished a short line further out at about 12 or 14 metres. I think he's had 1 small carasio on that line. On my short line, I've had 1 carasio and 2 eels. But other than that, there haven't been any signs of bigger fish short or on that short line, certainly not here anyway. But that's it. I just thought I'd give you a quick update. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better than the last, yesterday's video. Tomorrow is the official training day, so we're going to be back down here tomorrow. We can fish where we want and get another feel for the venue, how it's fishing, try and fine tune 1 or 2 little things, and then Friday, Saturday and Sunday are the actual match days. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll update you again tomorrow. I'm not quite sure where we're going to fish. It depends where we can get. Don't know what the conditions are going to be like. It's ended up being quite blustery today, which is making a big difference to getting your feeder tight to that far bank, which in these conditions can be quite tricky. Dad's enjoying the sunshine, as you can imagine, and I'm just getting packed up now. It's about 19-20 minute drive to be exact, back to the hotel, so we're going to get some food. Looking forward to that, and get to bed a little bit earlier tonight. We had a little bit of a later night last night, but that's just because everybody was arriving. It was nice to have a couple of beers with everyone, but we want to really get settled into a routine from tomorrow morning. So hope you've enjoyed this bit of an update, and I will update you again tomorrow, probably from the bank, to let you know what we've caught. Well, that was a really nice session. There was only myself and Adam fishing there, and we caught some fish, which is always good, because on that sort of a venue, it's sometimes you need a little bit of a reminder of how wild these carp are. They really fight like mad when you hook them. So it was just good to get all the tackle out, make sure we got what we needed. I could settle my rods up, and then straight after that session, it was then a case of just planning the following day, which was going to be the second practice day, and that was the day we were all going to sit in a line. So we the rest of the English lads were there, so we could all go up to one section, and we all sat and fished in a line. I collected the bait for everybody the next morning. The bait was delivered down to the bank to one spot, so I collected everybody's bait there. Just put that in the car and drove up to the match length, and we went and fished up in A section. We all got down in a line, which was great. It was really, really windy again. It was becoming evident that every day was quite windy, but again, it was just great to have a few hours on the bank, just getting a feel for the venue. Another fantastic detail about this particular event is that on the final practice day, or official practice day if you want to call it that, the organisers put on some food and drink for everybody just as a really nice social gathering, and it's almost an opener for the actual event. So what happens is, it was around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we all went back down to where the draw is. We could leave our tattle where it is, so if you wanted to continue fishing afterwards you can, and what the organisers actually do is put stewards on which patrol the sections and keep their eye on your tattle, so they look after your tattle so you can leave it set up on the bank. We just drove back down to the headquarters where the draw is, and that's where we all sat around with everybody else, all the other competitors from the other countries, and we all had some fantastic paella and a couple of drinks, and it was just a really nice kind of a break, and it feels like the competition's really got started once you do that. So that once we did that, we just went back to the pegs. I didn't do any more fishing that day. I just kind of packed my kit away really nice, so that I didn't have anything to do for the first day of competition. So when I got back to the hotel that night, it was just a case of getting some food and going to bed early, knowing that all my kit was already done. Well, it was great to get a few more hours on the venue. I realised that I probably need a few more hook lengths and things. We were losing quite a bit of kit because we were having to cast a feeder into areas where you wouldn't really want to be casting, you know, really close to the other bank, close to snags. So that evening when I got back to the hotel, all my main bits of kit were done, my rods were done, my shock leaders were done, all that sort of stuff was done. It was just a case of tying a few hook lengths up. So when we got back to the hotel, went back a little bit earlier than normal, so we had a couple of hours before we had to go down for something to eat, and I just kind of chilled out a little bit and tied a few hook lengths in the hotel room. Good evening. Do I look a little bit windswept, and I'm very, very tired as well. Back in the hotel room, I wanted to film from the bank for you today, but it's blown an absolute gale. We've been up in A section, and you know there had been fish caught there yesterday and the day before apparently, but it's fished quite hard today. The conditions have made it a little bit harder. Obviously a lot of the fish are coming from that far bank, and in conditions like that where it's 40 metres wide, the wind's just been hacking down, so we've had to fish with slightly heavy feeders. You obviously can't be quite as accurate, so it has been quite tough. We've all fished in a line, so there's been Rob Wotton on the end, coming by Rob's dad, because Rob's dad's fishing here. Then there's been me, then Adam Wakeling, then Steve Ringer, then Phil Ringer, and then the rest of the lads have gone up that way. So we've all fished in a line today, and it's been really interesting. I've done one or two things that I wanted to try. Yesterday I caught a few fish, and I didn't use any method yesterday that I would expect to be using in the competition. All right, so I just kind of tried things out. I tried more ground bait, more live maggots, corn as well, and I tried them on slightly different lines from what I expect to be fishing, and I still caught a few fish, which was encouraging. However, today I fished slightly different again. I've actually fished I fished for smaller fish early on, so I fished for bites, and I've caught some, which is quite encouraging, but they have been quite small, some Carasio. And then as the days progressed, the lads to my left, Steve Ringer had a great start. He's caught a few fish early on, and Waco hasn't had many bites. Phil Ringer on the left of Steve's caught a few, but then as the day went on, the small fish line has kind of dried up and gone. So my plan then was to just kind of work across to the other bank and go looking for carp, and that's exactly what I've done. I managed to land 2. I've hooked 4, which is not mega, but where I was, that's pretty good. You know, it's more than the anglers either side of me and that sort of thing. So, and that still wasn't my carp method for this weekend. So I've just really used my 2 practice days to do things that you wouldn't normally do during the match. I'm back at the digs now. It's very, very snaggy where we've been today. Once you start getting across to that other bank, there are trees in there, branches, there's all sorts in there. So we've all lost 1 or 2 hook lengths. I've lost 2 or 3 hook lengths, a couple of full rigs. There's been a snag in the middle where I've been as well, and there are snags on the inside line as well, which is an issue if you're going to fish that short line, which I will be, but I'm not sure what that range will be yet. It just depends where I draw. So I'm here now. I've packed all my gear away ready for tomorrow. The car's loaded up. I've come back to the hotel. about an hour and a half, 2 hours earlier than normal, so I can tie loader hook lengths up. I'm just tying them up now, all 50 centimetres with some strong hooks and some thick line. Today we've been fishing 019, 020, 022 and even 024 at some stage. So, you know, it's just a case of you've got to land the fish that you're hooking. That is what it, you know, that's what it boils down to. You know, if you're hooking 5 carp, you need to land all 5. But that's a little bit easier said than done, because there's a hell of a lot of luck involved. When we're hooking these fish, you don't know where the snags are. You know, you could be that far from a snag when you hook the fish. There might not be any snag there. And obviously when you hook a fish, you don't know if it's going to go left or right, come towards you, or bolt for the other bank. So there's a lot of luck involved, and that's going to be the case. You know, there's going to be lots of fish lost over the next 3 days. So I'm back at the digs now. It is local time. It's 6:20. We go down to eat at 8 o'clock. So, you know, I've got another good hour here. I'm also going to make up some shock leaders, some more shock leaders, because we are using them. And obviously if I lose any or break any, I can quickly tie one back on during the match. I'm sat here with extra time to do these. I am tired. I'd love to have an hour on the bed, catch up on a bit of sleep, but this needs to be done first, because, you know, obviously I think at some stage everyone's going to be losing some tattle. The hotel, I'll show you around the room. It's a very nice room, just a typical hotel room. Obviously there's only myself and my dad here. You've got a safe over there as well, which is all as part and parcel of the room. There we go. Obviously it's nice and tidy, as you'd expect. Okay, I don't know if you can hear the wind out there, but it is actually blowing really, really strong. We're obviously high up here. The glass is a little bit loose, but there we go. Lovely view. There's the mountains. You can probably hear the wind now. It's a beautiful hotel. Stunning. You can just see the sea there. So we have actually got a sea view, even though we don't plan on going anywhere near it. But it's been a bit rough out there today, but it's been like Southfield. So I've got about another, I'm going to give it another hour, not to do anything too specific. I've got hook lengths to do and shock leaders, and I'm just going to use the time to just do any of those, because there are 3 days of competition. So any extra hook lengths and things that I do now, it means I might not have to do any tomorrow night, and so on. 9 o'clock draw in the morning, and we are fishing 12 till 5 over the next 3 days.
Said I love you forever. We can make it together. What goes up must come down. There's lots of friendly faces all.
Well, the buzz was incredible for day one of the competition. We weren't drawing until 9 o'clock in the morning. So that was just a really nice casual breakfast that morning. We could have a nice steady drive. It takes between 15 to 20 minutes to get to the venue from the hotel where we stay. But, you know, it's not a big busy city by any means. It's just a nice steady drive. So I got there nice and early, just so I could speak to quite a few people at the draw. Just, you know, meet a few other friends that we haven't seen for a year or so. But yeah, as you can imagine, the buzz is incredible at that sort of event, and certainly at the draw on day one, everyone's off scratch, everyone's really enthusiastic. And what they do, the actual format of the draw for this competition is that they actually draw a number out from the number of anglers that are actually registered on the competition. So, for example, if there were 106 competitors, they've got 106 pegs in a bag, and what they basically do is those pegs, each one represents the number of the angler that registered, you know, the order that you booked and registered for the competition. So mine, for example, I was 45th to register onto the competition this year. So what they do is they take a number out, and that is the number that they draw from. So for example, if they drew number 45 out, I would be the first to draw. The 46th angler would be second, 47, 48, and that's the way that they do it. And the other key detail to the way that they do the draw here is that at the Iberian Masters, end pegs can be absolutely unbeatable. They actually work the draw so that you can actually only draw one end peg during the competition. Okay, so when you've drawn an end peg, you can't draw an end peg again. So it's just their way of trying to make it as fair as possible. Well, for me, I was off to B section. It was just around the corner from where we practiced the previous day. I drew B10. It's on a big bend there, and the wind was really howling down there. You know, it was really hitting it. I was virtually on the point of the bend. But as with any sort of river or any sort of venue like this, I always fancy points. I always feel as though the fish might tend to come closer in. And it looked quite wide there in comparison to some of the other areas of the river, but my peg looked okay, but it was very, very windy. But I just couldn't wait to get my tattle set up and get fishing. Well, it was a really, really slow and frustrating match, to be honest. One of the key details I picked up on straight away was how clean it was across. Right, even when I went really close up to the rocks, that it was very, very clean. And one of the things that seemed to be becoming apparent was the fish were in the snags. So if you got a peg that was a little bit snaggy, there were overhangs, there were tree roots and things in there, and branches in the water, then yes, obviously that would make it very, very difficult to fish. But as it turned out, that really was where the fish were living, or where they were holding up. So it was a very clear bottom over there. It was a frustrating match, very, very few bites. And I just thought I'd give you a quick download of how that went as soon as the match finished. Well, it's been a frustrating day, I'll be absolutely honest. I've caught most of these in the first 40 minutes. I had 3 fish in the net before anyone here on this bend had even had a bite. I've ended up with 2 carp, 2 F1s, sorry, 2 Carasio, not F1s. That's the kind of stamp that we're after. And then the wild carp that this place is so well known for. They haven't been big fish that I've had, unfortunately. And then there's the other. Lovely fish, really hard fighting. They fight incredibly hard. I'll just pop these back and just quickly talk you through my match. It's been, you're going to hear this on the camera, I can't really get out of the wind, to be honest, but it's been incredibly windy again. Hopefully you can hear me. I've been on this bend. It's a big bend here. I'm on B10. The sun's out now. It's been out most of the day, to be honest, but the wind has been horrendous. It really has been bad today. The peg here is one of the widest pegs that you're going to see here. It's about 47 metres wide. I've really fished 3 lines. I've fished a line at 12 metres. I've had another line at 35 metres, and then I've had another line at 42 metres, and I've kind of worked my way across from 42 metres. But like I say, I've had 3 fish in the first 40 minutes. Nobody here on this bend, right the way around there, and the same round here as well, right the way around that way, has even had a bite in that period. And then they've just gone. Simple as that. I've moved around a little bit. I've gone looking for fish. I've not caught them. I've then started giving it a little bit longer, waiting for longer, you know, leaving it in longer up to 10 and 15 minutes. But all what's happened is then, whenever I've left it in longer than 10 minutes, I've either come back with a bleak, an eel, or a turtle. And obviously there's been 1 or 2 sunfish as well. I think I've had 4 sunfish, 2 eels and 3 turtles. So when I felt I needed to leave it in longer, I just wasn't confident that the bait wasn't getting done by one of those fish. Obviously turtles don't count, eels don't count, the sunfish do count, but they're only that big. So it's or sun perch, depends like who you speak to, what they're called. But yeah, it's been a very frustrating day, and it's been the kind of day where lost fish has been mega. I have lost 2 fish today as well, so I've ended up with 2 carp, 2 carasio, and I've lost 2. And they, ironically, they were in consecutive casts as well. I hooked one, and I didn't get any turns on it, and it's just cut me off on whatever snag is over there. You know, whether there could be branches or anything. And the other one, I got about 2 turns on it. This was next cast, 2 turns on it, and the hook's just pulled out. So whether the hook right or not, I don't know. But the massive thing for today for me is knowing that obviously there are 2 days left, is that the fish went, you know, I've gone 4 hours without a fish, and that's really, you can't afford to do that. You know, even when you get a good lead, you'd have to have an absolute mega lead to be able to carry going 4 hours without a fish. And what's happened is the anglers around me have caught one, caught another one, and the anglers either side of me have ended up beating me. They've had 3 fish each, so I've had 4 fish. They've had 3 each, but they've had bigger fish. The lad on my right, he's had one last cast, just over 4 kilo, and you know, they're mega fish. They're mega fish, you know. So I've had about 10 fish altogether, but like I say, you know, it's the weight that counts. So I've had 5 kilo 800, and yeah, it's had quite a hard section, but very close. And when it's down to, if it had been a weight competition, it's a different issue, because that means you're not too far behind on weight. But when it's a points competition, then that's what it's all about, because no matter whether you're 100 grams out, which I am on 2 or 3 anglers, they're beaten by 100 grams, it's a point every time. So I really think I'm going to be probably halfway in the section. I might even be in the lower half, which means, you know, potentially to win the competition. That ain't going to happen now. But there are loads of framing places to fish for, and I'll just take what I've learnt today and roll on to tomorrow. But yeah, like I said, that initial period when it's gone quiet, that's the thing I need to be wary of for tomorrow. And I haven't had, I've had an eel on the short line, I haven't had any carp. And from what I see, I think there's only been 1 fish caught on that short line, which has been right up there. And I think it was Phil Ringer on B4. Well, it was a very disappointing start to the competition, but, you know, that's what it is, you know. I gave it everything, and if that's still not enough, then, you know, at least I'm not coming away, you know, kicking myself, wishing I'd done this, wish I'd done that. I just gave it everything I could, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. One of the key details to this competition is that viewers that may have watched my 2 previous videos of this competition from the previous 2 years, they are in the playlist if you want to check those out, is that if anybody doesn't catch any fish on this event, so if you're blank, for example, they decided about 3 years ago, I think, that if you didn't catch, the evening of the day when you didn't catch, when you sat eating your evening meal, you had to sit with a strip of white electrician's tape on your forehead. Thankfully I'd caught that day, but there were 1 or 2 blanks that day, and yeah, I think when you see this, I think you'll get a feeling for how much of a buzz there is around trying to dodge the tape.
Only 3 people. 1 Spain, 1 Romania, 1 England.
It's a fantastic atmosphere, you know, it's something that really ties everyone together, you know, everybody gets involved in it. And, you know, the thing is, on a venue like this, you know, anybody can blank. It can do it to you, and I've seen some of the biggest names in angling sitting there with tape on their head, but again, it's something that really unites everyone, you know. So yeah, it was a disappointing day, but we'd had some great food. We had a bit of a laugh after the meal, and yeah, it was off to bed at a sensible time, because we were going to get up the next day and do it all over again. Well, I was nowhere near the leaderboard on day one, but Marvin Schubert took the lead with the section win with a fantastic 23 kilos. So he was leading the competition after day one, but obviously, as you'd expect, there was still a long way to go. Well, it's the morning of day two. Yesterday was certainly not the start that I wanted, but looks like the wind's dropped a little bit today. The sun is trying to come through. Hopefully you can hear me all right because of the wind. I'm having to film this on my phone, so hopefully the sound isn't too bad. It's just a fresh start again. I found out that I ended up 14th out of 21 yesterday, which was really disappointing, but it was very, very close. You know, one fish could have meant as many as 6 or 7, maybe even 8 points. I haven't scrutinised the weigh sheets too much because, you know, you can get bogged down in that sort of thing. So it's day two. I've just collected my bait from the tackle shop. Has the bait here, so you can order it and they have it here waiting for you. People who saw this event last year will probably seen the match fishing stretch. Basically what happens here is it's a two-pronged event. Well, it's two separate events really, but it's run by the same organisers at the same time. Half of the match length is feeder anglers. It's a feeder competition, and this stretch here is what they refer to as the match fishing competition, and it basically means float fishing. So down here on this stretch here, this is all the float fishing competition. Pole fishing mainly, but I know some of them do catch on a waggler towards that other bank. The wind's just coming again now, but it's not as bad as it was or has been. So all these competitors stay in the same hotel as us as well, so you can imagine it's a really nice atmosphere. Just going to go in now, get the draw done. Everybody has a lanyard in this competition. Okay, so on day one you're given a lanyard like that, and that basically obviously proves that you are actually fishing the competition, you're registered, and they just put a sticker with your draw number on the back of it, just so that when you've drawn, you don't forget what peg you've got. You know, it's like sometimes there's that much banter going on here. Obviously when the draw's done, it's quite easy to lose your way a little bit as regards finding your peg and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just going to go in now, draw, and I'll show you the peg once we get up there, and I'm hoping for a bit of a dolly peg today, just to try and get me back on track. Next door, same again.
Oh, okay.
Well, familiar surroundings. I've drawn the next peg from yesterday. The wind is still blowing, not as bad as yesterday, so that's B11. We've got a fish bang in line with that card. So I'm going to be fishing off the natural bank today. As you can see, it's just grass there, and I think it is quite high. There's a platform there and a platform there, but I've got a fish on the card. It's a very messy peg across there. I'll show you some close-ups when I get down on the bank. So that's B11, B10. It's where I was yesterday. But at least Dad's got a ringside seat. Let's just hope he's going to have some action to watch. The wall's not as high here, so at least I can pass the gear down. It saves me climbing down them big steps. So that makes it a little bit easier on these pegs. Just down to my right, close to where Waco was yesterday, Richard Smith as well. If you look over there, that is about peg B14, I think. You can just see the inlet. Certain times of year, that's a real noted peg, as you can imagine. They had 8 kilo weights off there yesterday. I think Waco was one to the right of that. But let's hope it's not going to. Let's hope it's not going to produce today. That's the first proper look at the peg anyway. You've got the 3 of the rods out already. 4 metre keep net. As you can see, we're quite high off the water here, so that's what we need. Adjustable feeder arm. Obviously we're high up, so you want to get that rod down. Usual side tray that you've seen me use. And I've got a 5 metre, well it's 5.5 metre landing net handle set up. Pegs like this is when that comes in handy. Just gonna now get out there with a bomb. I really want to know what that far bank's like. That's going to be the issue here on this peg. As you can see, there's a mass of it. It's an old tree there, which is exactly opposite me. But because of the way that they've pegged it, I can go left. I can go left to this area, and just not as much room to the right, but this area here. I really don't want to go into this area here. If I zoom in, you can probably see how messy it is under there. I know the lad that fished here yesterday was trying to get in there, but the biggest trouble he had was the overhangs up there. A lot of those overhangs are coming back towards us, and you can't really tell how far, how far towards us they are actually coming. So that was the big issue. We really need to be close to that other bank. So the spots I'm going to be looking at, probably that area there. I'll only know what these overhangs are like once I start trying to cast a bomb out there. And then the other area is to the left of that big bush, which is this area here, but that looks like there's a few overhangs there, but unfortunately they're the areas that I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to go into from what I saw here yesterday. So I've got to expect and be prepared to lose quite a bit of kit. Well, I couldn't believe that I'd drawn the next peg from the previous day. It was just, you just don't want things like that to happen, but it's fishing, that's what happens, I could easily draw it again the next day, but I thought I'd get a better result. I'll be absolutely honest, I thought I'd get a better result on day 2, because obviously I'd had a little bit of experience in that area from the previous day. I tweaked a couple of little things, but I just thought the best way of giving you an honest appraisal of how that match went would be if I did it straight away from the bank. I didn't want to be here again. Obviously yesterday it proved that there weren't a lot of fish here. The wind was bad yesterday. Today the wind hasn't been quite severe. We've got some sunshine now, but guess what, it's fished even harder. But it hasn't only fished hard here, it's fished hard all the way through. Quick rundown of my match. I've ended up with just 2 fish today. I've had a carp and a carasio, and they've both come from the middle. I haven't caught anything across. I've rigged up some heavy duty gear for fishing across there. As you can see, there's 1 or 2 snags over there, and yes, there are snags there which are awkward to fish, but you like to hope that they're going to hold some fish. I haven't even had a bite over there. I've been caught up a couple of times. The bottom isn't too bad if you can get your rig in between the branches and everything. So I've been able to fish over there, and I haven't even had a bite. I haven't had a liner, not even a bleak or anything. So the 2 fish that I've had, well, I've actually had 3 fish, but the 2, the carasio and the carp, have come from bang in the middle, and then I've had a sun perch as well. So I've ended up weighing 2 kilos 760, which is way down in the section. It has fished hard, but it's been very, very close. Down that way in the low numbers, there have been some 3 kilo weights, which is still not a lot, but obviously every one of those has knocked me down, so I might even have a bigger score today than what I had yesterday. But it has fished hard all the way through the length. We've heard that there are quite a few blanks, and some of the lads that did well yesterday have literally only got 1 fish. And even with 2 hours to go, we heard that Phil Ringer and Adam Wakelin were still blanking. Steve Ringer's gone and drawn the end peg today in the section that it was in yesterday, so he obviously couldn't wait to get there, and we've heard that's not produced quite as much as what they expected. So it could be a bit of a wake-up day, one's going to shake everything up, but it sounds like there have been some blanks as well. For some reason the river just seems to have switched off. For me, it's going to be another really big score. So the only thing I can hope for tomorrow is to draw on a few fish and have a good day just to finish off the festival. But it's really been about sticky mag today, but when you know you've only had 2 fish, you can't really talk about patterns and what's been best, because every bite it's been Southfield in the sun. You know, some of the lads, they've just sat on one line, sat 15 minutes, and after an hour or 2 hours it's just gone round and they've got one out of the blue. No pattern whatsoever. But you know, if that's what we're faced with, then that might be how I'm gonna have to fish it tomorrow. Well, very disappointing, like I said, but there have been blanks. At least I've caught. That was the first little Carasio. Very, very welcome fish after over an hour and a half. And then I've had a long wild carp. Not very big by the standards here, but again, very, very welcome. So that's all you can do. Just hook and land the fish that you're hooking, and just hope they're going to be big enough. But like I say, sadly, a little bit too small and not enough of them. But let's hope for a better day tomorrow. Well, that virtually put me out of the competition, you know, but I was just there to enjoy it. This is an event that you can't really class it as a massive one that you want to try and chase and win, just because it's a little bit kind of open-ended. It's a little bit random sometimes. Don't get me wrong, I would absolutely love to win this competition. I really would, you know, and I'll do anything I can to do that. But it's very much a trip. It's more of a holiday type thing, and that's why I love bringing Dad along on that event, because he loves Spain, I love Spain. It's not too much of a, you know, a long journey. It's only a 2.5 hour flight. But you know, I knew what had happened obviously after day 2. I was out of the competition really, so it was just a case of enjoying the trip now. So we headed back to the hotel again for another really nice meal, and guess what? It was tape time again. Well, after day 2, there'd been some changes at the top of the leaderboard. Steve Ringer had won his section again for the second day running, so he was now on 2 points. He was leading the competition. In second place was Cosmin Brawler. He had a first and a second, so he was on 3 points. And then England's Rob Wotton was on 4 points, so he was lying in third place. Well, the morning of day 3 was quickly upon us. The week seemed to be absolutely flying by. And I went and drew peg E13. Now, those of you that have watched last year's video of this event, that was the section that I drew in every day. I drew in that section all 3 days last year, so I was very familiar with it back then. And just like last year, on one of the days, I drew next to Tom Pickering. He was on my left. But that is just getting into the widest part of that stretch there. And I always fancy that for a few fish, always. We know it's been fishing hard. There'd been very, very little caught there the previous day. I don't know if there were 1 or 2 blanks and maybe just single fish. But we felt, obviously, this was our 4th, 5th day on the venue, and I really felt, like we'd catch a few fish. Well, good morning. It is the morning of day 3. Little bit of a change of scenery. We are down in E section, and I've drawn E13. Now, those that watched last year's video of this competition will probably remember that on day 1 I drew this part of E section. I was in E section all 3 days last year. I'm in the peg that I think I was on last year on day 1 when I was next to Tom Pickering. He was on my left. That's happened again. Tommy has drawn the next peg. He's on my left. He's not at his peg just yet. He's not arrived yet, but I'm just going to fish it the same sort of way. There have been blanks here over the last couple of days, and so it's just going to be a case of doing what I've just been doing. We need carp, end of, so I'm going to have a short line. I'll have a line further across in slightly deeper water, maybe 3/4, that sort of range, and then I'm going to try and get close to that other bank. Well, what a frustrating match. There's something about this competition that keeps kicking me where on the 3rd day. The last 2 years it's happened to me. The previous 2 years I was pretty much in contention, certainly for a top 5 finish, and the 3rd day on the previous 2 years has just completely punched me in the face. Well, that didn't go to plan. There's just something about this competition with the last day for me. I just don't know what it is. It's some sort of 3rd day or final day curse. I've not caught. I've hooked 1 fish after about 2 hours, and that's come off. That was over at the far side, and then that's it. I've not had another bite. That's it, really. I've fished for bites for about an hour. Couldn't get a sign. Tommy's here. Tommy's had a bad day as well.
You don't want to talk about it.
First 3 fish, first 3 carp, Tommy hooked, all came off. Did one of them break you and you pulled out the other 2?
The small one come off, then I hooked a great big one, like a 5 kilo fish on the far bank, and I never got a wind on it and it bust me.
Bearing in mind, no one else had even hooked a fish.
And then I hooked another one next cast and it just pulled off. Just had a bit of a nightmare. But that big one's going to cost me a lot of money. It were a proper one, that one. I just never got a wind and it bust me, but that's how it goes.
But then Tom's had a small Carasio, which has obviously saved his blank, but then you've gone and got a carp short late on, and then that's it. But Carl next to him's gone and got 2 in 20 minutes.
There's been more fish that side. Yesterday all the fish were there.
Yeah.
And all the fish are down this side today. It's a really strange venue for that. You don't seem to catch them in the same spots.
Yeah, and going that way, there's 1 fish, 1 fish, 1 fish, and we don't know how the other end's fished. I've heard Will Freeman, he was struggling for about 2.5 hours. I don't think he'd caught. But I've just had a message off him. He's got at least 6 fish now.
I've seen him catching in the last hour down. I kept seeing nets going out.
Yeah, so. Will's been second peg from the end, and the end peg was Jason. I don't know if he's caught as well. So we can't even put it down to experience, really, can we?
No. No. Really weird that today.
Yeah, so another 3rd disappointing final day, but it's going to be a nice little bit of tape on the head for me, and hopefully it's not too much damage done for Tommy. He was 10th this morning.
Oh no, I've gone. No, I'll be miles down today, so.
Well,
but I've had my chance. I can't grumble. I had a big fish on that would have got me mega points, and I can't grumble. So
yeah,
it's what it is. But the trouble is, all them rocks over there, they tear off and they're just busting on the rocks. I mean, they're breaking 0.18 and 0.20.
Yeah, it's unreal.
And that's the problem. But it's disappointing because you knew it was going to be like that. And
It's hard enough hooking them and getting them on, but then you've gone then try and get them out as well.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I've had my chance. I can't grumble, I've had my chance.
That's it. So now we're going to pack his kit away now. We've got to load the van up tonight. That'll be driving back to England tomorrow. I think they'll be setting off, won't they?
Yeah, early morning, yeah.
And then we're flying back to Manchester Airport tomorrow. So
back to lovely sunny England.
I'll film some of the presentation for you, and no doubt we'll see Tommy going up for an envelope. So
not tonight, without a doubt.
But it's been another fantastic event, incredibly well run.
Oh, incredible!
Yeah,
unbelievable.
If anybody is interested in this event, it's certainly not just about the fishing. There's a lot more to it than that.
The fish just topped it middle.
Has there? Can we have another hour?
Yeah.
I'll see you at the presentation. And I never expected to not catch. I'd had one bite, that was it, one bite, and that came off. I got about 4 or 5 turns on it, and it's just pulled out. I didn't bully it in any way because I wasn't really tight across, so it was just one of those things. But it's just disappointing. It's disappointing when you're fishing with baits like maggots. You're not fishing in any sort of high risk way. You think you'd be catching the odd Carasio in between, or just a stray carp, but it's amazing how few fish have actually really been caught through that section, and most of the other sections as well. So it's a little bit disappointing, but that meant obviously we were heading back to the hotel. The festival was over for me, but I was going to head back again, have some really nice food, a couple of beers. I think we'd earned a couple of beers, and then it was obviously time for the tape. Well, where we would normally have an Italian host, they unfortunately had to head back to Italy because the government was starting to put restrictions on travel and that sort of thing, so they had to leave the competition early and head back to Italy just to make sure they got home in time for that. So young Mark Eves decided he would take over and run the show.
The first person I would like to invite up, Stefano Ambrogini!
Number 1 chub angler.
Number 2 person, victim, the lovely, the man, Milan Melcher! The third person on our list, the one, the only, Jamie Harrison. So the last person today, what can I say about this person?
He's been caught well this week.
He has been babysat all week.
He's fell out with his best mate.
Legend.
He's fell out with his best mate.
He's fell out with his best mate.
No, it's never been me, mate.
He's eaten shit.
He's snored and kept the great TV up.
He's not been allowed to go to the toilet most of the
He's
week.
not allowed. He's eaten more than the majority of us here. And thankfully today he's caught no fish. Nick Spears!
Well, it's been a fantastic event. The presentation, I was going to film the whole of it for you, but it is obviously, it's quite a long affair, and I'm sure you can all see the results online when they are published, which they, at the time of this is getting uploaded, the results are there. But I thought I'd just run out in real time the top 3 in the feeder competition for you.
of the Iberian Master Feeder Fishing is Steve Ringer.
Planning on saying anything, but I've got the microphone now. I'd just like to say a massive thanks to the organisers. I've fished a lot of events in Europe, and this is without doubt been one of the best run I've ever been to. Really friendly atmosphere, a superb event that's going to be a regular fixture in my calendar. I can't wait to get back next year. Thank you everyone for coming.
Well, I've got to say a massive congratulations and well done to Carlos and to Jose. You know, I mean, I don't know Carlos that well, but he must have had an incredible few days for him to finish in third. Well done, mate. And Jose, a fellow Matrix angler, he always does well in this competition. You know, he really knows what he's doing, and you know, it'll be interesting to speak to him one day about whether the fishing there is very similar to where he lives. He's actually Portuguese, so maybe it's similar fishing to what they're used to doing where he's from. But if I ever catch up with him about that, I will obviously let you know and film it for you. But then obviously, you know, we've got to say massive well done to Steve Ringer. He's there again. I mean, what can you say about him? You know, he's one of the anglers that, you know, you can't help but admire for whatever reason, you know, because he gets results on lots and lots of different venues, you know, natural venues as well as commercial venues. This was a river that we fished, and it was his first appearance, so I've got to say massive well done again to you, Steve. Absolute awesome performance, mate. It'll be interesting to see if he's there next year. Obviously, the way things are at the moment, we don't know if we are going to be there next year. And the calendar is getting busier and busier and busier, and it's getting to the stage now where this is such a fantastic event. I would always want to be there, but you know, sometimes you've got to look at what other options are out there and where your priorities lie in the sort of fishing that you want to be doing. But you know, if there's anybody watching this that hasn't done this competition and you're able to do it, I strongly recommend doing it. But try and do it like a holiday. You know, you want to go and fish, you want to go and compete, yes, of course, but expect the fishing to be tough sometimes, you know, because it will be tough. But it's very much it's almost like the World Pairs in the sense that the social side of it is almost as big as the fishing side of it. So if you're able to do it, then I just add the page on Facebook, and that'll keep you in touch with all next year's dates and all that sort of thing. But another fantastic event, loved every minute of it. The fishing was the only downside to it, but that's the bit that is the most unpredictable, you know, but everything else, an absolute fantastic trip. Thanks for all the great messages. It was nice to have a few days away with Dad, and thank you to everybody who came to say hello to us and see us on the bank. It's been massively appreciated yet again. I've got so many other videos coming out to you this year, and a lot of them are going to be this sort of video where they are festivals, assuming we can get out and fish. If not, I'm still going to be going and doing some sort of filming for you. So if you don't want to miss out on any of those videos, any future videos, just hit subscribe there. And if you want to see more coaching tuition style videos, extra videos each month, check out that channel just there, Patreon TV. Well, thanks for watching, really appreciate it, and I hope to see you all on the bank real soon. So please stay safe and healthy, and I hope to see you real soon. Well, we've just arrived at Manchester Airport. Our flight is on time, so we've just got time for a little bit of breakfast, and we should be at the venue by mid-afternoon.
Delighted to welcome you to Alicante, where the local time is approaching 11 o'clock in the morning. Well, we've landed on time, but we've got a drive now of about an hour and 40 minutes. We're going to go straight to the venue. There are some of the lads fishing, so I'm just going to go and get the hire car. Finally arrived. We didn't get any hold-ups. It's taken an hour and 40 minutes and we've come straight to the venue. Just there is Mark Morris, and he's the man, or one of the lads, that's driven the van over with all our tattle. They're busy fishing now. They've caught a few fish already, so my next task is really just to get all my kit out of the van, which is there. That's had 10 lots of gear in it. So I'm gonna get my gear out of there, put it in my car, and then it's ready for me to go and prep it and stuff. And then we're going to have a run up to the tackle shop. That reopens again at 5 o'clock. That is the tackle shop. That's the organisers that are running this competition. That's their shop. So we're going to head up there. But I'm going to get this gear in my car, and then we're going to have a drive up to the tackle shop. And hopefully, whilst I'm doing all that, we might see a few fish caught. Jay's into one. This is Jay Minter. I think this is his second or his third. It's a big fish. It's a big fish, this one. He's not sure if it's foul hooked or not. He's on the end peg here, next to the bridge. But I know Mark's had some next to him as well. But they have lost fish, and it's just part and parcel of this event, unfortunately, and fishing this venue. You are going to lose fish. Whether they're all hooked properly or not, we don't know. It's good to see a few fish feeding.
Now, whilst we had the luxury of flying over to Spain, our tattle actually set off on Monday.
Here we go, it's 10 to 8. It's Monday the 6th of March, and we're setting off from Grantham on leg 1 of the journey to the Iberian Masters. I've got a bit of kit, as you can see. Somehow we've got 10 blokes worth of kit in there. Not a maggot between us. Not allowed. Ploughing through the south of France on Monday morning. We are a couple of 100 kilometres from Marseille. Not that we're going to Marseille, but next port of call is Avignon, and then Montpellier, and then into Spain. ETA at this moment in time is about 6 o'clock.
Mark and Jay had done a great job taking our tattle over for us, which had made it so much easier for us, but the main thing was that they'd arrived safely.
The casting mat again is doubling up as a great waterproof sheet to keep the upholstery clean. Last thing you want to be doing with hire cars is getting stuck with €50 valeting bills. So obviously this will be a casting mat whilst I'm actually fishing, but each morning I could just put this in here. It means that even if my gear's wet and muddy, I can still put it in the back of the car without causing any damage. Well, we're at the tattle shop. This is Quinta Pesca. there it is. You might have seen it on the film from last year. It's just opened. It opens at 5 o'clock. However, we have got to wear masks in there. So this is where I'm going to pay on registration, get my fishing license as well, and then I'll be all ready to go for tomorrow morning. This is a little bit of a TARDIS, this tackle shop. This is Quinta Pesca, and it's just full of gear. There's all sorts here, so if there's any last minute things that you need, anything, I'm sure you could pretty much get it here. I've got all my baits sorted, I've paid on now, registered. Now I've got my official pass there. There's even one for Dad as well. I'm actually number 13, hopefully that's not an omen. So we're all sorted now. I've got my corn, worms and fresh bait I'm going to pick up at the hotel at 8 o'clock in the morning. So that is it. We've got pretty much everything we can now. I'm going to head back now to the hotel, go and get checked in. I'm just going to check my hook lengths and stuff, and just make sure I've got a good stock of those, and just do a few bits and bobs ready for tomorrow. So we'll be down having breakfast, we'll pick the bait up at 8 o'clock in the hotel, and then we'll be straight to the bankside. Sneaky peek at the bait. They boxed it up for me, which was great. So I've got some corn here. I can add to this if I need anything during the week. So I've got some corn there and tins of hemp. These are the only ones that were available. See the price on there as well, €6.50. And that is it. I can add to that if I want. The fresh bait will be delivered to the hotel at 8 o'clock each morning. And that is it. So that'll get me started for the next 2 days of practice. It had been a long day, so we headed back to the hotel where we were looking forward to a nice relaxing evening with some fantastic food, to catch up with some friends that we haven't seen since this competition last time, and for a good night's sleep, looking forward to the first day of training. Well, good afternoon everybody. We're here in Spain. It is Wednesday, which means we're right in the middle of training week for this weekend's Iberian Masters. We've got blue skies. When we got here this morning, we were literally fishing in our t-shirts. It was absolutely glorious, but as the day has gone on, it's gradually got windier, and the wind is absolutely freezing. So everybody's gone from just wearing t-shirts to almost having some of their winter gear on, and some people wishing they brought thermals with them. That's how cold it got now, especially when you're not actually in that sunshine. We're down on the venue. You could probably just make out just there on the hillside is the name Culera, and that is where we are based. Okay, and over my shoulder just here, all the way around there, as far as the eyes can see, are oranges. Millions of them. We're down in the final sector today. We all decided to, well, we didn't all decide to fish here, we just all ended up here, and we've all ended up training together. So this is Mark Morris on the end peg here. Right the way up there, right the way to the top there, are pretty much all English anglers, just about, I think. So this is the final sector. Okay, the first sector is A, and then it runs right the way through down to here in E, and it's been a really interesting day. It's been the first training day for myself. Whilst I'm speaking to you, Mark's up to fish straight away. He's caught quite a few fish today. I don't know how many he's had, probably 6, I think, something like that. There's a huge problem in this sector, and that is the weed, and I will be showing you that in a moment. Looks like that snagged him up, doesn't it? The weed here is terrible. It wasn't, you could probably make it out now. Obviously the water's clear so you can see that weed, but it does go out twice as far as that as well, and it's deep just there. So not only are you having to fish over the weed, but it actually goes down as well, so your line's going through that weed, and it's going to cause, you know, it's caused us quite a few problems today. Don't know if he's going to get that fish out. So this is going to be huge. We've already talked about how important every fish that gets hooked needs to be landed, and that is under normal circumstances when there isn't any weed. There's been lots and lots and lots of fish lost just through hook pulls. There are fish breaking people as well, but in this particular sector it's freed the fish, thankfully. But in this particular sector, this weed is going to give it an make it even harder. If we just go down to him now, you can see where it's stirring everything up on the bottom. You can see how clear the water is. You can see the fish coming through now. Looks like he's got him. These fish are fighting so hard, it's unbelievable. The first one I hooked today, I literally thought it was 3 times bigger than it actually was when I landed it. The wild carp. Looks like he's got that one. Well done, Mark. Well done, mate. So, it's all about carp. However, there are Carasio here, and there are definitely more Carasio than in previous years. Some people say it's because they've actually bred. We don't know. Myself today, I've actually had 5 Carasio and 3 carp, and I'm very pleased to say I haven't lost any carp either. I haven't lost any fish today. So, but to be fair, I haven't really fished to my strengths today. You know, usually on here you would expect to be casting across to that far bank, and everybody who's caught carp today, that is pretty much what they've done. Certainly here in this sector, I can't vouch for what's happened in other sectors. I've focused on other lines today because that's what training's all about, and I haven't caught enough to have won this zone or anything like that, but I've ended up with a respectable weight, and I've had a lot of more bites than people around me, with the exception to Rob on my left. I fished next to Rob Wotton today, and he's fished pretty much more like what you would fish the match like, and he got one, I think it was first cast, and this is just part of the tussle that he had with that first fish. You can probably hear him laughing. It's a real test. See how much weed there is down there. These are wild carp, really fight hard. He's laughing away, he is. You can see him but not get to him. Well done, mate. Oh, shuffle. Really difficult when you're so high off the water. Big fish. Well done, mate. Rob's gone on to catch quite a few today doing what he's been doing, so he's had a great day. But as the day's gone on, it's definitely got harder and harder. So it's we've got one more day tomorrow. That is Thursday. That will be the final day of training. Alright, so what I will be doing tomorrow is, I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to try and focus on the short line. When I've fished the short line before, it's been very hit and miss. So I either haven't caught on it, or when I have caught on it, I haven't caught loads of fish on it ever, but sometimes when you do catch on it, there can be the biggest fish, and that's something that I want to target tomorrow. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do that. And I might even have a go for Carasio tomorrow, just to see how many you can actually catch fishing for them. Maybe find down a little bit. And that's my own personal thing. Obviously, you know, this is an individual competition, so the ultimate tactics and things will just come from me anyway. But if I just swing round now, we're down at the other end now, going down towards the end, and they are pretty much all English anglers all the way down there. And there were quite a few fish caught earlier. I saw quite a few landing nets going out, but since then I'm not really sure. It looks like even down there it's gradually got worse and worse as the day's gone on. So we'll all be sat around the same dining table tonight in the hotel, so no doubt we'll all be finding out what each other's caught and stuff and sharing one or two ideas. So yeah, it's been my first training day today. Like I said, one of the key things for me is that I've landed all 3 carp that I've hooked, so that does my confidence a lot of good, and it just kind of reassures me that I'm going to stick with the choice of hook pattern and line and everything that I've used today. So so that's been a major plus. And yeah, I'm going to do a couple of things slightly different tomorrow, just really use that day the best I possibly can. Good afternoon everyone, how you doing? We are actually in the sunshine, as you can see. Over my right is Mr. Wootton, just chilling, facing the wrong way. He's got his shades on though, but he's taking his cap off. It was a little bit chilly this morning, but as you can see the sun's broken through. It is 12:30 of the final day of training here in Spain, and it's really nice to be sat here in a t-shirt, to be honest. We're a little bit further up now. Yesterday we were in E section. Today we're up in we're up in A section, which is obviously the end section. I think I'm on peg A15. And we've been fishing, or I've been fishing now for about an hour and a half, something like that. And it's really hard. It's fishing hard. There were some early fish caught. I think I was the last one to get fishing, to be fair, just because I was sorting some kit out and that, just getting things right. And there were a few fish caught before I even cast in, which led us to believe it was going to fish really, really well. Most of them were Carasio, but there were odd carp in there as well. But obviously when the venue's fishing like this, you just want to get some bites initially. But as the days progressed, really from when I started fishing, it just seemed to switch off. Now there are some of the lads trying different things out, so they started off obviously catching a few fish, and I know part of that reason is that they're trying things out, which is exactly what training day is all about. However, when we've switched back to trying to get bites, then it's just switched off. Nobody's getting any bites. Having said that, I've just had a great big pull. That's the first indication I've had on that long line. I thought the fish was on. It's not on. But basically, up to now, I've been fishing just coming up to 2 hours now, and I've had 1 carp, 1 Carasio, and I've lost a carp as well. But when I reeled in on that, there was a big scale on the hook, so it was obviously foul hooked anyway. So they're the only 3 bites I've had, with the exception of that one that I've just had there. So what we've got today is we've got a different format today. Basically what happens is at 2 o'clock we are all invited to go back down to the headquarters. It's the fishing school where they normally have the draw, and that's where they put on free drinks and paella for every competitor. So if this sun stays like this, it's going to be really nice. When we head down there, you haven't got to go there, it isn't compulsory, but I'm going to go down there with Dad, and so about 10 to 2, something like that, we're going to head off down there, and we'll spend about 3/4 of an hour down there, just because it's a great place to see all the competitors, obviously have something to eat, and then when we get back here it'll be 3 o'clock. And then we've got the rest of the day. You know, you can carry on fishing if you want, or you can just focus on getting your gear right for tomorrow, which is the first day of competition. So it's very slow at the moment, very different, but like I said, the conditions are different as well. I'll just switch the camera around just to show you what this section's actually like. So this is my peg. If I just zoom out a little bit. Now it's narrower than yesterday. Yesterday it was about 46 metres. That was the line that we were fishing. However, here it's 10 metres narrower. It does look narrower, but it was deceiving. We didn't think it was as much as that, but that's what it is. And that's looking up the section now. So we're looking, that's Paul at the next peg, and the next one down in the red shirt is Mark Morris, and then the next angler to him is Jay Minter. And that's looking down A section, back down to A1. Okay, now last year we were actually pegged further down. The last angler there is actually on the match pegs, but further down there where there aren't any anglers there purely because that's not pegged. It's not going to be in this competition, so obviously nobody really wants to practice on a stretch that's not actually in. So it's peg 2, miss 1, peg 2, miss 1. That's the format for this competition. There isn't any wind. There has been a bit of a breeze every now and then, but at the moment it's flat calm. I'm swinging around to the right now, and that's looking to the higher numbers
of this section. Next peg, like I say, is Rob Button. Next angler to him, next one down in the blue shirt, is his dad. And then there's a bit of a gap, and then further down there, with the next set of steps, just before the bend, is Frankie Giannicelli, Lee Kerry, and Mick Viles. They're practicing there. And then I think just round the corner, that's where Steve and Phil Ringer are around there. That's what I've heard anyway. I haven't been down there. So it's a very different kind of a day. And it's amazing how many bleak there are. Now let me show you this. Okay, so that's my front of my rod. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flick in a couple of maggots and watch this. How about that? There are literally thousands and thousands of bleak. Just do that again so you can see them, how many there are. There are thousands there. But obviously this is a feeder competition, and you wouldn't be able to get the required weight of those fish. But it's looking as though there are areas where it's going to be a little bit harder. There we go. Got a nice Carasio for you to have a look at. As you can see, if you're not familiar with that species, caught that one on 3 maggots. Yeah, they're going to be nice little bonus fish in between the carp, but in some areas I think they will prove quite important. So I'm going to get this back out there to see if there is a fish waiting for me, but that was a definite bite, you know, it was a definite pull. And then I'll have a check-in with you down there when we're having some paella, just so you can see all the other competitors whilst we're having something to eat. And the sun stayed out for us, which is brilliant, as you can see. These are all laid out. Usually the tables are kind of grouped in a way, so it might be for each nation or each country. Right over there is where the paella is. Everyone's just coming in now, it's 2 o'clock. Dad's here ready for something to eat as well. And we all can also have a drink. In this middle bit here, in these buckets here, I would imagine are some refreshments. Let's have a look. There we go, all on ice. We've got beer, water there, Coke. There's usually an option of a beer. There we go. But let's get some food. And this is what we're here for. Look at those. There are actually 4 of these. There's 2 there, and there are 2 more on the way. And I might sound a little bit biased, but I've got to say it's probably the best paella. The 4 all together, it's got to be one of the best paellas I've ever had. But this is a really nice part of the competition where all the competitors can come here, have a little bit of a social time. This is the main time when you might see all the competitors for the first time. So we're just going to chill out now for half an hour or so before we get back to the fishing. But this is just a really nice friendly part of this international competition.
We want to inform you that finally we'll have 59 anglers for match fishing distributed in 4 sections and 115 anglers for feeder fishing.
Back at the peg now. I've got to admit that paella was absolutely beautiful. Just a couple of cans of Coke for me, that's all I had. Dad had a beer, why not? He's on a holiday after all. The sun's still shining. We're back at the peg now, it's just gone 3 o'clock, so I'm really just going to fish it out now for about another hour and a half or so. Try a couple more things out, and then I'm going to have to head over to the tackle shop. The tackle shop opens at 5 o'clock. So I've just got a couple of last minute things to get for tomorrow, and then I'll be back to the hotel, just tie up again a few hook lengths like we do every evening, and then we'll be dining about 8 o'clock, and we'll definitely be in bed early tonight. Looking forward to tomorrow's first day of competitions. So just a few seconds to outline the format. We're going to be competing over the next 3 days. We're going to be competing in sections of 23, and the lowest section points over the 3 days will be the winner. If there are a tie, or there is a tie on points, then it will go to weight. Now, as you can imagine, the current climate that we're in at the moment, they are actually for the first time, certainly whilst I've been fishing this competition, going to be drawing the pegs for us, just to try and stick the best they possibly can to COVID regulations and obviously our safety as well. So we're here in the hotel. This is one of the function rooms. This is the room where the presentation will be on Sunday evening. And as you can see behind me, they've got a list of competitors. They've already drawn for the match fishing competition, which is the float fishing side of this event. Now they draw first, because as you can imagine, when you're pole fishing, waggler fishing, slider fishing, all that sort of stuff, you need more time to set up than what you would do if you were feeder fishing. However, being said that, we've got loads of time to set up even for feeder fishing. So the draw is going to be 8:30, which is in a few minutes time. They're going to be drawing the pegs out for us, and as soon as the draw is over, they will be posting the results of that draw onto Facebook. So that again means that even if people don't want to come into this room and witness and watch the draw, they can still get access to their peg number, so they know what they've drawn without gathering here. They could be off having breakfast, or they could even, you know, head off to the venue. So we're going to have loads of time. The drawing at 8:30. As soon as the draw is done, which won't take long, there are 115 anglers. We are not fishing until 12 till 5. Those are the match times. However, these are as close to international rules as you're going to get, and that basically means that you're not allowed into your peg or onto your peg before 10 AM. So they're going to draw here at 8:30, and then we've got until 10 o'clock to actually get up to the venue and get into the box. So it's loads and loads of time. So for me, I'm going to film some of the draw for you, and then I'm going to head upstairs, go and get some breakfast with Dad and the lads, and then just have a nice steady drive up to the venue and get ready for getting into the box at 10 o'clock. So obviously I'm hoping for a good draw. It'd be great to get off to a good start, but like I say, they're drawing the pegs for us, so we can't blame our drawing hands on this occasion. So as you can imagine, there's a bit of a buzz today. It's very exciting. So we're just hoping for a good peg, and I will check in with you once I get up to my peg at the venue.
There you have it, dog.
E8.
E8. I quite fancy that. I think there's a few fish there. I'm not saying it can win this section, but there's definitely some fish in that area. So I'm just going to quickly grab some breakfast and then get up to the venue. It's about 11:30. We are due to go in at 12 o'clock, and as you can see behind me, it's flat calm. There isn't any wind whatsoever. I'm down in E section. E8 is my home for day one of this competition, and I fancy it for a few fish. I've got to be absolutely honest with you. It's by no means a standout flyer, and it's certainly not an M peg. It's E8, so it's 8 pegs in from E1, which is up there on the edge of the bushes. But I fancy a few fish, you know. If there's one section I'm more familiar with, it's this section. I've drawn in here, in this section, more often than any other section in this competition. I think it was last year, I think I may have been in this section all 3 days. So I am familiar with it. However, the biggest change we've seen this year is the amount of weed that's down the edge. Now, you might not be able to see too much now, and that's because we are first day of competition, but some anglers have been practicing on here for 3 days, some of them, some more. So as you can imagine, in that period, a lot of this weed has actually been thinned out. Lots of the anglers have used weed cutters, so it is much more thinned out. However, the bits that are thinned out are really the bits that you can see. So it is quite deep down there, so there's still, we can just see the tops of weed there, but it does go down a long way from there. So we're hoping that's not going to be an issue as regards landing fish. But obviously, we've got to think about getting a bite and hooking fish in the first place. So I fancy it for a few bites, I'll be honest with you. This is the peg. I'll show you the peg in a minute. And to give you an idea of scale, I've clipped up about, I'm quite tight across, it's probably 2, maybe 3 meters off that other bank, and that works out at exactly 37 meters. So that gives you an idea of the width and how it compares to some of the other stretchers. So the section stretches right from peg 1 there, right the way down, just past the bend. This section doesn't go as far down as it has done in the past because of the way that they've pegged it. So usually the end peg would be right down there, However, this time it's right here, just coming out of that bend, or right in that bend, which is the widest point, which is where I drew in this competition last time. So as regards standout areas in this sector, you just got to fancy the end pegs. End of, that is it, you know. I quite like that area where it's widest there. When I have drawn there, we've caught a few fish and been possibly top 3, maybe always top 4 in the section. So when I've drawn there have been some fish there. I don't know if there are always fish there. So that is an area where I would have fancied drawing. But where I am here, you know, I do fancy it for a few fish. So let me just show you the peg, just to give you a better idea of what it's like. We've got parking right behind the peg. I've already got the casting mat in, so that's all pinned down and everything. I'm going to be going up and over the top today. Sometimes on these pegs, your feeder and everything is that side of the wall, but it's quite tight here to the wall, or the way that I cast and where I'm going, I'm much more comfortable going over the top. So this area here is where my rig is going to be. So that is just to stop my rig getting caught in this grass, and if it does clip it for any reason, if my cast isn't quite as good, then hopefully it's not going to get snagged up on anything. All right, that's the idea of the casting mat. And there's my peg down there. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rods set up. So the nearest one to us is the feeding rod. So that is, I think it's a 2.5 pound test curve. It's a Specialist Barbel Fox rod. That's basically just a feeding rod. I'll just come around this way. And then the other rods are, I've got a 13 foot pro distance set up. Okay, that is for the short line. The idea behind that is that 13 foot should hopefully give me a better chance of getting fish up and over this weed, or give me a better chance than a 12 foot, you know. It's only a slight detail, but it's something I think that can only help. Okay, and the other 3 rods are 12 foot X Pro, or the distance rods, and they are all clipped up for fishing right across there. And the reason for that is because on this inside line, I'm not clipped up. So if I did have a breakage or anything on that short rod, sorry, on the 13 foot rod for the short line, then I can quite easily pick up any of the 3 12 footers and just drop them there, because it's the same sort of rig. And because I'm not fishing to a clip, it doesn't really matter about the range, because I'm just, you know, underarming it on that line. I've got the bait brolly up, as you can see. That's obviously for bait protection and everything. The sun isn't something we're going to be protecting against today. If we just work ourselves down these steps, all right. But obviously the bait brolly helps as a bit of a shield as well, if you do want to protect, you know, from prying eyes, because you have got a high wall there that people walking the bank can see what you're using. If you do, you know, if you've got any secret baits that you're using, you don't want them to see what you're using, then the bait brolly is good for that. But it's going to involve sticky mag. I've got some ground bait mixed up as well, and yeah, it's just going to be a case of, I don't really know what the target is here. I mean, a realistic target here, 5 carp I think would be great, but obviously there are Caraccio here as well. So it's just going to be very much a case of, once again, just feeling your way into it and seeing what's happening around you. Obviously on a venue like this, you can see easily what's happening left. All 7 pegs to my left, I can see landing nets going out, and to my right, I can actually see right down the section, but I will be facing to the left, so I'm hoping I'm not looking that way at all. But yeah, there's just a bit of a breeze coming on it now, and they have forecast some rain, so it's just going to be a case of just feeling your way into it and see what happens around you. But you've got to have a starting point, and today I will be starting right across. So it's the first day of competition. Obviously you can't win it in the first day, but the last thing you want to do is really crash out. It would be nice to get a great result to start off with. So that's the section behind me. It's all about section points. I'm seeking a section win. We are up against end pegs, but that's always the case. And you know, you can't do anything about your draw. That's the peg I've got to fish. So whatever happens, I'll be giving it everything. Fingers crossed for a good start. Well, we're just a couple of minutes before the off. This is being fished to just about all international rules. So we get a 10-minute pre-baiting period. So we're fishing 12 till 5, but at 10 to 12, we get 10 minutes to feed our swims. We can't put a hook length on during that period, but it just gives us a chance to set our lines up, and then at bang on 12 o'clock, we'll go in to fish. And then it's for 5 hours. 5 minutes before the end of the match, we will get a hooter. There will be a signal that goes down just to tell us there are 5 minutes left. And any fish that we hook within that period, in order for them to count, they can be in the landing net, but they've got to be out of the water. They've got to be clear of the water by the final 5-hour signal. So that's it. So I'm going to set my lines up those 10 minutes, just nice and steady. I'm not going to put too much bait in, and then I'm going to start across and look at having a look on my short line, possibly after about an hour. But I'll have a look what's happening elsewhere and what's happening on my swim across there. I'll put 3 feeder pulls in on that long line. What I'm going to do now is just set up this short line. Like I said, I don't expect to be going on this line for a while, but that does depend on what's happening around me and how many fish I can actually catch on that long line. So I'm not going to fish this clipped up, and that's just so that when I'm fishing it I can actually set the drag, because if you're going to hook any carp on this line it can be quite frightening. The more like takes as though you're fishing a method feeder. So I'm just going to put a couple in on this line just to set it up. There's no rush. You get 10 minutes to put your bait in, and when you're only putting a couple in on this line, I've actually got 6 minutes left. So there's no rush. I can give those maggots a chance to break down out the feeder. And then I've just got the hook length on ready for that first cast. You can see quite a bit of weed down there already just by feeding. We know that's going to be an issue, but hopefully there's going to be some fish there. Three casts now, not had a sign. That fish on my left is the only fish I've seen caught in the section up to now. So it's still early days. Just going to stick across there for this first hour. And at least if I'm not catching, at least it's building up a bit, you know, a bit of bait out there. We're off the mark, no white tape. It's only a Curacao, but very welcome. I've been in 7 minutes. But a good bite as always. Nearly pulled the rod in. Just seen one more fish caught. That's right on the end peg. That was a carp, right down to my left. I've only seen 2 fish caught, plus mine. Another Curacao. Huh? Yeah, Curacao. Baby. A baby. Bambino. Well, we are an hour and a half in and it's incredibly slow. The sun's come out now, back in my t-shirt, it's quite warm actually. It's still flat calm, as you can see. It's very, very slow. There's very few fish being caught. I've seen a carp caught on the end peg down on E1. 2 anglers to my left has got a carp. The angler on my left has got a carp. The angler on my right has a carasio, and then the angler on his right has got a carasio. And then I think I've seen another carasio caught further down. I've got 2 carasio now. I've had 1 long, 1 on the short line. However, out of the 4 rods that I got set up this morning, 2 of them are already out of commission, and we're only 90 minutes in. I've lost a full setup across on my long line, and I've lost a full setup on this short line. I've had a period of funny indications on my short line with sticky mag, and I don't know if they were bleak. Personally, I think they were carasio. I did catch a carasio during that period. I didn't connect with a couple of fish, but they were just tiny little rattlers and stuff, but there were definitely some fish there, but I didn't connect with any, and it's gone dead now. So I'm just going to fish this one out for another 3 or 4 minutes, and if I don't get anything, I'm going to put another big feeder full of bait in on this short line and then cast long. It has had a rest long, so it'd be nice to pick a fish up there, but whilst I've only got 2 carasio, it's up with everybody here. I'm obviously behind these 2 carp on my left, but not hell of a long way, because they're not really big fish. So I'm just wondering where the fish are going to come from. I've got a funny feeling that this middle period is just going to be rock hard, and it could be all about that last hour, that last 30 minutes even. And if that's going to be the case, I've just got to kind of keep my cool, set my short line up, and hope, you know, I'm going to have a run later on, or 1 or 2 fish later on. But at the moment, I'm in it, but there isn't any sort of pattern. All the fish have been caught just randomly. So I'm going to fish this out and then have a cast long and see if we can nick one off that long line. First cast back across, it's snagged up again. It's just solid. Taking some braking. Another setup gone. Oh dear. There's 3 setups down, 1 left with 3 hours to go. I'm on to my last rod now. I've just re-clipped it up. I've come back 2 meters now, so I'm gone 2 meters back just to try and, yeah, I'm further away from that bank. I've gone left and right, I can't find a clear spot, so I've got to come back. So I'm sacrificing being close to the other bank just to be able to fish. I don't want to be sat there with it in a snag. I've got to be able to fish. There's just been a big carp caught down to my left, about 6 pegs, but it doesn't count because his up length is less than 50 centimeters long, so that fish won't count. But that's the rules. So I'm going to go back out there now, 2 meters shorter. I haven't seen any more fish caught, so whilst I've only got 2 carasio, I'm not really falling behind, but I'm not gaining any ground either. So just gonna have to try and be sensible, rotate lines, and just try and pick off any fish I can. If any of them turn into being a carp, then that's going to be a bonus. But I'm just going to have some quicker casts now. Just going to try some 3-minute casts, just for 3 or 4 casts, just to try and stimulate a bite, anything. But it looks like everyone's in the same boat at the moment. We're exactly halfway now, 2.5 hours in, and that last hour and a half has just been horrendous. I've used all 4 rods now, and I've had to set up 3 more since then. I'm down to 1 rod, and I've set this one up 3 times now. I've just had to pick a spot. I'm about 3/4 of the way across now. I haven't seen any fish caught on that line. I haven't caught any fish on that line either during practice, but if that's the only place I can fish, at least I've got a rig out there. I can't find a spot along that far bank. You know, I'm not saying there isn't one, but all I'm saying is I can't find a clear spot along that far bank, and I've lost that many setups now as well. I've lost the leader, the feeder, everything. So obviously every time I've lost one, I'm adding to the problem out there. The only good thing I can say is that nobody's catching anything, and the lad on my right's just had another Carasio, so he's got 2. The lad on my left still got 1 carp. Next one down, I think he's got a carp, but he might have a Carasio as well, and that's it. I've not really seen any other fish caught. It's just so frustrating when I don't know how much time I've spent now just not fishing because I've used all my spare rods up. But so the only good thing really is that no one's running away with it, not here anyway. So I'm on a line now where I haven't seen any fish caught on it today. I haven't seen any fish caught on it in practice either, but it's the only place other than my short line where I can fish, where I've got a rig out there, so that's all I can do. So I'm obviously focusing and keeping that short line topped up. I'm going to keep dropping on that. We've just come up to halfway. We are expecting things to change, as hard as it is. It'd just be nice to get a spot I can fish now and just feel as though I'm kind of building something, or you know, I'm in a position where I can catch a fish or two to either keep up with these carp lads down to my left who have caught carp, or just put a few Carasio in the net. So I'm just hoping this spot I've got here, I think it's clean. This is my first cast on it, and I'll just rotate between that one and the short line. Just try and keep cool about it. You know, it's easy to lose your temper when it's like this, and I've lost quite a few feeders. Well, I've lost 7 feeders now already, 7 uplands. So I may be paying a visit to the tattle shop after the match tonight, and I'm also going to have to reset up all my other rods as well for tomorrow, so that's what I could do without. So yeah, I'm just going to get my head down now and just catch whatever I can this, you know, this second half. No, you're joking. I've come back 2 meters now and I'm snagged up again. Oh, what's happening here? Gone. That's it. 4 rods down. I'm gonna have to sit and set a rod up. Oh. Just spent 10 minutes setting that rod up again. First cast, straight into another snag. That's 5 now. Oh, this is ridiculous. Picked a brand new spot that time. I went to the right by about 3 meters. Gone. It's another setup. Well, that's 5 setups now lost. I've just got to come back and find a spot where I can fish. I'm sat here, I haven't fished now for 20 minutes, and I can't afford to not be fishing. First cast back on that short line, went straight away, but obviously on a small fish. It's the first bite for ages. Really feels like if I'm going to do anything today, it's going to be on that short line, whether it would be with a few Carasio or if I can snare a carp, but just got to keep going. Tethered on something now. God, what else is going to go wrong today? Only Carasio, but it's caught up in some line as well as all the weed. Oh, come on. Come on, break free. No, Carasio's gone now, and now I'm attached to the line. Absolute horrible day. was a carp. I've no idea if it's still on or not. It's just gone solid now. I just ran, you saw it, and now it's just gone solid. That's first cast back on that line, having rested it on that short line. I had a couple of little indications. I thought it might have been Carasio, but that's definitely not a Carasio, and I've no idea if that's even on. I don't think it is. I think that's just shed. I don't know. There's no sign of it being on. Oh, and if I've got to set up again, I just rested that line. I cast on purpose for 15 minutes somewhere, knowing I wasn't going to get a bite, just so I could rest it. That's just solid now. Carasio gone. I lost that one carp, which, just as you saw, it took a bit of line off the drag and then just locked me straight into a snag. Nothing I could do about that. I didn't know there was a snag there. But it's really frustrated because I really needed that one. There's been very, very few carp caught, and then I've lost those two Carasio, one in the weed and the other one on that tethered leader or line that I lost previous. You know, amazing things that can happen. But there's 30 minutes left. The only place I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a bite or get a fish is going to be on that short line. However, by plundering it, it's just, you're just not getting any response from it, and the only time I have had a response from it is when I've rested it. So whilst I'm pretty sure that's the only place I'm going to get a bite, I've just had to come off it. I've just put another feeder full of bait on there, and I've gone back out into open water on this line that I clipped up earlier, just to be fishing somewhere. I really don't expect to get a bite where I am now at all, but it's just resting that line for 10 minutes or so. So hopefully when I do go on it, there's going to be a fish on there, whether it's a Carasio or a carp. And then obviously if there is, the key then is going to be to landing it. But the last half hour of the day, so it's 4:30 running up to 5 o'clock, this can be the best time to get anything on that short line. But like I say, half of the issue is not only getting the bite, it's getting the fish out, but that's what it is. So that's where we are. The lad two to my right, I think he's got about 4 Carasio now. Lad on my left still got 1 carp that he got first cast. Lad on my right, he's got 2 Carasio. I've got 5. And there's very little happening, but to be honest, I definitely need at least 2 or 3 more Carasio, I think, to get decent points, and definitely a carp. But you know, I can't do more than what I'm doing, so I'm going to give it 10 minutes on this. If I don't get anything, I'm going to drop short on that short line and hope that there's a fish or 2 settled on that bait. That's it. Definitely more frustrating than disappointing. Ended up with 5 Carasio. Lost that good carp and 2 Carasio. It's not going to be enough to get me top 5 or anything like that. So really disappointed with that. And the rain's here as well now. So yeah, I've got lots of prep to do tonight. I've ended up, I've set up 12 times today. I had 4 rods already set up, and I've set others up as well. I even lost a rig with 9 minutes before the end, but I quickly and hastily set another rig up, hoping I might have snared a fish last chuck, but I never had a bite. So yeah, I've got 4 rods to set up. I've got another 12 shot leaders to set up as well. So I've gone into my spares, and at least another 12 up lengths as well, and I've lost 12 feeders. So I thought I'd be going straight back to the hotel to go and relax a little bit, but that's not the case now. So I'm going to have to get packed away now. I was going to stop on the bank and set my rods up for tomorrow. I'm not going to do that in the rain. So I'm going to get the car loaded up. I'm going to have to drive. It's about 10 miles that way to the tattle shop. So like I say, I've lost 12 feeders today, and they're feeders that I need so I'm gonna have to go buy some feeders and then get back to the hotel and then start on my hook lengths and stuff. So yeah, really disappointed. I'm guessing I must be the lower half in the section. I don't really know how it's fished, to be fair. This bit here hasn't fished very well. But 5 Carasio, I think it's going to be bottom half, which is nowhere where you want to be, you know, especially on day one. So yeah, I'm going to get packed away before everything gets wet and crack on with this evening's duties. Well, they've actually weighed 2 kilo 100. I'm not sure if I'm surprised at that or not. They looked a lot smaller when I weighed them. I think from that end there, that's about a third, I think. There is an 8 kilo down on the end, which we expect that to be alright. There's a 2.6, and there might even be a 2.4. So already it's looking like even just one of those Carasio is going to be costing me points. Just one of them Carasio probably would have got me 2 more or 2 less points, and I think it's going to be like that all the way down. That lad's just got 1 Carasio at the next peg, but the next one along he got 2 in 2 casts at one spell, and then he got one just after that. I think he might have 6, but that's what it is now. It's done. Can't do anything else. So I'm going to get packed away now and get up to the tackle shop and just try and kind of prepare and reset for tomorrow. Well, it's 7:30 and here are the results. They're already up in reception. Absolute brilliant organisation for everybody. Lots of the competitors here now relaxing. So, sectors. So I'm just going to give this a quick rundown for you. That is the whole of A sector. This is a video, so you can obviously pause it so you can see the weights and points. Sector C, it's everyone there. Sector D. And then Sector E, which is the sector I've been in. And as I feared the worst, it's actually a little bit worse than I thought, to be honest. My sector has actually been won with 11 kilo 681 on E22. E18 was second, E23 was third, so there's obviously been some fish at that end. E19 was fourth, and then E2, which is the other end of the section, which has been down to my left, and then E20. You can see the weights there. Alright, now my 5 Carasio ended up weighing just 2 kilo 140, which where I wasn't too bad, to be fair, but unfortunately that's put me on 17 points out of the 23, which is a terrible start. But if you do look at, I've just noticed the peg numbers actually, I've been on E8. Okay, so this angler was 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th in the sector. Just look at the split of pegs. I've been on E8, 16th was on E6, E7, E9, E5. It looks like that's been a bad area. E4 as well, and E3. So according to that, it's not been a great area at all. But obviously we're always counting our lost fish. And for a top 10 in that particular sector, I would have needed 3 kilo 600, so it has fished really hard, even though there's been some good weights here. That area there looks as though it's been rubbish, but there's nothing you can do about that. That's your draw. So very disappointing start. The overalls, that's really going to put me down on the overalls. We'll have a quick look at those now. These are on the next board. Thank you. Cheers, Clive. So Marvin is winning the competition so far with 20 kilos 548. Okay, and that was from sector B, B19, just to give you an idea. So that's 20 kilo. So that is going to put me way down. So that has put me right down here. Look at that terrible position, 81st. 2 kilo 140. 17 points. That's a terrible place to be right now, with all those anglers behind me. And I think we need to mention that there are zeros here, so there have been some blanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There have been 5 blanks. Yeah, there's been a few blanks there. So from my own personal point of view, that's the worst start I've ever had to this competition, and like I said, there's not a lot I can do about it now.
all I've got to try and do is get my kit ready. I'm heading back up to the room now because I've got about 30 minutes to tie a few more hook lengths. Just check those shot leaders, sort my rods out. I've done some of my rods, and then just kind of roll with it. Just pop this light up. Just kind of roll with it, you know, try and wash it off and go down and get some food. Have a nice hot meal. Just try to reset and just get ready for day 2 tomorrow, where I'm obviously hoping for a better draw. It's been a really disappointing day. However, I did manage to avoid the tape. In this competition, if you fail to catch, you get the tape. And this is day 1's tape giving ceremony to give you a bit of a taster for what it's like. Here we go, day 1, the white tape giving for everybody who didn't manage to catch. Not a great place to hear your name read out. E22. That sounds much better than yesterday. I think that threw a bit of a weight yesterday, so I'm going to just go and get some breakfast now. There's certainly no rush, and then I'll check the results from yesterday, give you an idea about how that area fished yesterday, and then I'll see you down on the bank. How you doing, everyone? I had to film this for you. We are 9 minutes before the pre-baiting period of day 2 of the Iberian Masters. You probably can't hear a word I'm saying, but I'm doing this anyway to give you an idea of how windy it is. Well, it's 5 minutes to pre-baiting on day 2. You can probably see, if I move my head, sunshine. The sun's out, we've got blue skies. The reason why I've got the camera angle that it's at is because it's incredibly windy today. I've drawn a much better peg. I'm down in the same section, E sector, but I'm actually on peg 22, which is second from end peg. This peg produced 11 kilos yesterday. I'm obviously hoping for that kind of a weight today, but obviously I'd love to win the section as high as I could possibly get after yesterday's disaster.
I'm going to switch the camera around now just so you can have a look up the section, and the wind will affect the speakers. So that's looking right up the section. Yesterday I was up on E8, which is right the way up there. Okay, I'm here on E22, which means there is only one angler to my right. On paper, you've got to fancy this much more than yesterday. I've got a cast across there. There are some trees overhanging, and the range that I'm going to start at is 40 metres, which is about 3 metres off that other bank. I'm doing that just being a little bit cautious. The lad that's on E23 on the end peg to my right actually drew this peg yesterday. How about that for a pair of draws? But he says he lost a lot of tackle over there yesterday, so I'm starting off 3 metres away. I can try and go nearer if I need to. However, I think the most interesting fact for today is that he weighed 11 kilos here yesterday on this peg, but he only had 1 carp. All the rest of his fish were actually Carasio. Now, as you know, yesterday I caught some Carasio short, and I think there were more there. I just couldn't fish it very well because of the weed and the rocks. I think in hindsight I fished it a little bit too close. So what I'm doing today is, I haven't got quite as much weed in front of me here today, if you see. Okay. But what I'm doing is, I'm going to fish clipped up at 12 metres. So I've gone a little bit further. I'm going to fish a slightly smaller hook with Carasio in mind, but I'm keeping a strong line on just in case I do hook a carp on that line. And I'm fishing clipped up, so that 12 metre line, I'm actually putting it in for Carasio. I've never done that before, but I'm going to do it. And obviously I'm hoping to target carp further across. So that's it. So we've got 10 minutes to pre-bait, so I'm going to feed my lines and then get stuck into that far line, and hopefully it'll be nice to get an early carp. Got 10 minutes to feed. I'm just going to leave that out there, let that empty. That's not the best feeder for emptying sticky mag. It's the best feeder for getting out there. Give that a couple of minutes to empty, bring it in. Then I've still got a good 6 or 7 minutes to feed my short line. Well, we're just 20 minutes in. I haven't had a sign yet, no bites. The lad on my right on the end peg, he's not had a fish yet. On my left, he's just had 2 Carasio in 2 casts. Next to him has just hooked a carp, and then the next one, the other side of him, has just landed a carp. So I'm hoping those fish aren't just there at the moment, but on this end, these 2 end pegs here, we haven't had a sign yet. So there were 2 caught there, but there's been 2 Carasio caught at the next peg. So obviously we're only 20 minutes in, I'm still on that long line. Those 2 carp look like they were good fish as well. He's just playing one now. 2 anglers to my left, and the lad with the umbrella up, he's just had a carp. Just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Keep those maggots going in on that long line. Those lads are casting across. All the fish that have been caught have been right across, so just going to stick with it, keep those maggots going in. Taken over an hour. Not a big fish. It's a Carasio. Means I avoid the white tape. Well, we're 2 hours in, and yeah, it's just got a little bit more interesting. It's I'm now on 5 Carasio now. I've just hooked and landed a carp, which I never thought I was going to see. As soon as I hooked it on that far bank, it's kited round to my right, and there's a big bank of weed here. It snagged me up for a while. I was a little bit patient with it. I'd got strong gear on anyway, but I was just patient with it. I thought I'd lost it, you know, I thought it wasn't on, but I managed to coax it out of the weed with a bit of persuasion, and managed to land it, so that's obviously a really nice bonus. I went back in again, 2 casts after that. I got a Carasio, so that gave me my 5 Carasio and 1 carp. And I've probably had 4 casts since that fish now, and I've just hooked a carp and lost it on my long line, and it hasn't broke me or anything. I had it on for about 30 seconds. It made a run for the other bank, and I had to give it everything I'd got, and I thought it had broke me, but it hasn't. You know, I've just pulled the hook out, so I don't know if it was hooked right or not. It was as soon as the feeder went in as well, it was a bite straight away. We'll never know, but it's showing me that there's 1 or 2 carp kicking around out there. So there's 2.5 hours left, there's half of the match to go. That line looks like it's obviously where I need to be spending all my time, but I am keeping that 12-metre line topped up. I've only been on that line once and I didn't get any signs, but even my Carasio, I've come on that long line, and as we've now seen, it looks like there's 1 or 2 carp over there, or a chance of 1 or 2, so I've got to stay out there, just keep doing what I'm doing. I've scaled down on the feeder, I've gone down to a slightly smaller feeder, so I just felt that I might be feeding a little bit too much, and that's why it was taking longer to catch a Carasio. But I've had a better response since I scaled down. I'm not saying that's the reason, but that is true. I've had a better response since I scaled down, so that's it. I think the lad on my right on the end peg, I think he's just netted another Carasio now. He must have at least 5 Carasio now. Lad on my left, he's still on, I think he's on 5 Carasio, he's not had any more. And I think there's been 1 more carp caught about 3 pegs to my left. So what I've got is doing well here, but I've no idea what's happening at the other end of the section, so I've just got to keep going on this. Obviously, if any carp come along, try and make sure I land them, but that looks like it's the only line to be on at the moment, but I'm going to keep that other line topped up just in case. We're just coming into this last hour, and just kind of, I've got 7 or 8 Carasio now. No more signs of any carp. The lad on the end peg, he's been sneaking Carasio in. He's obviously fishing a different way from me. It looks like he's using ground bait of some sort on that long line right across. He keeps sneaking Carasio. And I've got a feeling he's got more than what I think, because I haven't been looking that way, and because of this wind you can't hear everything when people catch fish, so I've got a feeling he's doing pretty well. Lad on my left, I think he's got 5 or 6 Carasio now, and then other than that, all the anglers to his left, I haven't really seen any other fish caught, or seen or heard anything. Certainly no action from carp. I'm just, obviously I lost that carp, I've got 1 in the net. But I'm really hoping, obviously, I'm either going to latch into another carp or 2, or the Carasio are going to keep coming. But I've got 7 or maybe 8 now, which is okay. It's doing well here. I've just topped up that short line again with a big cage feeder full of sticky mag. And if this continues the way that it is, how it's slowed down now, as much as I have got confidence in it, I can't just sit on it when I've got this other line to try. So if this doesn't, you know, if I don't get anything on this in the next 2 or 3 casts, then I'm going to have a drop on that short line and hope that there's going to be some fish there. There's not long left now. The lad on the end peg, he's gone on his short line, and straight away he got a carp. Not a huge carp, but he got one. Massive bonus. That definitely brought him up level with me. And now, 10 minutes later, he's gone and hooked another one on that short line. This one looks a much bigger fish. I haven't seen any more fish caught to my left. I haven't had any more. It's just completely gone dead. I've had a look on my short line. No signs. So when he caught that carp, I decided to refeed that short line with 3 big feederfuls, with a view of going onto that looking for a carp. Instead of a carasio, I'm just going to go on that looking for a carp with a bigger bait on. And that's going to be his second if he lands that. And that's his second on that line in a short space of time. So it shows that there are 1 or 2. I know he's on the end peg. You know, that might be why he's caught them, but they might be in front of me, I don't know. But I've fed it anyway. It's giving him a good battle, that one. Looks like a really good fish. But I just can't get a bite anyway now, even long now. Just with maggots on. No signs of carasio or anything, so I'm just going to stick on this line for a bit longer, just try and catch anything out there. Then that last 30 minutes I'm going to be dropping on that short line, see if I can find a carp or 2. That's it. Very disappointing. The last hour and a half, 2 hours, has been a complete waste of time. I've ended up with, I think I've got 8 carasio and 1 carp. There's no wind in here. I'm obviously in the car now. I've ended up with 8 carasio and 1 carp. Obviously, you know, I think I could have had a couple more carasio, possibly, if I picked up and hit indications. And obviously that carp I've lost would have made a big difference. But that's it. So it's been a very annoying day, really, because we expected, at least being on a peg like this, to have caught a few fish, even if you didn't win anything. But it's not been like that. Even today has been really, it's been hard work. Lad on my left has ended up with about 5 carasio, I think he's had. Next one along, he had 1 carp and maybe a carasio, and so it's not fished very well at all. This lad on the end peg, you know, that is going to be a standout weight today. So that's it. I'm going to go and get packed up. It's obviously not going to be my year, but you know, I just hope that I'm going to have a bit of an easier day tomorrow. You know, it's just, you know, I've had a few fish today, but it feels like I've really had to battle for every single fish, and it's, you know, you don't want it to be like that. You just want to set your lines up, you want to be able to fish them, and hopefully just get a few bites and enjoy your fishing. But it's been a battle all the way today, and I didn't expect that from this better draw. So there we go. I want to get packed away. The good thing is I haven't lost loads of kit today, so I can literally head back to the hotel tonight. So this is a video, obviously, so you can stop and pause it. I'll go through nice and slowly for you. Sector A, running right the way through Sector A for you. Sector B, lots of names on here that you know. These, even the nice touch of the flag there, just to show you their nationality. Sector C, Sector D, and then once again the sector I've been in, Sector E. There we go. So Jose, who's been on my right today, he ended up winning the section with 13 kilo, Peggy 23, as you know, for 1 point. Francis has been second. Fantastic. Lost you and Low Francis. Fish for Ireland. He's a lovely bed and breakfast over in Ireland. He's been on E11, he's had 9 kilo, which net puts my 6 kilo, it's actually 6 kilo 300, not 6 kilo 100, 6 kilo 300, and that's given me 7 points. So that's obviously knocked me up the leaderboard a little bit. So that is the whole of Sector E for you. So let's have a look at the overall standings. So there are your leaders now. Marvin's out in front, 2 section wins, so that's 2 points. Fantastic, 29 kilo total. We've got Jose, who's been on my right today. He's also on 2 points, so there are 2 of them on 2 points, 2 section wins. Timo's in third, then Ralph, and as you can see, if I pan down there really slowly, you can look at those, but obviously you can pause this anyway as it's a video. From the English contingent, Mr. Wakelin has moved up to 10th overall. He had 6 points on day 1, and he's had 2 points today, putting on a total of 8. So that is your top
8:13. Yours truly jumped up a little bit. That's put me on to 24 points. Better than yesterday, but still not quite good enough. So that's it. We've moved up the leaderboard a little bit. It'd be nice, obviously from points point of view, to have a great day tomorrow. But it'd just be nice to finish the trip on a good way, you know, so you're finishing on a high. They're paying out the top 30. I'm not in the top 30 at the moment. So that's the target now, after those first 2 days. A13. Gotta admit, it doesn't mean a lot to me. We're gonna go and get some breakfast now. Have a nice relaxing coffee and some breakfast with Dad, and then we'll have a drive up to the venue. I'll show you the peg once I get there, but on paper, doesn't mean a lot to me. Well, that was a cracking breakfast. Really enjoyed that. It's been great every morning. I've just checked the weight boards and everything from yesterday. Unfortunately, the peg I'm going to, I think there was 10 grams off it yesterday. And the peg on the right, I think there was 20 grams off that peg. So looks like it's in a hard area. So it looks like the main mission is going to be just to catch a fish. But we're here at the car now. Everything's good. I've got the bait and everything. We're ready. So we've got about a 15-20 minute drive up to the venue. There's no rush. We can't get in the box until 10 o'clock. So the mission is going to be just to catch a fish, and I don't think the wind's going to be too strong, but it is a little bit narrower up here where I'm going today. So I'll see you down on the bank. There's the peg, a little bit narrower than down in E section where I've been the previous 2 days, but it's there's a little bit of wind going left to right, as you can see, and there isn't as much weed down the margin here as what we've seen in the last couple of days, but we're expecting it to fish very, very hard. We've got Rob at the next peg. Rob Regas, fellow Englishman but lives in France. So yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be expecting too many miracles today, but we're allowed in the box at 10 o'clock. It's just 5:02 now, so I'm going to start getting my gear out of the car and get set up, and then I'll give you a quick check-in once I'm set up. It's about 36-37 metres wide, simple as that. Okay, all open water, but we don't know what snags are down there. If we look straight across, there's a bit of an old tree there, as you can see. Yeah, it's pretty much straight in front of me, slightly to the right, and then you've got a gap just to the right. They're almost like brambles there. They do overhang slightly, you can't get right to the rocks, and then to the right you've got those very, very tricky overhanging branches which overhang quite a long way, and as you can see they're moving quite a lot in the wind. They're very difficult to fish against, but I won't hopefully be going that way. They're quite high off the water anyway, so I'm going to be going initially into the spot just there, in between that overhang and that there. I don't want to go too close to that because who knows what's under the water there. The clear spot is about there. We're fishing for a bite, and obviously any more than that, anything, you know, that we can, obviously if we can catch and then move on from that, then you know that's a bonus, but we've just got to try and catch a fish. So as you can imagine, you know, it's all about getting that first bite. And as you know, if you've been following this story so far this week, particularly with this venue, it's not only a case of getting a bite, it's actually landing the fish as well. Well, that's it, the 10 minute pre-baiting. Just going to put a couple in on that short line, and that's it. And I've got 10 minutes to do that, so there's certainly no rush. Felt like it was caught up on something. That's the first cast, not had a sign. That did feel like it was caught up a little bit, but we'll find out on the next cast.
Carasio caught 3 anglers to my right. Only a small fish. So somebody's off the mark. First snag of the day, second chuck. Brilliant. I've got my feeder back that time. I can't chuck to that spot again. There's just been a carp caught 2 to my left and a Carasio caught 3 to my left. I'm going to have to cast to a different spot now. Not bad for second cast, is it? No tape. Yeah. Well, that's it. Been fishing 45 minutes. That was first cast on my short line. Yeah, it's a fish, isn't it? That was the target, get a bite. Well, we've been fishing an hour and a half now, just over, and it's very, very slow. We expected it being slow. However, the lad that's 2 pegs to my left, 2 anglers to my left, he's doing by far the best here. He's had 2 Carasio, and he's also had 2 carp as well. All 4 fish have come from really tight across. It's about 1 metre from that other bank. I think the lad on his left's got 1 Carasio. Rod's not had a bite yet. I've got 1 Carasio. The lad on my right hasn't caught yet. The next angler along hasn't caught yet. And then the next one along from him, he had 1 Carasio really early on. And that is it. It's really slow. The wind's dropped. Feels like the pressure's changed. There are thousands of bleak down the edge there coming up. And it's very, very quiet. But it's quiet on the bank as well. So every time anybody does catch anything, then we can hear within 5 pegs because it's so quiet. But we're not hearing anything now. It's just gone completely dead. I've just had that 1 bite. That was on the short line, just out of the blue, really positive pull. And that's it. I've just been rotating quite frequently, actually, more frequently than I have done this week, between this short line and my long line. Just thinking that if the fish really are cagey, then just trying to rest it for a few minutes and then dropping on and hopefully getting one. But I haven't had any reaction whatsoever. I'm not going to change anything, you know. I'm not going to put another line in the middle or anything like that. I'm not going to go chasing it. I'm just going to stick with what I've got. The gear that I've got on is strong enough to land a carp if I do hook a carp. But obviously, you know, I keep putting 2 maggots on and 3 maggots on just to see if I can catch a Carasio. But it's just a case of just keep doing what I'm doing. Don't try to push it too hard. Whatever that lad's doing, 2 anglers to my left, he's obviously doing something very different. I can see his feeder. He's putting sticky mag in the feeder, and he's casting 1 metre from the other bank. But that's it. You know, I can't see his hook bait. I'm too far away to see his hook bait and stuff. So I'm not quite sure what he's doing different. You could blame the peg, but I'm not going to. I think he's definitely doing something different, or he's got a different hook bait on or something. But so I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. We're not even halfway yet, so anything can happen. It's that bad, I've even got time to eat my sandwich whilst I'm fishing, which has been the first time ever. It's very, very slow. I haven't seen any more fish caught. We're bang on halfway, 2.5 hours in, and virtually nothing's changed. There haven't been any more fish caught to my left. I haven't had any more bites. But the lad on my right, who's tried everywhere in his swim, he's found a Carasio, a small Carasio, and that's it. No, I haven't seen any other fish caught to his right. So it's completely dead now. We have, however, heard that they're catching down there at the other end, on those early pegs. We've heard the catching down there. But that's it. That obviously doesn't make a lot of difference to us here. So I'm back across at the moment, and I'm literally just inching my way further and further across to that other bank, just trying to pick off anything, just trying to get a bite. Rob on my left has just caught a bleak, so he's avoided the blank, but it's very, very difficult, how we expected. And even the lad that's got the 2 carp, 2 anglers down, who's got 2 carp and 2 carasio, he hasn't had any more fish either. So there's not a lot we can do other than what we're doing, you know, just keep going. We're obviously hoping it's going to improve as the day goes on. So it's 2:30, we're fishing till 5. That's about the most uninteresting update I've ever given you. But that's how it is. It's fishing very, very difficult. Well, we're into the final 2 minutes and absolutely nothing's changed. We haven't had any more signs whatsoever, just 1 bite, 1 carasio. The lad 2 along, 2 anglers along to my left's done brilliant. I think he's had at least a couple more fish, just fishing in different spots. I don't know why, but he's obviously done something different. I can't blame the peg, but whatever he's done, he's got it absolutely bang on. Past him, I think there's just a couple of fish, and I haven't really seen much past that, to be fair. On my right, he's got 1 carasio, and the next one along's got 1 fish, and the next one along's got 1 carasio. So you get the picture. Very disappointing, obviously, but like I said, when I drew this peg today, my priorities changed. It was all about just trying to get a bite first and then hopefully catching, and thankfully I managed that. But they've just come up to 1 minute left now. I've just spent the last 20 minutes across under that other bank. I haven't had that 1 bite from that carasio on the short line. That was in the first 45 minutes, and that's the only bite I've had on that line, the only indication. And across there, I haven't had a single sign. I haven't had a bite, I haven't had a line bite, absolutely nothing. So, we're just coming up now to the last 30 seconds, so I better pick up just in case there's one on. And that's in a snag. That kind of sums up the week. What do you reckon? If you pick up with 30 seconds to go, it gives you 30 seconds to wind it in like mad and get it out of the water, and that's just locked up in a snag, which I think kind of sums up the week, doesn't it? Oh dear. Let's get this broken down. And there's the final whistle. Well, not the most exciting live match I've ever filmed, but I hope that you've enjoyed the week as a whole, or the 5 days, just following me through this competition. Everything about it's been absolutely bang on, except the fishing. Unfortunately, that's what's let it down, and I'm not going to dwell on that too much. I'm sure you can make your own opinions about how it's fished. But I've got a bit of a mission now. I've got to get packed away because we've got to get back to the hotel. I've got to pack my kit away in a fashion that it can go straight in the van, because the van will be setting off in the morning to bring all our gear home. Mark Morris will be driving that home again with Jay Minter. So I need to get packed up. I've got to upload a video to the Fishing Life channel, which I know you've all been following, thank you very much. And then we've got to get back to the hotel for the presentation and a meal tonight and everything. So I'm going to get packed away, and obviously I'll be giving you the full rundown of the results, and I'll give you a little bit more of a summary as well. How about that, baby? Very, very welcome. 400 and odd grams. It's been a challenge. It's definitely been a challenge. So there you go, everybody, Sector A. Okay, so this is a video, so you can pause it wherever you wish. This is a full rundown of all the pegs in Sector A, which is where I've been. Sector B, full rundown there. Sector C, all the anglers there. These flags here, in case you're wondering, are the nationalities of those anglers. Sector D, full rundown there for you.
And then finally Sector E, which is where I've spent the last couple of days. Full rundown there for you. And if we move over to the overalls, I'll go through all these for you. So the winner is Marvin Schubert, absolutely fantastic, 4 points. Jose is second, who was next to me yesterday on the MPEG. He's finished on 5 points. And then I'll just continue down the list for you. This is running through the top 13. There we go. I'll run through these for you as well. I'll quickly pan through them for you. Like I said, this is a video, so you can pause it where you wish. So for those of you who are into your statistics, for analysing, it's all there for you. Over to 40th place. Full run through down to 52nd. 53rd. There have been 115 anglers here. 66. Running through. And then the last part of it is 79 onwards. Last two sheets. Some really big names. Really suffered 1 or 2 big hits. That says a lot about how it's fished. And that is it. That is all your stats. Well, we're back in the hotel. And as you can probably see over my shoulder, this is the presentation. We've just had a meal and everything. The results have been done, and this is the presentation for the winners and all the framers as well. As you can see, all of the competitors are behind us, and we're obviously going to be congratulating all the winners. And you know, it's Sunday evening, and this is just kind of finishes off the event where, you know, everyone just comes together, congratulates each other, claps the winners, and yeah, there's going to be 1 or 2 surprises. Some of the leaders going into today that we thought had it sorted, some of them have blanked today. There have been some really big name anglers who are blanked today, and it just shows you what kind of a tough venue this is. They're just about to start now. Just sit back and enjoy it. So there you go, everyone, your top 20. 20th place. Bring up. That's 17th place.
Cheers, Captain.
Captain, I'm in.
Oh, no, you're interested that way.
Lee Carey. '15th place.
Jimmy Minter will be setting off at 4 o'clock in the morning with all our tattle with Mark Morris, setting off back through Spain into France to go and get the ferry back to England with all our gear. Tenth place. Got all the English, or most of the English contingent here. There's Matt, Mark, obviously Dad, Graham. All the English lads on the row. 9th position. If you can't remember who lots of these people are at the end of this, presentation, I've actually filmed all the full boards for you so you can see every section from today and every single competitor through to 115. Sixth place. That award there is for the biggest fish. Jason Morris has done absolutely brilliant. He's consistent all week. He's had an MPEG today, but he's absolutely smashed it. He's got it absolutely bang on and won the zone, won the sector. That's put him in 4th place overall. Fantastic.
And now we would like to continue with the first 3 anglers in each modality. For feeders, 3rd position is for Francis Slaggy.
3rd place in the feeder competition.
Second position is for Jose Rego.
That's Jose, who was next to me yesterday on E23.
And the winner for the 16th edition of this Iberian Master in feeder is Marvin Schubert.
Marvin Schubert, the new Iberian Master. The whole room applauding. Just 4 points, which is incredible over 3 days. And there's your top 3 for this year's Iberian Master Feeder Fishing 2022. It's been another fantastic event, and when you consider some of the things that are happening in the world right now, it just once again makes us realise how lucky we are that we can all travel from different countries and come together to compete in this fantastic event, and I really hope we're back there again next year.